From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down and goal from the 1. Huntley sticks the ball out. The Bengals have the ball. Baby. They are running it back. Sam Hubbard with blockers behind him. Hubbard to the Ravens 40, the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Bengals!
Woo. And that maybe was the play of the NFL weekend. What a weekend it was. My Lord. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys Monday here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and we believe Bobby Belt live in Tampa, Florida. Bobby?
Garbage. I don't get up at 5:30. I don't check in at 5:30. I am a 6 a.m. club loyalist, and I've explained this to you, Sean.
You gonna get on the Zoom at 6 a.m. too?
Turn a light on?
Here's how early it is. It's this dark. You jerks.
Wait.
Hold on.
Hang on. No, don't even change anything. Don't even change anything. You know those documentaries where the witness doesn't want to...
Well, you know, I was over here, and I decided that I was going to murder her. Yes, it was Sean Sharif. He did it.
That is what Bobby looks like right now in the pitch black hotel room there in Tampa. So what is the setup? Why can't we see you?
I'm like right in front of the window here, and so I'm waiting for the sun to come up in Tampa, and so as soon as it reaches 6 a.m., just like when I normally get on, then I think we'll have sunlight, because there's not a really great light setup for me to be able to turn anything on. I guess I could turn off the one in the back behind me here,
right.
As you can see my silhouette gesturing towards. If I turn that off, it might adjust a little bit better, but yeah, I've got the Comrex sitting on an ironing board so that it's elevated and reaching out towards the cell towers out here, and we're good to go.
I love the silhouette. I want to keep the silhouette like this.
I like it. I think it looks good.
Until the sun comes up.
Solid way to look.
As soon as the sun comes up, you'll see I'm naked. So I don't know if
excellent. Now, how voice conscious are you right now? As it was a big debate after one of your previous trips, a Dallas Cowboys staffer not thrilled hearing you through their wall next door. So what's that like?
Yeah, it just dawned on me that I was being probably kind of loud after you said that, and so now I'm going to bring it down a little bit because it's still 6:32 in the morning over here.
Hey,
yesterday,
are you kidding me? The people there in that state have run they've walked 8 laps by now.
Well,
6:30.
Right. You know who might be my roommate or my neighbor here?
Yeah.
Because when I got up to the floor yesterday, I walked off the elevator, and who was the first person I saw?
I don't know. We have no idea who's on the trip.
Mike Fisher.
Well,
so Mike may be next door to me.
Well, if that's not a green light for you to talk as loud as possible, because Mike is deaf. Mike is totally, completely deaf. If you never heard him, so go ahead and talk. But we're not going to be able to do this in Oxnard like this when we're outside. He's going to be whispering. It's about the show. It's about the show first. Not your neighbors there in the hotel or the Cowboys players at 2 a.m.
You can't care that people are going to hear you in the morning. We woke up Travis Frederick every day.
Yeah.
At least I did, because I know I'm very, very loud.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to get over that. It's okay. Yeah, you can just deal with it.
I don't want a PR knock at the door like, why are you being so loud there? You can ask Peyton. Yesterday we were recording Love of the Star, and I was actively whispering throughout the whole thing because that was 8 o'clock at night Tampa time, and I didn't know who got here and started trying to get some sleep in. So.
All right. Well, all that matters, the connection is money. So good job, guys, behind the scenes setting that up. We're all on the Zoom, including Bobby's silhouette. So nice job, Ryan, with that fan cam twitch.
It was Nixon. Nixon did it.
look at the fan cam up there.
So amazing.
I absolutely love it. Okay. First thing that pops out to your mind, Choppy, NFL wildcard weekend. What's the biggest storyline that jumps out, number one?
Well, my first takeaway from NFL wildcard weekend was these were unwatchable competitive games.
Every game felt like you could shut it off in 10 minutes, that it was going to be over.
Yeah.
Someone's going to get boat raced, and then all of a sudden the script flipped.
Yeah, these were competitive games. Like I said, they were well-played games. They were competitive games. And, there was I can't watch bad quarterback play. And they had a lot of that. There was a lot of bad quarterback play because you had backups playing all over the place. Then you had backups playing in Minnesota and the Giants game. Those are backups.
I actually thought some of the backups played well.
They did play well.
So every game was within 7 points except for San Fran, Seattle. Every game was within the 7 points, and Seattle was up in that game, and they were basically tied at halftime. And then you had Jacksonville and the Chargers. That was a 1-point game. Bills win by 3. Giants-Vikings, that's a 7-point game. And then last night, I thought Tyler Huntley, stepped in pretty well for Lamar Jackson as the Ravens lose by 7.
Yeah, I mean, and he had that one boneheaded play near the goal line, which I still don't know what he was. I mean, he was like 2 yards out.
Took off a little early.
He took off just a tick early.
A little bit early. But look, San Fran looked like that was going to be a blowout instantly. And then we all know that the Charger-Jags game looked like that was done at halftime. I thought Buffalo was going to crush Miami early on.
They were up big. They were up, 17?
Yeah. And then I thought Cincy was just going to handle Baltimore out of the gate. But the weekend taught us to stick around, and that got close. Bobby, what jumps out to you first about the games?
San Francisco's the best team in the NFL right now. That's what jumps out to me. Is that, which I had them at number 2 in the final regular season power rankings that we did, but they're so damn dominant. And one of the things that they do is they just pile drive teams in the second half, and that continued again with Seattle. And so that was the big thing that stood out to me. I thought there was, you see, as Chop mentioned, some close games that just look like it on the box score. Like I thought Buffalo, Miami, I never had a doubt Buffalo was winning that game. That didn't feel like as close as it was, it didn't feel like Miami was actually in that at any point. And my biggest takeaway is probably that, Choppy and I went 5-0 on our picks this week, and that you were trying to spike the football when the Chargers were up 27.
Was I think,
who watches more football?
I think I was 3-2. Hey, all of us got frozen. All of us got put on the freezing cold takes with that game.
No, Choppy and I didn't. We went 5-0, so I think that's.
You were trolling Bassick, saying, "I hope you traded Trevor's cards. I hope you got rid of them on Friday." We all thought, but look,
I still think that he looked like a Wendy's deal. He was 4 for 4. He had the 4 touchdowns, 4 picks.
He did.
That's still bad.
Man, Vegas got killed in that one because at 21 zip, everyone jumped on the Jags live bet because they knew that was a fluke score because you were never going to throw 4 picks in the set. That wasn't going to happen. And some of those, like the first interception was bad luck.
And they didn't realize Brandon Staley would run the ball 7 times in the second half.
Well, they didn't realize that one either.
7 times.
So this was like everyone jumped on Jags live bet.
My takeaways in order is I agree with Bobby on San Fran. We're going to get to the poll question at 6 a.m. Where did you want the Cowboys to go? I wanted them to avoid San Francisco. So yesterday, that Giant game was a double whammy for me. My meatball friends get to brag on the text chain, the meatballers from New York. The Giants win, forcing us to go to San Francisco if the Cowboys win tonight. So San Fran deadly from all aspects. I think the most balanced team. I think Bobby's saying that they are the favorite right now. Is not crazy at all. And then my second takeaway, and this will get into Dan Orlovsky trying to rub it in my face. Daniel Jones looked legitimate yesterday. Now, I know he's been playing well for a month, but it wasn't just running yesterday. He was making some big-time throws. I know it's an easy comparison, but he has that Eli Manning type mannerism where it looks like he's never bothered. He's never going to get happy. He's never going to get ticked. He can handle all the New York heat and the pressure, right? He's a smart guy, we think, coming out of the Ivy League. And is Duke Ivy League?
I mean, they're an Ivy League type school, but they're not in the conference. No.
He just looked like he was ready to handle this moment, and that the New York Giants with Brian Daboll, maybe Philadelphia did not want to see them going there next weekend.
Well, I mean, the Eagle, as the Fantex points out, the Eagles might be playing the second best quarterback in the division in Daniel Jones. Dak might be maybe 12 out of 14 was too high. It was too high for him. Who knows? Who knows? I disagree, but who knows?
Bobby, did you have a change of mind, or where have you been on Daniel Jones over the past month?
I've always liked Daniel Jones as just like a mid-level quarterback, and I really like his intangibles and his toughness and everything else. And I mean, you still saw some of that on display yesterday. But yeah, there's no doubt he's a tremendous athlete. He's a great dual threat quarterback. Even with the 17 for 80 yards, it was even better than that. He was actually 14 for 82 before he kneeled down 3 times. And so, I was very impressed with him. And I'm also just thrilled that the Vikings are out. because that's the flukiest football team in the history of the world, and they did not deserve to continue to have their luck benefit from that like they had. So incredibly big stones from Brian Daboll to call on fourth down twice in the fourth quarter, especially that second one. That's on your own 45. You're up by a touchdown with time running out. That was gutsy.
All right, let's take things over to the AFC, and then we start the Cowboys, Bucks preview and picks at 6 o'clock. It's a football Monday. No one else going to be talking more pigskin than Sean, RJ, and the Silhouette right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Here's the snap, fires it to Beasley at the 3, lunges for the end zone, touchdown! Welcome back, Cole Beasley! Buffalo back in front!
Ugh, the hot sauce getting poured out there in Buffalo. Cole Beasley retiring and coming back for the 17th time helps the Buffalo Bills finally put away the Miami Dolphins. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt live in Tampa Bay to recap NFL Wild Card Weekend. So I disagree with Bobby over the feeling in the Bills-Miami game. I actually felt like Buffalo was in a little bit of trouble. There were a couple points in times in that game where I said, like with the amount of times the Bills turn it over, with the amount of times Josh Allen turned it over yesterday, are they going to suffer one of the greatest upsets of all time? Bobby in his notes said he thought Skylar Thompson was awful. I disagree with that. I thought Skylar Thompson got screwed by some drops. The play in this game, right? Each of these games had a turning point. The game last night, it was the 98-yard fumble return with Huntley. That ended that game. And the play that ended this game is actually causing a tremendous Mike McDaniel argument. 3rd and 19, own goal line. Let's just run all goes. Let's air it out. Let's try to pick up this first down. And Thompson gets picked off, and that felt like it ended it for Miami. So Mike McDaniel is getting crushed for that. The time management issues with the delay of games and the communication at the end of that one. And then you have the other side saying, wait a second, Mike McDaniel was up and lost to 3 with a third-string quarterback on the road. Hell of a coaching job. Hell of a job by him. So that's the Mike McDaniel split that's taking place this morning. But I thought the Bills were in more trouble than Bobby did.
I mean, look, when it's a close game, you're trailing at any point. I mean, you are going to be in trouble. You're especially when you're getting late in the game. I thought Buffalo.
Well, I never felt like San Fran was really in trouble.
Well, no, they were playing. San Fran hasn't played a good team since October. All right, we got to pump the brakes on those frauds. But the fraudy Niners, the San Francisco fraudy Niners, we got to pump the brakes here, guys. I mean, they played the best team they played is what, Tampa since October.
Did you come up with that?
I just thought of it right there.
The fraudy
Niners. I didn't think Skylar Thompson was very good. I don't have a Mike McDaniel. I can't kill Mike McDaniel. He was in a competitive game with a third stringer, with a backup. He was in a competitive situation. Like, I can't kill that. Like, that to me is a great coaching job. That's a great coaching job.
Well, do we look at it from the macro or the micro? Like, the macro, yeah, you go into Buffalo, you lose by 3. No one had that happening. But then, Bobby, you do have to break down and isolate game situations, right? With the delays, with the time, with the clock management. He's in charge of the game. If Mike McCarthy did that, we'd be talking about Mike getting run out of here. We would be destroying him as a moron, not knowing how to handle the game, and then the 3rd and 19 backed up in their own end. How do you view that?
Yeah, look, I mean, when you don't have T.Y. Hilton, you can't take those kind of shots.
Right.
Okay, that's my first impression. No, but the other thing is that it happens every January. Like, if you start fumbling clock management, you lose in the playoffs. Like, that's a consistent. There's not a whole lot of instances of the Mike McCarthy against the Chargers where you settle for a 59-yard field goal. That doesn't work out in the playoffs generally. There's not a lot of, that you sweated that, but you won and you moved on. Generally, if you're the one, having clock mistakes, you lose. And I think there was more to it than just that with Miami. I mean, they went up, they had that scoop and score, but then they trailed for the last 20 minutes of the game. Buffalo dominated the box score. Skylar Thompson, I never felt like on those drives at the end was any threat to go down the field and score. He couldn't get Jalen Waddle involved at all.
Wait a second. Blame Jalen Waddle for that.
There's a
Jalen 50-yard bomb that Jalen Waddle dropped off the jump that kind of screwed over Skylar's stats, right?
That's one throw, though. Like, what are we talking about in terms of throughout the course of the game? Why was it into the second half, I think, before he touched the ball, and it was on a run? Skylar Thompson was fine. I didn't expect him to be, Tua or to be some, super stud. But, also at the end of the day, you got to have Waddle involved. You can't go 18 of 45. You can't have as many interceptable throws as he did.
4 false start penalties, a delay of game on 4th and 1 from midfield.
4th and a foot.
With just over 2 minutes to go. The try on 4th and 6 was incomplete. Miami never got the ball back.
No, and that 4th and 6.
And by the way, McDaniel explained it afterwards, saying they thought they got a first down.
Yeah, they thought they got and that to me is where I think football needs to figure out something in terms of
like communicating it. Can't be any confusion there.
Right. They have to measure. They have to bring the chains out and measure if it gets that close. Put a chip in the ball for all I care.
Chip in the ball.
You know how hard we have VAR in soccer,
tennis.
You know, just figure it out. So you don't have situations like this. You know, and they talked about that on broadcast where, you know, on that 4th and 6, you know, Skyler missed Tyreek. He had him open in the NFL. That was and I think it was almost like that. That's a touchdown right there. It's a touchdown. I don't know if it's a touchdown, but I mean they had him open.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. Bobo is in Tampa. Did you go out? Did you pay the town? Literally?
No, absolutely not. It's Tampa Bay. It's Jacksonville Southwest or whatever it is for Florida. Actually, it is a lot nicer than Jacksonville. I will say that.
Bobby, Choppy, I do have to say it's not a great look for your Jacksonville argument that the post-game Jag celebration was at Waffle House.
That's a great kidding me?
With T-Law.
That is an amazing thing. There's a Waffle House right by my house. Me and my neighbors, we love that Waffle House. We go there all the time. Waffle House is amazing. I will not stand for Waffle House slander.
What do you get there? What's the order?
Depends on what time of day it is.
Drunk 1 a.m.
Oh, the burgers are great.
What?
Oh, they're fantastic.
Really?
Oh, the burgers are to die for at Waffle House.
And you can go there. Some places you can't go sober. You
can go sober. I wouldn't recommend it. But you can go sober.
Bobo,
you can go sober to Waffle House. I never have.
Yeah.
And I love it. Like you get the bacon, egg, and cheese toaster. That's fine. But when that is like your star quarterback's like, hey, this is where I'm going for my post game celebration. You have a problem in Jacksonville.
He's from Georgia. That's what they do.
Georgia?
That's what they do in Georgia on a Saturday night. They go to Waffle House.
So no gatherings, no Tampa food, no hot spots?
No, we didn't have a hospitality suite. I would have gone there. But other than that, no, I stayed in. I was writing stuff. I was sending notes. I was watching the game. I recorded with Broadus. So, no, none of that. I ordered a burger up to the room. From in-room dining. Don't worry, not expensing that. Nobody has to freak out. But I did order the burger up here, which was very mid. But otherwise,
mid.
It was medium rare. Yeah.
Okay.
And so no, it's
I'm shocked that you would order medium rare for a burger.
Why?
You're like very food conservative.
Yeah.
Like you would risk it with a little bit of pink.
Yeah, you're Charles Barkley. You order well done. You cut your steak all at once.
I risk it for a lot of pink, Sean. Okay,
Juicy and
that's
pink.
all about my burger. Yeah, of course.
Put that on
so
the switch.
I will say, aesthetically, it's much nicer than Jacksonville. It's actually not a bad-looking city, but I haven't gone out to really experience it yet.
All right,
and I'm gonna sleep. I'm gonna sleep after the show all the way up until we got to go to the stadium.
And what time you got to head out there?
4 p.m. Eastern.
Are you seeing like a Cowboys representation already?
Oh yeah, there were a ton of people in the hotel lobby when we came and checked in last night.
Quavo?
And so, but it's no, I gotta get some sleep. Man, we're scheduled to land at 3:30 in the morning tomorrow.
Just come right here from the airport.
That's what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna sleep on the couch for 90 minutes, get into one cycle of REM sleep.
Oh,
that's I would not sleep on this couch here.
Hazmat suit for this thing? You kidding me?
No, I'm gonna sleep in the couch by the elevators, not the one in the studio.
Okay.
Oh, your son's couch.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vape couch.
The one where you punish him when you catch him in school. All right, it's time to start previewing Cowboys, Buccaneers, and I want to know how you all voted. Depending on the Giants game, that was going to decide the Cowboys' possible second-round fate. And please, for the love of God, don't be. We need to focus on tonight first. You're not playing. You're not playing Al Bundy. We just need to focus on the Bucs first, one game at a time. Let's not look ahead. Did you want the Cowboys to go to Philly, San Fran, and what are going to be the major factors to decide if they even make it that far? 6 a.m. Club Inside the Star, next.
Listen.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Teams come to the center of the field. The final 25 seconds tick off the clock, and the New York Giants are on to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles. The final score, the Giants 31 and the Vikings 24.
And that, of course, determines the Cowboys' fate if they advance past Tampa Bay tonight. Good morning, Metroplex. It looks like the sun is coming up in Tampa Bay.
Wow.
Right on the face of Roberto Belt on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What is that shirt? Are you wearing a button-down collared shirt?
Yeah, but I don't have pants on.
Why would you be wearing a collared shirt right now and you're going to sleep after the show? Why would you be wearing a collared shirt right now?
Because I need to look. I need to look presentable. I'm like the news people. I've got the collared shirt here, and then I've got no pants on below. And so,
all right.
I'm not. Look. If I'm sitting in a hotel room to broadcast, I'm not broadcasting with pants on. All you got to see is from the chest up. That's all that matters, guys.
The Vikings ended the season 11-1 in games decided by a touchdown or less.
Oh, you just hate to see. You just hate to see a regression to the mean happen in the postseason.
I know.
You just hate to see it.
11-0 in the regular season, 0-1 in the postseason as Danny Dimes goes into Minnesota and makes Dan Orlovsky look fantastic. Daniel Jones, the first player all time, with 300-plus passing yards, 2 or more passing touchdowns, and 70 or more rushing yards in a postseason game. At one point, every Giants scoring drive was at least 75 yards.
Yeah.
There was no defense to be found in this one. I mean, wide open players, especially on the New York side. Saquon did his thing on only 9 carries. The Giants had over 100 rushing yards, and we weren't even halfway through the second quarter. Giants controlled this game, it felt like, on the scoreboard, and they end up winning. Have we changed our mind over the Giants as a threat right now, or change our mind on DJ?
Well, Daniel Jones is what you've changed your mind on, and which means you would change your mind on the Giants as a whole anyway. He was 7th at QBR in the NFL this year. Like, he was very, very good. I refuse to give him any credit, or that necklace coach they've got.
That what?
Necklace.
What's that mean?
He said no neck. He's like me. We got no neck. Him and I, we're in the same club. We have no neck club. Okay, it's not a very good club to be in. I used to be 2 inches taller, and then my neck shrunk. But Daniel Jones has been tremendous. He really has. Like, he may have had a better year than Dak. I don't know. I have to go look at it. But he's 7th at QBR this year. That's fantastic. Of the top 12 guys in the NFL in QBR, only 2 didn't make the playoffs. One of them was Jared Goff with a winning record. So, like, that, it's a pretty predictable stat. He was fantastic.
Peyton pulled some audio of a New York Giants watch party. This is my worst nightmare of my friend group. This is what some Giants fans sounded like after they advanced to round 2.
And McKinney makes the tackle, and we're going to the second round. We're going to the second round, people. Minnesota and you.
Dude, we did it, man. Wow. We so deserve this, man. For all the hell, the misery, the losing seasons being the laughingstock. Think about this. Just a little over 365 days ago, the Giants ran 2 QB sneaks, 2 plays in a row. Fired their head coach, fired their GM. John Mara was at the lowest point that he was ever at. Fast forward 1 calendar year, the Giants have won a playoff game, and they will be playing the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's like Jim Nantz written out championship script of the NCAA tournament.
So
Where's
bad.
one shining moment for these fools? Man.
Can I be a wet blanket already?
On
this
who?
Morning?
For who?
The Cowboys.
Oh, fine.
Could you imagine if the Eagles beat the Giants next week and the Cowboys were to lose this game, and then you're looking at getting embarrassed in the finale against Washington, and then the other two NFC East teams won a playoff game. I mean, that'd be tough.
You could be a wet blanket, or you could just stay in Tampa and just never come back.
Yeah, I'm looking at it in my bank account as I have a lifelong Screaming Eagle wine bet on who wins the next title between the Cowboys and the Giants. If the Giants win a championship before we do, it's a bottle of Screaming Eagle. I've never had it. I made the bet, and then I looked up the price, and I realized what a humongous mistake that was.
Which year?
I know. The cheapest one.
Okay, all right.
Whatever the cheapest year is I think we're going 4 digits for that bottle of wine. And the Giants are sitting here alive. And this is why a lot of people think Brian Daboll is the coach of the year. And that, of course, the Dexter Lawrence penalty, I thought it was a tremendous call. A great call by the referee. So look, there was 2 things that happened on that. Didn't they call him really for the hit to the face? Not the way he threw him down. He hit him across the face.
It's such a stupid rule. Let it go. And by the way, you want to talk about dominant? Dexter Lawrence in that game was freaking dominant. That's a terrifying guy in the division for the next several years. He's been incredible this year.
So you had Dexter Lawrence, and then people are getting on Cousins for the final throw. People are making fun of Minnesota for that little dump down play that had no chance of getting the first down. Yeah. And Bobby's doing it on the fan cam. Props to the New York Giants Twitter account assassinating the Viking fans with SKO capital L.
Oh, baby.
They scold them.
The skull reference.
Man.
Just ripping off Iceland and their chants left and right. That's what Minnesota's doing.
So was this a good season for Minnesota?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Nobody predicted them to win the NFC North. They got a home game in the playoffs, 3 seed. Yeah, it was a good season. I don't see how it isn't a good season for them because they far exceeded expectations.
Choppy, aren't you more about the whole body of work than the results?
I think the whole body of work is this was a good season.
but
the results would be this was not a good season.
Here's what I'm saying. Like you consistently called them frauds and said that they were putting up terrible numbers. So the fact that they flukily got a result of getting into the playoffs and then getting one and done, wouldn't you say that was a bad season?
No. I think if they flukily won the Super Bowl, I would say that was like a, you know what I mean? Like the regular season over 17 weeks, 18 weeks. I mean, they were a good team. They weren't a great team, but they exceeded the expectations of their season.
They're the luckiest team in the history of football.
100%. Absolutely. But if I'm O'Connell, I'm going to be like, I got my chest puffed out.
All right. Let's get to the poll. Let's get to the poll question based upon this game, which was going to determine what happens to the Cowboys next week if they win tonight. Where did you prefer the Cowboys to go? Philly, San Fran, and just to make fun of everyone who voted for this third option, focus on Tampa. So 2,500 Tolos have voted on this. It's now, of course, finalized. Where did you think it was best for the Cowboys to go?
Let's focus on Tampa, Sean. I mean, you have to take it one game at a time. You can't go anywhere beyond
41% of you voted for that option. That is so lame.
No, because that's how you do it.
So lame. 41%.
Look, my answer is pretty simple. Tampa is the hurdle. Okay. Philadelphia's got a, I don't know what their how healthy is Jalen Hurts, whatever. San Francisco, the 49ers, they have played literally nobody. Like they're a better team than the Cowboys. But can we tap the brakes on this group of clowns that has not played literally anybody since they got destroyed by Kansas City? Go look at their schedule. Go look at it. I'll read it off to you right now. Since they played KC, they played the Rams, the Chargers, the Cardinals, the Saints, the Dolphins on a transcontinental trip. I think Miami's closer to London than it is San Francisco.
Transcontinental.
The Buccaneers. Let's see. Seattle, Washington, Raiders, Cardinals. Where's the team? Who have they played to give anybody any notion that this is a great team? Now, they may be good. They may be better than the Cowboys. Whatever. All I know is they've played literally a worse schedule than Tulane.
They've played literally 4 playoff teams that you just listed, and how terrible is this schedule that they have?
Okay,
5 games against 4 playoff teams.
Seattle? Are you gonna pound
Chargers,
your chest on
Seahawks,
Seattle? Chargers? You're gonna pound your chest on Chargers? A Chargers team that can't even get out of their own way half the time?
Yes.
A Tampa team with a losing record? Miami, who's got a quarterback who didn't know what day it was? You're gonna pound your chest on that? I mean, I don't know who's bigger frauds, them or TCU.
Oh my gosh!
Who didn't deserve to be where they were more?
Dude,
San Francisco is the 2 seed, or TCU is the number 2 team in the nation.
Woo! You're not allowed to show your face in Fort Worth anymore, man.
I live there.
All the
I can do whatever. You know what? I can say that about my own. Okay,
Yeah, but Bobby's the new king of Fort Worth with his Billy Bob's appearance.
I know. Are you going to the rodeo tomorrow? Because I am. All right, are you going to the rodeo? I'll be there. Bulls night out, baby.
No, I will not be at the rodeo.
Bulls night out. I'll be there. You gonna be there? I don't think so.
Bulls night out. Choppy coming out on fire this morning. 877-881-1053. Bobby, where did you want the Cowboys to end up going?
Philly. I think Philly's a more vulnerable team right now, but there's also an argument to be made. I think that if your season's going to end against San Francisco anyway, if that's potentially what it is, just find out now. You're going to have to go on the road and play San Francisco at some point in all likelihood anyway, so get it out of the way now. And so there's that aspect to it. And plus, the way the Giants are playing, if you can potentially get a home game in the NFC title, sure, take it.
These are the factors to weigh in that the Tolos brought up. San Francisco revenge. They want to go to San Francisco and end them in their place like they did us last year. Hosting the NFC Championship game. If the Giants win, you would host the Giants in Arlington. Go to San Fran, guys. There are more Cowboy fans in Santa Clara, in that area. You could have more of a home field representation. Cowboy fans in San Fran versus Cowboys in Philly. We never hear Cowboy fans in Philly. That's true. Look, the correct answer is go to Philadelphia. You're familiar with them. Jalen Hurts sounds compromised. Dak Prescott versus the NFC East. Dak Prescott against Philly. I want no parts of the 49ers. I have more confidence in scoring more points against the Eagles than I do San Francisco. So I would have preferred for the Cowboys. I'm not worried about the home field down the road. I would have preferred the Cowboys to go to Philly versus San Fran. So yesterday was a loss in my opinion. The Giants win, and now we have to go to the best defense left.
The best news that you face of going to Philly would be that you know them.
Yeah.
You know them very well. And Dak Prescott historically does very well against NFC East teams, and historically does not do nearly as well against teams that aren't in the NFC East.
Well, this thing ended up 40-40-20. 40% of the Tolos said go to Filthy. 40% said focus on Tampa. And 20% said go to San Francisco. So 40-40-20. That's how it ended up.
All right. Okay. Wait, we'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out. You got to get by Tampa first.
And I think it opened up as an 8.5-point spread. The Giants at Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think it was 8.5.
That high? Think that's high? Too high?
No, I don't think it's too high. Usually, maybe in a playoff game, it's too high. I thought it would have come in at 7.5.
It's at 7 right now.
It's 7. Okay.
Jags Chiefs is 8.5.
That's the 8.5 one.
Bengals Bills is 4.5. And the schedule is decided, by the way. So Saturday, doubleheader starting at 3:30. Jacksonville at Kansas City, 7:15. Giants Eagles. Sunday at 2, Bengals at Bills, and then the Cowboys or Tampa Bay would play San Francisco at 5:30 on Fox.
Yes, that's the
later schedule. We're going to get that because of the later game this week.
Cowboys were going to get Sunday anyway.
Yep.
The winner of this game was going to get Sunday anyway because of the Monday night game. And then obviously you would put them on in the Sunday night window if you had a chance.
All right, let's head on over to the AFC. Is this Sean Payton's next job? Did it just open up after what happened Saturday night between the Jags and the Chargers? And is this the end of Lamar Jackson as well? Sean McVay has made his decision. The Lamar saga, would they have won that game last night with Lamar Jackson? And is Sean Payton about to coach Justin Herbert? Next on The Fan. Well, y'all, what was the...
Soda and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Patterson's kick is up. The field goal is good! 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 The Jaguars have won it! The Jaguars have won it! They have come back from 27-0 to win the game!
Yeah, I think you can tell that was Jags Radio with the call. This is Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is live in Tampa, getting you ready for the Cowboys and the Buccaneers here on your home of America's team. 4 o'clock pregame, and then, of course, we will own all the ratings and all the attention for Monday Night Football. I was pretty surprised to read that Jacksonville's comeback goes down as the 5th most improbable win of the season. There were 4 other games that were crazier comebacks than that.
Are we talking from win probability standpoints? Is that what it is?
I don't know. The 5th most improbable is all I saw.
It's got to be it. I don't know. I mean,
at one point, the win probability dropped to as low as 1.5%, with their live odds to win reaching as high as 28-1, according to Caesars. Down 27-0 with 3:18 left in the second quarter.
Yeah, and then obviously they get a TD, and then they go on a run in the second half. Man, that was a tremendous comeback from Jacksonville.
And Trevor is still, was it a tremendous comeback, Bobby, or?
It was a choke job. That was the Chargers choking. That there's zero reason the Chargers should have lost that game. I mean, Jacksonville made plays and they came back, and that's all well and good and stuff. But I mean, the fact that when teams lose the turnover margin by 5 and they convert 20% or fewer of their third downs, they were 0-38 all time. Jaguars are the first team to win that.
Wow.
They were not exactly dominant.
They won the turnover margin by 5. They won it by 5 and lost.
I know. You don't see that. You never see that.
Because you never see, rarely see 5 turnovers even.
I know, right? Usually the quarterback's taking it out of the game by then. This is the interesting thing is, with every great comeback, you have to have a great collapse at the same time. Like, you're not going to get, when Buffalo made their comeback on Houston, it wasn't only because of Buffalo.
Right.
Houston played into it as well.
Sure.
And, to go harken back 30 years on you. And then the same thing here. Some of it was Jacksonville, and the Chargers had to do their part to help. And both teams, Houston and Jacksonville, Houston and the Chargers, didn't run the ball very much in the second half. Same for the Falcons in the Super Bowl. Now, you could say that, well,
Austin Eckler had 0 yards in the second half.
Yeah, well, he averaged 2.5 for the game. So maybe they're like, well, we can't run the ball anyway. Our best chance of getting first downs is to put the ball into Justin Herbert's hands. And guess what? He stunk too. Okay? The regression from Justin Herbert, no one will talk about.
What a pass he's going to get for this.
Holy cow. They're all going to point to Brandon Staley when they shouldn't be. They should be pointing at Justin Herbert. The lowest average depth of target in the NFL this year, outside of, I don't know.
What does that mean?
The amount you throw, the distance in the air, your intended air yards.
He had the lowest?
Right, Matt Ryan, and then him.
Oh, my Lord.
So, let's.
That's why I took Dak over Herbert for this weekend.
For a guy with all-world talent and all the physical tools, to be that much of a wuss, a scaredy cat. What other words can we use that are not offensive?
None.
For that, come on.
4-4 for T-Law. 4 first-half interceptions. Then he threw touchdown passes on 4 consecutive drives. Again, we need to recategorize the interceptions for Trevor. The first one was tipped.
Mm-hmm.
The second one may have been PI. A lot of Cowboy fans checking where Asante Samuel was drafted compared to Kelvin Joseph Roberto and not making them happy on Saturday night. Was Kelvin taken ahead of Asante?
Yes. Yeah, Kelvin was taken ahead of Asante. I still think if Trayvon Merrick would have been there, that's who they would have taken. But look, yeah, they Asante Samuel was smaller. I don't think they had a lot of interest in him. And they ultimately went with the high character boss man Fat.
Okay. Is this the end of Brandon Staley? This is the opening for Sean Payton. Choppy, you said late last week You are not accepting any job. I think Carolina is getting set to get permission to interview Peyton. We got Denver. We got Houston. You said you're waiting for Herbert. This is the opening for the Chargers if they want to take it. This is the opening to get Sean Payton as the head coach of L.A. Now, Adam Schefter said he kind of called L.A. cheap as an organization. He said, given the Chargers' history, he'd be surprised if they did everything that it was going to do in order to go and get Sean Payton. So Schefter was suggesting, Bobby, that this would be a little bit of a surprise to him. Should it be, and will it be the end of Staley? Let's start there.
I don't think so. I don't think they're going to fire Brandon Staley. He's somebody who's got such a
mediocre record
across the league. But he does that. But I mean, he's somebody who's got so many high marks across the league. I don't see them flipping a switch on him like that. Now, should it be the end? I don't know. Maybe. If guys aren't responding, if you are, leading choke jobs like this, like the one at the end of last season too, then maybe that's something to discuss. But I don't think they will. If they were to move on, I wouldn't. Chargers is one of those jobs that Peyton apparently is interested in. Same sort of thing. The Chargers have notoriously been cheap for several years, and I don't know that they want to fork that over.
I think they got to go over the top to generate some interest there. I mean, the LA Chargers have the worst home field advantage in all of football. They have the worst support, and you got to ram it up and bring in a rock star in order to try to change that. I think they have to go over the top to try and get him.
I mean, no one's showing up because of the coach. Like, Deion is going to bring interest to Colorado. No one's going to show up to watch Deion Sanders coach.
They're going to have a packed house. I guarantee you that.
They will, because they're going to be a good team. They've got a ton of guys already in the transfer. They're going to be a good team, so they're going to have a packed house. But they ain't going to have a packed house because Deion's coaching. No one's going to show up to see Deion put his headset down and raise his little microphone thing. Come on, guys, what's going on? No one's going to show up for that. I'm with Bobby. I don't think they do and then make a move. Yeah, you could argue that they should or shouldn't.
2 years in, 9-8, 10-7. So he's 4 games over 500, finished second and third in the West.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to finish first in that division. Like, never. Literally never. You're literally never going to finish first. That you might finish there. It might be that 1 year.
He gets hurt.
Right? Like, Brady lost that 1 year. I think it was his second year in the league. And then, like Manning lost like 1 year in Indy where Tennessee had like a 15-1 record. It's going to take something crazy for Mahomes not to win the West.
And then, of course, after the game, they had to shout out Bobby Belt in Jags County.
I can honestly say this in all my years of being around this game and being around what we did in the first half compared to the second half. Okay, this one goes down. This one goes down as one of the greatest victories I've ever had. But hey, before we get out of here, we got to get at least one. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
And then Trevor went to the Waffle House to celebrate.
Yeah. Oh, what a move. That's a boss move by Trevor right there.
Look at Bobby.
I think Bobby's frozen on the Zoom. I don't think.
Who claims as a county?
I don't understand.
Do you run around going Terran?
I live in Denton. Denton County. I don't do that one either, but it's still, still 2 syllables. I can do the same thing. I'm a much bigger fan of Trevor going to the Waffle House. It's a Southern institution than I am with him and the team chanting out county lines. You know what? They didn't chant out A1A, the highway over there. Whoa! They do that.
Let me put it on the record. This is going to be the end of Brandon Staley, and they're going to go and get Sean Payton.
Here's the problem.
This is going to be night.
Here's the problem. You would be foolish to give up a first-round pick for a coach. Foolish.
This coach going to make me...
No, he's not. The only thing that's going to make you is Justin Herbert.
Well, can he take Herbert to the next level? I know you don't believe in coaching a quarterback. That's possible. Like Kyle Shanahan probably gets no responsibility for Brock Purdy in your mind. But are the Chargers supposed to be an 11-6 or 12-5 team with this talent at QB, and they're not there with Staley? They're 10-7 at best.
Yeah, he's also a kid. the quarterback. Like, he's not going to be there yet. He's not Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is the only one that gets there that quick. So, no, I don't think they're behind schedule. They made the playoffs in the coach's second year there at 10-7. That's a fair mark.
All right, I'm calling the end.
You give up a first for Sean Payton.
I'm just saying, I think with the pressure of this, Sean Payton's availability, which this is now or never, and if they want to actually have a fan base, I think I'm factoring that in heavily. I'm factoring that in that they're a joke. No one cares about them there. They're the Clippers in that stadium.
Never should have left.
They're the Clippers in that stadium, and you got to shake. This is their Parcells type hire. Again, Bill Parcells is a legend. This is their Parcells type moment, and I think they have to take it. That's my opinion. Is this the what, Bob?
Now that I don't know that they are ever going to win a fan base in Los Angeles. Like the Rams had like a bunch of 49ers fans taking over the NFC title game last year.
Right.
So I think you're in LA, you're never going to have a fan base.
Speaking of LA, Sean McVay has graced us with his return. As the reports are, he's going to come back to the Rams as Aaron Donald may or may not have retired last night.
May or may not have retired. We don't know what happened there with Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald just kind of trolling us all on Twitter bio. But Sean McVay coming back. Look at this. I mean, I'm so glad that he was able to tough it out and stick it out and say, you know what, I'm going to go through this rebuild with a number one pick at quarterback that we traded 2 first rounders for.
So this brought up a battle amongst I can't keep the gens straight anymore. Z or X, I don't know what it is. But someone tweeted, Sean McVay ready to call it quits after he won 1 Super Bowl at age 36 versus Belichick, trying to rebuild a mediocre roster at age 71 is the greatest illustration of the difference between millennials and boomers. That was the tweet. That blew up. And the response from the person who tweeted it, just for the record, I'm on Sean McVay's side. This is the way it should be. And all us old heads reacted with, you little wuss quitters. And this is the millennial saying, no, you guys just want to be stuck and miserable in these jobs you don't like with your tough, finish the job mentality. So this broke out amongst generations.
Yeah, God forbid you got to finish the job mentality. Yeah.
Well, he did finish it. They won a title. He did what he was supposed to do.
Cutting and running. Now he wants to cut and run.
He won a title, and now he's quiet quitting.
He is quiet quitting. I'm a big fan of quiet quitting. All right, quiet quitting is the way to get out of relationships. That's the way to get out. Just kind of give up on it, and then let the other person break up with you. That's the way to go. That's the way to get out of a relationship.
Here's what the person wrote. Given the current discourse around work-life balance, I just found the juxtaposition funny. If the reports are true, McVay coming to a point of understanding that things are bigger than his profession is incredibly admirable. So that's the difference in work philosophies that we now have in the country.
He's right. Okay, things are bigger. What was the thing? Bigger. Yeah, I get it. Work-life balance. Once you lose that, you've lost it.
If he doesn't want to coach, but the report from Florida was he didn't want to coach this project anymore.
Yeah, he didn't want to coach the project. That to me is that's SAWFT.
The spirit of what they said may be true. Anybody who talks like that, I'm never going to be their friend.
I agree.
I would never hang out with a person who speaks like that.
Hang out with me.
You don't talk like that.
I know,
you don't say the importance of the work-life.
Yeah, Choppy's the
I gotta
opposite.
watch my gestures on the fan cam.
Give me a choppy sentence that sounds very RJ-esque. Opposite of that.
Football Outsider says about DVOA. That's
no. Where's my chicken legs and my eggs? Where are my chicken thighs?
My eggs are right here, baby.
Oh, there they are.
There they are, right there.
Is this the end of Brandon Staley? And was that the end of Lamar Jackson last night? Plus, Cowboys, Buccaneers headlines to bring you on a Football Monday next.
But let's get you over to the...
Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. It is game day. Some of the Tolos waking up saying they couldn't sleep. So you got to turn it on, leave it on. Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is in the Tampa, Florida hotel room. Are you right next to First Take? You're saying you're seeing a line forming right now?
Yes, there is a long line wrapped all the way around the building, and there's a bunch of like guardrails with First Take banners on them. So they're right over across the street.
Have you made your sign?
No, I need to. The problem is that they're going to be off the air by the time I think I get out there.
Well, if you have a wireless mic.
I don't. I'm in Tampa Bay.
You can walk outside the hotel room on the street doing the show and see if the playmaker or Stephen A., our new buddy, will give you a little whale shout out. The whale
I have
sign.
a cell phone. I could just walk down there with a cell phone, like put my cell phone on the Zoom meeting and just kind of go out there.
How many people deep you think that's going to be? You never get close.
Right now, it's.
Can you hold if you hold up your computer to the window? Would we be able to see it?
Maybe.
Try it.
Try.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Why not?
So I don't know. Can you guys see all the way down there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty sizable line already.
Okay, I'm trying to find the line.
Yeah. It's right down there by the street. You don't see the line of people wrapped around the building?
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
No,
is it across the courtyard?
Yes, across the street.
Yeah, it's a great view. We're just trying to find the exact line of people. You seen it there, Ralph?
Yeah, I think so.
Way down there.
Yeah,
okay, so
that's
look,
what I
you
was
see the
looking
bus?
at.
Do you see the bus?
Yeah.
Okay, look across the street from the bus. There's a line of people.
Okay, you don't have to get irritated. You're like showing us a whole city, and we're trying to do Where's Waldo here. It's not like it was like right in front. It was like across the street with a bus.
I'm frustrated with myself because I'm blind. Like I have to turn it around so I can't see the screen to describe what I'm looking at and to describe the line.
Yeah, you're right there. We're set.
Yeah, we see it.
We're good to go. As Stephen A. and Michael Irvin are going to have First Take. They're not coming on our show, so I don't think we need any more whale sounders.
But they do regularly in your face.
They do.
Right, they do.
They do regularly. By the way, Micah Parsons probably not going to get a lot of calls tonight, I don't think, as Micah, I told you he was Micah Doncic. They both complain about the referees nonstop. Micah, by the way, congratulations on being a father, I believe, again, as he said he had the new baby girl come into the world. Is that correct, Bobby?
He did. It was funny. Scott Golnick on the plane yesterday had these like ridiculously heavy laminated credentials that the Buccaneers sent, and he was like, "I had 14 pounds of credentials." He's like, "I had 2 Micah Parsons babies."
Well,
and so because Micah Parsons' girl, he said, was came in at 7 pounds. But here's the interesting thing: you talk about complaining about the refs.
What?
Broadus and I were talking about this last night, and I had to look it up. Do you know the last time the Cowboys got a holding call, like an opponent offensive lineman holding against them?
No.
Third quarter against Green Bay.
Wow.
Are you serious?
It's the last time an offensive lineman was flagged for holding against the Cowboys.
How is that
Meanwhile,
possible?
In that same time frame, the Cowboys' offensive linemen have been called for holding 9 times.
This happens every year for this team. Like, literally, go back. Wow. We said the same thing last year. Went like a month and a half without an offensive holding call on the other team.
Now they have gotten holding calls against like Traylon Burks of the Titans, but it's like receivers on the edge and stuff. Nothing in the trenches. No linemen since the Packers game.
Well, the Cowboys obviously they're not a pass rushing team. That's not one of their specialties.
Well, they're not. They're not, and they don't bring the physicality. They don't bring the ruckus, as the kids would say.
They're not known for getting after the quarterback whatsoever.
No, they're not. They're not at all.
So that was Micah on fatherhood. He also, according to Nick Eatman, becomes the the first defensive player to make the AP first team All-Pro in each of his first 2 seasons. The second player overall was Bob Hayes. So that is Micah making the AP team that really matters. And here he is going after the officials over the weekend, basically saying, now you see how trash they are. The referees. Mm-hmm. Now you see how bad things are. And it's like, what are you doing? Shut up. And then, even worse than that, Jesse Holley noticed that the guys off the plane brought up those stupid necklaces again as they're trying to recreate the hot noise.
Oh, yeah, the hot boy necklaces.
That made me cringe, Bobby. I'm sorry. I can't stand it.
No, it made me cringe as well. You know how typically, like, when you see that, I'm sure the players would expect some reaction like, oh, Cowboys by 100. Like, when I see the hot boys necklaces, I go, oh, Bucks by 100. It's done. The season's over. And
Jalen Smith is in the divisional round, by the way.
Yes, he is. Oh, no.
Did you see Jalen post-game?
No.
Jalen was wearing one of those giant oversized hats, and it said,
God.
him.
I hate those hats. Those hats are so annoying. Those giant, ridiculous hats.
So there they are trying to recreate the hot noise. Micah Parsons calling out the referees and the officials. I'm sure that will do him a lot of good. That should get more holding penalties that we have not seen since the third quarter of the Green Bay game. Okay, last night, the Ravens keep it close. 98-yard fumble return, the longest fumble return in the history of the NFL playoffs. What is the Lamar Jackson fallout going to be? Bobby, after the game, J.K. Dobbins, Ravens running back, was talking about Lamar and the offensive staff not happy.
Yeah, he wasn't just talking about Lamar. He was talking about how he needs more touches and this is ridiculous. But yeah, he did say, he said, if Lamar's out there, we win. And now he couched it by saying, no disrespect to Tyler Huntley. He did his best, and he shouldn't have ever been put in position that he was with the sneak and then for the fumble to occur. But J.K. Dobbins was pretty furious and letting it be known that he needs to play more and that they would have won with Lamar Jackson in there. And if that's the case, then you need to complain to Lamar Jackson. So,
yeah, well, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong on that one. But look, Dobbins averaged nearly 5 yards a carry. Of course he needed more touches.
Oh, he said at the goal line he should have gotten the football.
Of course he should have. Now, they also decided to bunch everybody up, bring the linebackers into play, which is one of the – I've never understood that, where at the goal line you bunch everyone together.
Well, Mark Schlereth told us, right, you want to get an offensive lineman on a DB. He told us that at the Super Bowl. Well, name drop, but that was his explanation for it when we asked him. He's like, they're going to bring in some secondary players, and we're going to get a mismatch.
Yeah.
Putting hats on hats.
Yeah, you are, but like you're also going to bring in 11 guys into one little spot.
Yeah.
Spread them out and create more space.
All right.
Speed needs space.
What's going to happen in Baltimore with this fall? I thought Huntley played pretty well, by the way. Mike Vick, who doesn't really call people out, Mike Vick went after Lamar saying, it's the playoffs. You're 3 games away. Put a brace on it. Get it going. I played a whole season with a torn MCL. Well, that brought out RG3, who sent out his own picture saying, I tried to gut it out for my guys, and it ended up screwing up my career. Lamar is absolutely doing the right thing. I continue to be fascinated by every single aspect of this story. What is going to happen? And did Lamar Jackson quit on his team and leave them hanging? Bobby, what do you think?
I don't think it's necessarily that he quit on the team, but like, I mean, it's the same sort of injury that Ezekiel Elliott dealt with all last year and played. But I think this comes down to, again, is the fact that if he's compromised in his legs in any way, he's not a winning quarterback because he can't beat you from the pocket at all. And so I think that he probably recognized that and didn't want to go out there and jeopardize his money. That's what I think.
You know, you're right, but you make it sound like that's a bad thing, like that's a slight. You know, it's not. It's not a bad thing. Part of his game is running the ball. Like
no, it's not part of his game. It's his whole game.
That's fine.
If that's gone.
He's
he cannot
excelling.
beat you.
I know, but he's excelling at the position by doing that, and that's fine. You, however, you have to excel at the position is how you do it.
The last 2 years are the statistics of a very average to honestly below average quarterback.
And quite honestly, he's been hurt. I mean, they were 8-3 last year before he got hurt.
Well, then he's an injury-prone quarterback. Do you want to invest in that?
Maybe he is. Yeah, I mean, I would. I don't. You know, I would invest in that. But maybe he is injury-prone. That's just kind of what you're going to deal with.
This is going to have to come down to whether it may not even matter about the locker room if they've turned on him or they feel like he quit on them or the organization is like, okay, it's going to be like this. Like, did Lamar Jackson throughout this whole saga, did he prove his worth more to Baltimore? Did he prove his worth more to the Ravens? Or did his attitude or maybe milking this injury that everyone thinks he's doing, did that outweigh? Did the attitude outweigh his value to the football team? That's the magical question that they're going to have to answer. And if they don't get it worked out, they'll threaten him with the franchise tag and just slap that on him.
They are threatening him with that. I mean, they scored not a lot of points down the stretch. 16, 13, 17, 3, 16, 10. You know, they didn't score a ton without him.
Causing John Harbaugh to be feisty as he's getting crushed for his Greg Popovich sideline interview last night on NBC.
You told us your guys were going to be disciplined. What did you think about that last penalty?
Well, I didn't like the last penalty.
And so what will you tell your guys defensively?
We'll be fine. Our guys will be fine. It's going to be a hard-fought game out here. We're going to play a good game.
And Tyler Huntley with that interception, you said we might see Anthony Brown. What will that take?
We'll just see how the game goes, okay? Thanks.
Thanks, John.
Ooh, at least he didn't put his hands on her shoulders, though.
Oh, it's a good Coach Cal reference. Yes, Cal Holly Rowe.
John Harbaugh, not John Calipari.
No, different one.
Not John Calipari. So
it makes some sense though. He's acting like Popovich in the interviews, and he's having a Popovich-like dealing with his Kawhi Leonard quarterback.
Yep, so. You nailed that analogy a couple weeks ago, and that's exactly what it's been. All right, Dak Prescott on being asked if he thinks he's playing for Mike McCarthy's job. Is it going to be Diggs versus Evans? We continue to get you set for Monday Night Football on a Cowboys Monday with headlines next.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys Monday. Cowboys, Buccaneers. What are you chuckling at?
Well, Bobby's fist pumping over there because he thinks it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
It is.
Well, that would still be wrong.
Still be wrong.
As we do it at 9 o'clock, but that's Bobby. Cowboys are favored by 2.5 points right now on the road this evening to finish up Wild Card Weekend.
Oh, baby. I went and did some digging this morning on road favorites of the postseason. And, you know, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling much better. I'm feeling much better about things as they get closer to kicking off here.
Why?
Well, for starters.
And the suspense.
Well, for starters, generally, underdogs do well against the spread in the postseason. However, Sean, teams rematches, okay? The team that wins and covers the regular season meeting, which Tampa did against us, is 40, 54, and 3 against the spread in the rematch over the last 20 years. In the bag.
It's a lot in there. Mike McCarthy showed baby photos of the team's 10 players who were alive when the franchise last won a road playoff game. January 17th, 1993. 10 of their players were alive. The message was, we have zero responsibility to what has happened in the past. This is about our opportunity. Bobby, how did the team respond? What did you hear about this motivational tactic from Coach?
I mean, it sounds like it was something that played well with the guys. I hope he cleared the baby photos with those 10 players before he just dropped them in a meeting. But no, he's always been good at the analogies and the little props and meetings and things like that. Guys have liked that.
Yeah, we can't do any more Gallagher stuff.
No.
Why?
He is not with us any longer.
Well, that seems like more of a reason to do it, to keep his, watermelon memory alive.
Good.
Okay.
Way to disrespect him, Sean.
Dak Prescott was apparently not aware that McCarthy, I feel like this was a direct shot from Todd Archer at us. Dak was not aware that McCarthy's job status was a talking point among some heading into the game. That was Archer's tweet. Here's Dak's quote. It's comical in a sense. First, back-to-back 12 wins, and y'all tell me how long, and we're talking about a guy's job in jeopardy. That just shows you when you play for this team what comes with it, and that's why it's important to create these walls around us, create this safe place in our locker room, and understand what matters is the men that go out there and get in between the lines and put in the work for us to go out and win. So there's Dak. Apparently going into LeBron dark mode with social media and not paying attention to us and Stephen A. Smith.
I like that. I don't care if he pays attention. LeBron is, he's paying attention, but saying he's not paying attention. He's also reading books, and saying he's reading books, but not reading books. He's just reading the first page of them, like all the photos. All the photos do. But I love this about Dak. Love this. I don't care what the media says about what they think or what we think they should think. We don't care about it.
Yes, but also at the same time, we build a fortress and we block it out. I've for years said that I think it's a terrible line to talk about blocking out the noise, because it's impossible to block out the noise in Dallas. And so what you should do is help equip them for dealing with the noise rather than telling them, just don't pay attention to it. That's literally not possible here. And I think they know that. That's just one of the standard Dak lines that you're going to get in a media availability. But man, if for some reason something were to change in his status in the middle of this week, that'd be an awkward quote to run right back.
We're going to pick the game at 8 o'clock. If you missed Choppy's Tampa song, we'll play it for you again at 8 o'clock. It's the best one that he's ever done. People were...
Cool.
Was that Pepe?
Yeah, just get notifications on this computer back here.
Okay. Well, Peyton's going to have his positive moment in the sun at 7:20 when we recap what he did this weekend.
You know what that sound wasn't?
The moon.
That sound wasn't a good sound from your bank.
Oh, yeah, that was pay the bill now.
Let's just say Peyton gave us the true preview of Tampa, since they're known for strip clubs. We'll get into it, like Peyton may have, in 15 minutes. 7:20 right here on the show. You will not want to miss that. The Cowboys, if they win, are going to San Francisco after the Giants won, and this happened to open up the weekend.
Purdy going to throw back middle, wide open. Deebo Samuel down the sideline, 50, 40, Deebo 30, Deebo 20, Deebo 10, Deebo touchdown! San Francisco!
Niners radio with the call. Seattle was leading at half. San Fran was up 23-17. Seattle on their own 20. Geno forced fumble. Bosa recovers. Purdy scrambles for the touchdown. That made it 31-17. That ended it. That was the play right there that ended this game. The forced fumble on Geno, and Bosa recovers with 2:25 left in the third because DK Metcalf and the Seahawks, they gave him an early challenge.
Yeah, I mean, we were in this text chain, but I was talking about is Seattle going to win this game? And you know, it was a much tighter game at half than I think anyone would have expected. And that could give you some good vibes, you know, going in to this divisional round game if the Cowboys were to win that.
Well, Bobby's been talking about San Fran giving up some pass plays, and we saw it with DK. I don't think they went to DK enough. I just would have kept throwing it up to him. I think he was in the head of Bobby's guy, Chardavius Ward. But DK... Charvarius?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like me saying Felicia Rashad last week.
I don't think it's quite like that.
I think it's exactly like that.
I think Felicia Rashad may be more known than the first name of Charvarius Ward.
Definitely.
I don't know. DK 10 for 136. I still don't think it was enough. Look, this game is about Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy not just being a game manager. 18 of 30, 332. He threw for 3 touchdowns. He accounted for 4 total. And he is the starting quarterback next year of the San Francisco 49ers. I don't even think it's a debate. I don't think it's a question. And I just wanted to watch him and say, forget that he's Mr. Irrelevant. Forget where he went in the draft. This kid has some swagger. This mofo high step during a QB scramble. It wasn't like a touchdown. It wasn't an 80-yarder. It was like a 7-yard gain. He started high stepping. His most impressive play was the ball that Brandon Ayuk, is it Ayuk, Felicia? Brandon Ayuk dropped in the back of the end zone. That would have brought the house down. He can move. You could clearly see he goes through his progressions. He knows what he's doing in Kyle's offense. And I feel like, and Choppy, you're perfect to get these numbers. I feel like Kyle Shanahan trusts Brock Purdy going down the field. Like, this isn't dinking and dunking, y'all. This is drop back and look deep. And I feel like he trusts Brock Purdy more than he trusts Jimmy Garoppolo. And Bobby, I know right now I'm making it difficult for you to stand up given all this Brock hard love.
Wow.
Yeah, and I can't stand up because, like I said, I'm not wearing pants. But Brock Purdy is a starter this season. 6-0, 16 touchdowns. That's 14 passing, 2 rushing, 2 interceptions, 67% completions, 9.3 yards per attempt, 121.4 passer rating.
Would it surprise you that he has a lower average depth of target this year than Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yes, it would.
He does.
What was Jimmy's completion percentage? And then that also means that they're probably being put in some positions for increased yak.
Completion percentage was identical. 67.2 for Jimmy, 67.1 for Brock. Both had a -2 CPOE, which is completion percentage over expectation. They were basically the same on their intended air yards. It was 6.8 to 6.7.
Put it like this, I just think he's a lot more legit than I thought. I think he's a lot more legit.
If he was 6'3", I think he would have been drafted much higher. He was a good player in college at Iowa State. He was a very good player.
I told you that.
Well, I mean, I also watched Iowa State every now and then. I did a BetQL show last year. I'm not sure if you were aware of this one during the college season.
I was aware of it. I was also aware they went, let's get the other Italian. Let's get Chiafalo. This isn't working out anymore.
All right, so that is how things opened up on Saturday. Of course, we had the meltdown in L.A. with the Jacksonville comeback. And then yesterday, Buffalo, Miami, Mike McDaniels getting criticized. Which team in the AFC do you think had the least impressive performance? Is there one that you have more doubt about as it comes to the Bengals or the Bills, both getting wins that we thought would be easier?
Oh, I think the Bills game was much worse for them than the Bengals. I mean, at least Tyler Huntley played well. I didn't think Skylar Thompson played very well at all. Now, I haven't said that. Josh didn't play very well either. He made one throw that maybe 5 people on the planet can make.
That one to the left?
Jesus.
Woo!
Oh, amazing throw.
That was crazy.
Oh, it was incredible.
But if Dak Prescott has that game tonight, the city will be on fire.
So everyone is going to be talking on these shows about probably the Giants over the Vikings. If the Cowboys played the way the Bills played and won the game, they'd be style pointing the Cowboys. No one's going to style point Josh Allen. No one's going to style point the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
They love the Bills. They're not going to style point them. And that's just the reality of it.
Yeah, I think that the Bengals game was more concerning for me because I at least felt like Buffalo played better than Miami. Buffalo should have won. Cincinnati should have lost the game last night. They played where, if it's not for the Tyler Huntley trying to stretch the ball over the goal line, Cincinnati loses. Burrow wasn't impressive.
Harbaugh?
Yeah, and Harbaugh just I don't know what it is with the Harbaugh boys, because Jim completely screwed up the clock at the end of the TCU game, and now John was just like, oh, whatever, we can take our time. Who cares?
That clock was just running down. They had multiple timeouts.
Yeah.
And Chris Collinsworth is like, I don't really know what they're doing.
Just kept going and going and going.
And here's Harbaugh afterwards. Let's see if he's as snarky with this as he was during his in-game interview explaining the clock.
Yeah, there was to save the timeouts for the red zone. I think the thing that killed us was the holding penalty, which knocked us back. And the idea was we got time. We want to keep those timeouts to throw the ball. So we try to pop a run there. We're going to call a timeout after that, and then we still have run pass options. So we didn't want to give the ball. We wanted to score without giving the ball back. We think we're going to be in the red zone. We think it's going to be just a certain number of plays, and it's going to work right down to the end of the game, rather than maybe you score with 30, 35 seconds, you give a chance to go kick a field goal at the end. So I think we played it right. It didn't work out in the sense that after that we had incomplete passes, so you're not going to have a chance to call them. If you complete the passes, you get the ball back in the red zone, you call the timeout. So I think it's, from an elementary level, you could say, he should have called the timeouts, but we had the timeouts worked out right.
Bobby, they left 2 timeouts on the board until there were 8 seconds left when they used one with the clock already stopped before Huntley's desperation. By the way, that ball, no one's talking about that. That ball should have been caught.
Yes. Oh, yeah. He almost had it.
Baltimore should have caught that Hail Mary heave at the very end, but that was Harbs, Bob, talking about the clock.
Yeah, it's rather elementary to think that you should call the timeout.
Thank you, Watson.
Like what killed us was the holding call. The holding call that occurred with 22 seconds left, you still hadn't called the timeout with 22 seconds left. I don't understand what in the world they were thinking. Also, with the fact that just about every single time it seemed like Trey Hendrickson was getting around the corner in the fourth quarter, and Tyler Huntley was having to. He's still, finding his way out there. He has a tendency to kind of stumble backwards instead of maneuver around the pocket. They were putting themselves in some bad positions, and I have no idea why they let the clock run like that.
The Mavs are on the road. They've now lost 4 of their last 5. On Saturday night, they gave up 136 to the Blazers, and they were at it again last night.
Hill steady with 7 to shoot. Swing it back outside. Nurk a 3 on the move. Nurkic throws in a flare, and the Blazers lead by a 15-point ball.
I love that play-by-play guy. Thanks for the ending on that clip there. Damian Lillard with 40. So they follow 136, and they dropped 140 on the Mavericks last night.
Just inconsistent.
42 in the fourth quarter for the Blazers.
Oh, God. You put up that. I mean, the Blazers single-handedly helped the overs hit in both of these games.
What's going on with the Stars?
Stars lost 6-5 over the weekend at Calgary, or Calgary, as they might say in Canada. They were down 6-2 heading to the third. They scored 3 goals, still dropping that one 6-5. Wedgie was in net, and then they had Vegas tonight.
That's a lot of scoring from hoops and hockey, but nobody scored more than Peyton Russell with his first ever strip club experience to preview Tampa Bay nightlife with what's going down this evening on this station. Let's go inside the ATM with Pay next on The Fan.
segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The official picks from the Tolos for Cowboys Buccaneers. 8 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, is live in Tampa out of the hotel room. A special thank you to the Tolos who gave me the tremendous assist yesterday as it was on the verge. It was heading there, but me and the wife managing to avoid a big-time disagreement over yesterday and today, as I'm going to miss the final hour of the show today because her grandfather passed away. So her grandfather passed away about 4 or 5 days ago. And I'm like, oh, so when's like the service? And she goes, services. And I said, okay.
Good Catholic girl.
Okay. What does that mean? And she goes, well, you know, there's something called a rosary. And then we're going to have the service. And then we're going to go to the site, and then we're going to have the reception. Now, this is before the playoff schedule for Wild Card Weekend was announced. We have a new segment on the show, Am I the A-Hole? And I think this is the debut of it right now. And I was just quiet, you know, because I'm waiting for the schedule to come out so that this doesn't even have to be a discussion. So I'm quiet for the first day. Second day comes around, she goes, You do know that you're coming to all the events, right? And I said, well, sweetheart, the Cowboys play their playoff game coming up Sunday or Monday. And she goes, okay. And I said, the playoff game is against this guy named Tom Brady.
Swabby boy.
You know, it's kind of a big deal. It's like basically our moneymaker for the entire year, the Cowboys and Cowboys playoff football, which you know, being the lovely supportive wife you've been for a number of years. Now, she's still giving me this look like I'm waiting for you to say something that justifies you not going to all these events. So then it comes out, Cowboys play Monday night. And I'm like, okay, don't have to have a fight.
You dodged a fight, man.
Don't have to have an argument. And then she follows up with, well, the funeral is Monday morning at 9:30. And she's like, you going to work? Plus it's Martin Luther King Day. And I was like, yeah, is this a company holiday for us? I don't even know.
Yes, we get a free day off.
Okay.
We get a comp day that we'll be using later on.
I don't recall seeing the email or the question from the bosses on whether we wanted to work today or not.
Yeah, like, you know,
is anyone out on the road?
No, nobody's in school today. It's a federal holiday. No banks, no post office, nothing. I mean, you picked a good day to have to leave the show early.
Leave the show early, yeah. So I said, I'm doing the show. That we can't really have a debate about. I'll leave the show early. I'll leave at 9 and get to the funeral at 9:30. But I'm not used to these back-to-back day things. It's not the religion of my family.
Yeah.
So then yesterday,
because I grew up with this. I grew up with the wake and then the funeral the next day. So I grew up with a 2-day.
Yeah.
It used to be 3-day. Back when I was a kid, it was a 3-day thing. 2 wake days and then a funeral. In the Italian world, then like they just like we're not going to do this.
So then I'm checking the Sunday schedule, and of course, the game I care about the most, Giants-Vikings, is right here in the midst of the Rosary, which is 4 to 6 o'clock. And so I'm asking for updates. I'm trying not to look at my phone and be insensitive. I'm rooting for my child to be disruptive, so I have to take him out of the service and take him in the back where I can watch the game and follow it. The little bugger, of course, acts like a dang angel, which he never is. 45 minutes, not making a sound. I'm trying to like pinch him. I'm trying to take his,
You're trying to purposely make him cry?
I'm trying to make him cry so that, he causes a disruption. Finally, he cracks a little bit. He's getting impatient. He's 2.5, sitting there like a model citizen. I pick him up. I go in the back, and then we go home, and I'm able to watch the fourth quarter. But thanks to the Tolos for the update. But that's why I'll be gone at 9 o'clock today until I don't know when. As we got 3.
Is this where you just go to the cemetery?
I'm going to the Funeral home.
Funeral home first.
Then I'm going to the cemetery.
Is there a church involved today?
And then I'm going to, yes, the church is the first stop. Then I guess the cemetery, and then the reception afterwards.
Yeah, so you probably have a full, probably about a 45-minute to an hour mass, and then you'll go to the cemetery, and then the fun part, the dinner party afterwards.
That's when I leave.
That's where.
I got a long night ahead.
Yeah,
we got a long night ahead, and a long day tomorrow.
Oh yeah, long night ahead.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock before we get done tonight.
So just to be clear, you're positing this question as, am I the a-hole? And then you're saying I was pinching my child and trying to get him to cry. I want to get the facts on the table here.
Well, that wasn't supposed to be the premise for the question.
I know.
It was supposed to be worrying about scheduling and Tom Brady.
Tom Brady?
Yeah.
I would say that whenever death is involved, you just have to defer.
All right, so you're telling me if your wife's so-and-so passed away on let's say that her relatives' services were yesterday and today, would you be in Tampa Bay right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we're Protestant, so we don't have 2-day services.
Oh. But you would have missed one.
I would have caught the red eye. I would have been out here.
Okay.
I would have made it happen.
All right. So there you go. You're a better human being and husband. Thank you.
You said it, right? From your lips to God's ears.
Probably wasn't the smartest thing for me to bring it up before today. I should have probably recapped this tomorrow, because now I get side-eyed by all the family when I walk into this place at 9:30. But the purpose was to thank the Tolos for all the Giants-Vikings updates. All right, the main event. Let's bring them out to the main stage. Is Peyton Russell. On Friday, when we were previewing Bobby going to Tampa, we didn't know a lot about it. We had just heard that it was the home of tremendous, fantastic strip clubs. And Bobby and Peyton both said they'd never been to one. Well, lo and behold, on the group text chain.
Didn't take very long.
It didn't take. and more proof that Peyton Russell is too good for us socially.
Yeah.
As we said, we're going to take him out. And we'll have his first experience that you would take him out, because Bobby and I wouldn't be allowed to go by the missus. And you were going to go ahead and take him out. It'd be a show rookie experience. And there's Peyton telling us what's happening on the text chain.
Yeah, and the worst part is, Peyton sends an Instagram story.
Oh, yeah.
And then a photo. Or then a text to us. He says, I'm on West 7th. And I'm like, dude, I live out that. My girlfriend lives 5 minutes from there.
I thought you were Roanoke. I don't know where Sarah lives.
Well, no, you don't. Maybe not. But
hey.
That's fair point. That's fair point. But I live. I represent Fort Worth, so I'm always down there. But then he sends a photo of this place, and I show Sarah, and she's like, "Oh, I know that place." She's like, "Right." Not even.
That was
menu.
half impressive and half problem. where Choppy goes, "Oh, she's a beast. She can identify any bar by the ceiling fan only," and she immediately identified where Peyton was.
It was a 3-gallon mimosa, and then she knew exactly
what that was. She knew exactly what that was. But I was very disappointed in you that you did not hit us up for recommendations or hey, why don't you come on out? I'm over on your side of town.
Why didn't you do that?
Yeah. Well, because it was for a birthday party, or I said a birthday hangout. It was someone's surprise birthday party, and there were about 12 to 14 other people there. I don't think you want to hang out with 12 to 14 other 25, 26-year-olds, right?
Are you kidding me?
Have you seen his girlfriend?
Oh,
that's how he got her.
She's 33.
Oh, I was like,
I went to high school with her.
You did?
No, I'm joking.
Oh, all right. So tell us where you went. Tell us what the setup was, whether this was all planned.
Just going out 7th Street or strip club?
Yep.
Okay. So
beginning to end.
So it started out as a day drinking. We got out there about noon, 12:30 o'clock. And we were bar hopping. So we started at one place.
Well, tell us the places. Let's see if
so
familiar.
it was Poor Decisions, which I think Sarah got that right.
Yeah, good place.
What a great name. P-O-U-R?
Yes.
Oh, great name.
Is that where you were when I called you?
Yes, that was. And Bobby immediately said, "Where are you?" And I just said, "I'm getting drunk, dude. Sorry."
Oh, you big dogged him.
Yeah. He's already doing show prep stuff. Saturday afternoon, he was telling me about show prep. And so then we went to, I think it was Backyard, which is right there.
Solid spot.
Great indoor setup.
We went there for about an hour and a half, and then we went to Kung Fu. Which I had never been to these places during the day. It's completely different. They're so much smaller.
Now, Kung Fu Fort Worth is better. I don't know how much better than Kung Fu Dallas. Kung Fu Dallas. Oh my Lord! You talk about that line of douchiness on Cedar Springs that I used to live off of. But Kung Fu Fort Worth is a little different.
Good spot. Free play on Sundays for all the video games.
Oh, you play the games?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then we went to Chimmy's, just Mexican restaurant place, but backdoor or backyard area.
Chimmy's.
Okay.
You didn't move. Like he parked his car. They're all basically right there.
Which somehow I got free parking. I was parking right by Texas Republic and Chimmy's right there.
Okay.
Like in that little strip right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Never any parking there. I got parking at like 12:30.
All right.
And then after Chimmy's,
so you're hammered.
Oh yeah.
What was the drinking choice? You going beer all day?
It was beer. We did a DP shootout. Are you familiar with that?
DP?
Well, it's Dr. Pepper.
DP shootout?
I am familiar with that.
And it's got some alcohol in there as well. And you basically just pick a partner, and then it's a contest. Who can finish it first?
Ooh.
Yeah, you pick a partner for a DP shootout.
You got to pick a partner for that.
Who chugged it?
Yeah, so this is about 4:30, because we're about at these places 30 minutes to an hour. Just getting a couple drinks, then leaving, getting the experience.
Yeah.
We finish up at Dallas Blonde. Great spot. Go ahead.
Huh?
Oh, I thought you were going to comment on it.
No, he just said,
Oh, okay. And then after
it's usually
that,
a response that happens of approval. It's a response of approval.
And we were there. We were probably there for a good 3 or 4 hours because it got into the night. We started to get some food and stuff. Ended up at Texas Republic, and then it got to 9:30, and we had to make the big move.
Was it in the plans, or someone just came up with it and said, let's do it?
So this 10 to 12 people I was talking about, it got down to about 8 to 9. Some people had left and stuff.
How many ladies were in the crowd?
So it was about half, 50-50. But the only thing is that half of them are, like the girlfriends of the guys. So that made it really
you were the
interesting.
11th wheel?
I was no, there were some single girls there, okay.
Any prospects?
Oh, a few. Couple.
And did you make progress?
No, I did not. Well, because
obviously not. You're going to the strip club. Yeah, it seems like a strikeout during the day.
And then so it was really weird. The girlfriends were down to go to the strip club, which I think y'all talked about Friday. I don't think y'all's wives would be. And some of these are wives. That's the thing.
Not Bobby and I's.
No.
Not happening for us.
But they were because none of them had been before either. So they were all like, well, let's just go. I'm fine with it, but they're also drunk, so they have no idea what they're about to experience here.
Did this come up because of our discussion on the air? Like, did somebody hear you talk about this on Friday?
No, it's always a discussion when you're hanging out with the crew and stuff. They're always thinking, oh, strip club, let's go to the gentleman's club, what they called it. And then when they first mentioned it, I jumped on it. I was like, dude, we just talked about this. This would be perfect content for Monday morning.
Oh, yeah, show content.
Did you call them dancers as well?
Well, they called me a client.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so take us through. Did you go to the ATM before?
No, I did not. And that was the problem.
What a rookie mistake.
Oh, God.
Poor Peyton.
That's like going to the casino.
What'd you pay? $10 on that charge?
That's like
10 a piece, too, with multiple charges, because I kept going back.
Oh, Peyton.
Take us inside. Were you nervous at all?
Oh, the nerves were. I was freaking out.
Yeah.
Because you walk in and stuff, and it's just the clerk lady up front, but then you have
the clerk. The clerk.
The clerk. Like
you're walking into Bank of America.
What'd she ask for your receipt on the way out? Like you go to Walmart and self-checkout. Good Lord. Okay, you walk in.
And then there's the bouncers right there in the door. Or do they call them bouncers? Or they ushers? What are they called there?
Yeah, we're in a Ranger game.
It's more security than anything.
Okay, bouncer, fine.
And so you kind of get a sneak peek of the inside and stuff, but you can't see too much, because they want you to go in. It was a $20 cover charge to get through.
God, that hurts, man. Inflation.
What was it before COVID? $10?
I mean, if you go at lunch, it's like $2.
Yeah. Okay. So what was the move? You all getting a big table downstairs?
Yeah, well, because the security guy looked at us and go, okay, big party here. We got table of 10. He's like, let me form some tables together. So they go right in the middle, though. We're right in the middle of the club. And so they form a few tables together. They said, all right this way. They try to sell you, bottles and stuff, saying, well, it's always popular to get bottles, which was going to rack up $500.
Of course. So would you go to the bar and get individual drinks?
Yes. Well, we had the server come to us, obviously.
Oh, of course. Okay, now the next part is Very important. Number one, you failed already. Money before going. That's a fail. Number two is where you decided to sit.
Absolutely.
My rule with Choppy, anyone, when I did go, I will only go if I'm allowed to sit in the middle. If you're caught on the corners,
you're the mark.
You're the mark. You're done. Where did you sit?
Oh, right in the middle. Because, like, if you're on the corners, that's for smaller groups and stuff. So we came in there with 10 people.
No. You don't understand. You get a big couch, right? It was a circular table. Was it a couch? What was it?
Yeah, circular table.
You're screwed there.
You're screwed. That's very smart on their part.
Yeah, if you've got one of those like U-shaped couches with a table in the middle, you want to get in the middle of that couch so the girls can't get to you. Like they go to the person on the end.
Yes. You want to avoid the girls.
You want to avoid that because then you got to say no. And nobody likes to say no.
Well,
it's easy for me.
We'll get to that part. I rejected too.
Whoa.
Okay.
After I was down about $500.
500. 500. Okay.
inflation.
All right. Let's start getting to that. So you go in, you get your drink, you sit down. This is Peyton's very first strip club experience that we previewed Friday, and he executed this weekend.
And so the first girl came up and started to go, around the table and stuff. And, because all these guys are taking stuff. So they're like, hey, right here. And they point her to me. She comes over, sits on the lap. Starts sweet talking me a little bit. Well, and so I thought, I was like, oh, this is.
How long have you worked on that mustache?
It was too dark; they couldn't see it. And so then we're just talking stuff. A couple minutes go by. Well,
all right. What do you remember your opening conversation? Did you do the where are you from?
Yeah.
She asked me where I was from. Said, oh, y'all out of town and stuff. I was like, no, we were just partying on 7th Street. We're locals.
Yeah.
Did you tell her that you were a radio star?
I did not.
Okay.
Did you ask her what she's in school for?
She didn't go to school.
Okay.
What? But she was my age.
All right. Did you ask her how old she was?
No. How did that go?
Do you remember her first name?
Well, is it first name or stripper name?
Dancers.
Dancers.
Dancer name.
Dancer name.
Molly.
Molly. That could be her real name.
Okay.
Blonde. I fell in love.
You did?
Yes, I did.
What? Very first one?
Very first one. Because you get a view of what what's out there on the lineup and stuff.
Yeah.
I remember my first dancer.
What was her name?
First one. I don't remember her name. She was from Romania.
Oh.
This is in Jersey.
How do you remember your first dancer?
Oh, it was a place called Frank's Chicken House. It was great. I'm dead serious. It was
Frank's Chicken House.
It was a town called Manville.
Manville.
Manville was the name of the town.
You're lying.
It was an asbestos-ridden town, and everybody had like 3 arms there, and there was this this girl from Romania,
Texas William. Get this on a GIF.
And she was. I was 17, 18 years old. It was a BYOB place, and she was not that attractive, but it was New Jersey, and I didn't care. I was at a chicken house.
All right, so Peyton, why were you smitten, and where did it go from there?
So, I quit because I thought, oh, this is the deal breaker, right? This is easy. If she just stays right here, I'm not losing any money if they're at the table, right? Then she starts saying, well, where do we want to go from here? Because I knew, okay, she's not making any money just sitting here. Right. She wants to make the money.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, let's go get you a wristband. We'll go to the back. I was like, okay, here we go.
A wristband?
Boy, things have changed.
So you get a wristband $20, at least at this place. You get a wristband $20. That's to get you anywhere, basically. But you have to get the wristband first.
Wait a second.
So to go to the back to dance, to go upstairs to dance, you have to get a wristband.
After paying the cover?
Yep.
What?
Because you can just sit in the middle.
There's a cover inside a cover.
There's a cover inside a cover.
Well, if you want to get the private one-on-ones and stuff, I guess some people just go there and get the table service.
Just get it at the table.
No.
But you can't. Which quick story. One girl almost got kicked out because she came up to me at the table, started dancing. Can't do that. You have to take them to the back.
So then you paid the cover within the cover to go to the back.
Yes.
Okay.
And then there was the service charge for the dance.
The service charge?
Well,
you mean what is going on? You mean what you paid her?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, do you remember our other major piece of advice this week? But on Friday, the songs. How much per song, and how much, and know when to hit eject.
Well, that was the thing. So I did respect them a little bit, even though they're dancers.
Oh,
whoa!
Hey, no.
No, because they did wait till the end of the song finished, and then they started the clock. Because you can't always get there right at the time the song starts.
Right.
So she was like, "Let's wait till the song ends." I was like, "Oh, thank goodness." And then she started up. But man, I think these songs were like 2 minutes long. There's no way these were 3 or 4 minute Drake songs.
Okay, so the first song happens 2 minutes, and then you get up and you go back to the table. You're like, all right, thank you. Song ended.
Well, they don't just get up. They have to keep asking one more song. One more song. So I did 2 songs at first.
Okay.
So now we're down 80.
I can't. Whoa.
Well,
I thought we said on Friday it was 20.
It used to be 20, but inflation, John.
So
everything's got the cost of goods are going up.
You're telling me it's 40 a dance?
40 a dance, 3 minutes.
Wow.
Oh man.
She made $80 in 6 minutes.
Yep.
God, ain't bad work if you can get it.
$80 in 6 minutes. Wow.
Yeah. And she knew it was my first time. I told her that at the table. I was like, look, I know this might get a little awkward, but I'm just going to be upfront with you. So, my first time. So tell me what I can and can't do while I'm here. Because I had to know, I'm not trying to get kicked out here.
What can I touch?
What can I do? How can I not violate you? Tell me the rules. What can I and cannot do? Okay. But you were smitten.
Oh yeah. Bars. Whole night.
Bars?
Oh, I forgot we're boomers here. Let's see. What's
Hey, is this are you doing like a
Is that cat?
Is this a 5G joke?
Spitting game? I mean, okay,
Riz.
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 Oh,
the
Riz.
Riz guy.
There you go.
Riz?
Oh,
Yeah.
here we go.
Riz. He's the Riz god.
Yeah.
I forget RJ's on TikTok. He knows about Riz.
Okay.
Well, I have a 13-year-old.
Okay.
So
By the way, I found out a new term over the weekend. Bricked up.
means.
Wait, what'd you say?
Bricked up.
Oh yeah, that means.
Yeah, it means you're at
That
attention.
was me at the club.
Huh?
It's Peyton in the club. It means you're at attention.
Oh,
I had
at
my
attention.
10-year-old taught me that one, and I was like,
Bricked
whoa.
up. Okay,
Bricked
so
up.
2 dances, back to the group.
Back to the table. I just tell them my experience and stuff.
Are you loving it? Are you in
yeah,
heaven?
I'm thrilled. I'm loving it. Well, okay, so then before that, I guess, backtrack, I had to go to the ATM before then. And that's when, because she was like, well, do you have cash on you? Because I came up to the guy with the card, thinking they would take card, and they were like, no, we take cash. I was like, oh. So I had to make the walk of shame across the club to the ATM. With the girl, though. She did walk with me, which was nice. So yeah, back to the table.
She walked with you to the ATM.
So nice.
Sounds like she likes it.
It's so nice of her to follow you to the cash.
So nice of her. Did you let her push the button on which?
Sounds like a nice girl.
On which withdrawal? Did you let her push that one too?
No, I did not. She saw my ATM code though, so she knows.
Man, you're screwed. You're screwed. She's gonna.
Lord.
Does she see the balance on the account?
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it was afterwards about $4.
Okay, so you make the withdrawal.
Yeah, so
then back to the
table.
table.
Back to the table, drinks and stuff, just talking to the friends, and then
Did any of the other guys or anyone else getting private dances?
Not then and stuff, because some of the girlfriends were fine with the private dances, which I mean, I guess open relationship.
With the boyfriend?
Yes, they were fine.
Do your friends have open relationships?
They do not. But I mean, like I said, the girls were drunk, so it was like it didn't make a whole lot of sense. They're like, okay, none of this, but like the dance, we'll get you a dance. I was like, oh my goodness, this is heaven. And so then the lady, the same dancer comes back around, and she says, hey, let me show you upstairs a little bit, your first time.
Oh,
upstairs.
And my bank account dropped just when she said that, because I knew that this was going to get ugly.
Okay.
Because we go up there and she starts
could
showing
say
me.
no.
No, you can't. Pay. First time.
I tried to. We got upstairs. I tried to, and she was like, "You're really gonna leave me hanging? You can't just cough up $350."
Man, she clearly likes you, Peyton. Yeah, I agree.
She loved the hair. She loved the hair. She was like, "Oh, curly hair."
You should go back.
I
mean, those girls never.
Like I said, I was in love. I was so in love.
You should really go back.
Okay, so what are the upstairs options? Look at all the living vicariously through him.
I know.
That's fantastic.
So it goes by basically minutes and stuff. You have the 15-minute room, 30 minutes, and then you get to the hour. Hour long, and that's the closed off one. That's the one with bed sheets, drapes and stuff hanging across.
Bed sheets.
I didn't know.
How sanitary are they?
Remember that bar in New Orleans when we walked by?
Ew.
Richie Witt.
There was a mattress. There was a mattress on the floor.
Richie Witt is like in the seediest strip club I've ever seen in my life. There's a mattress on the floor, Bobby, of the stage. That's what I thought of right there.
I'm just picturing Peyton sitting here with this dancer at his lap, and he's just doing the whole, like, I can take you away from all this. Like, he's fallen in love.
We have a guest house in Rockwall.
Does your father know about this? I started to get real deep with them.
Did you ask her about her dad?
No.
Oh,
no.
my gosh. Okay, so the $1,200 room, did it circulate through your mind of what could
How many
happen?
days you have to work to get that?
What could, without getting graphic, I mean, how far are we going in the $1,200 room? Is just dancing for an hour? That's a long time.
I think it's the full thing. But they don't tell you that, though. The dancers don't tell you that.
Okay.
That's kind of just, I guess, bonus there. Once you pay, you got to pay first.
And the price options up there?
So it was $350 for the 15-minute one.
15 minutes, $350.
I think the 30 was $650. They kind of cut you a little bit of deal there.
Break there, yeah, it's good value. That's good. That's high DVOA.
I should have called shop afterwards.
That's good strip club DVOA right there.
Getting more for my buck. And then the hour long was $1,200. But you got a bottle of champagne with it. So I thought the value
the efficiency there. Was it real champagne or was sparkling wine?
I didn't look at it.
Did you think about it?
When she said $1,200, I said, let's take it down a notch. I said, I'm already down about $300 at this point. $250.
Okay.
You should have said, does my $350 go towards that? Can I get,
Well, and that was the thing was, so when I went to go pay, and they finally took card at this spot, because there was so much money, I guess. The cashier guy was telling me, okay, $200 goes to her, $150 comes to the club.
Oh.
I was like, okay, she's making $200 off this. I was like, all right, let's do this. Because as she was like walking back to the stairs, she was like, well, what do you think? 15 minutes, that's a good starting point for you being a beginner. And I was like, $350, let me go back to the table and stuff. And she just sighed and goes, you're really gonna do that to me?
Yeah.
You don't have $350? And I was like, oh my.
You're shaming my boy?
Man, it's good salesman.
You're shaming our boy? So that was your excuse to try to get out of it. Like, I got to go back to the table.
Yeah.
I got to
was
talk.
like, let me get some drinks real quickly. Let me go hang out with everyone else.
Yeah.
Then she said 15 minutes. That's it. I was like, all right, 15 minutes. Let's do it. And so,
Oh my gosh.
we dropped the credit card $350. Just like that.
Now, what's your?
And the
what's
worst
your
part is I
parents
tipped.
gonna say
I
when
tipped
they see the
$10
credit
on the receipt.
Wait, what?
They had a tip thing at the bottom.
And
it's
how
like
much did you tip?
$10. I said, all right, let's round it up a little bit.
Peyton, you tipped 3%.
Well, I'm spending 110% of my paychecks there, right?
Okay. I'm gonna ask this in a careful way, but was the 15 minutes worth it? Could you justify it being worth it?
Yes, it was better than the downstairs dance.
How much better? Like a lot better?
Oh yeah. A lot more
contact.
A lot more contact, a lot more feel.
Okay.
A
So
lot more one-on-one talk, because like the downstairs, I don't know if it's...
Yeah, we can really talk. It was much more quiet to talk.
Much more quiet, yeah.
The downstairs one, it's like you have your own booth, but it's open.
Right.
Like people can just walk by and look at you and stuff. So upstairs is more private.
Okay, so...
How private?
So this is the end now? Done.
No. No, it's
okay,
not.
all right, after 15 minutes, how deep are you in?
What are you talking about?
No, answer the first question.
To the account.
Answer the first
to
question.
the bank account.
Answer the first question.
To the aid to the.
Yes.
What was that? Is that Bobby's computer?
No, that was.
None of your business.
What was
Don't
that?
act like you don't know.
What was that? What are you in money wise?
So I think right now it's
6.
We're near 6.
Yeah, with the same girl?
Same girl.
You never strayed.
No. Well, not at this point.
He's faithful.
We are. Like I said, I fell in love. with it.
Okay.
So back down. What?
So you found love. So did that mean that you're going to go back again?
I might have to. All
right. Did you get her schedule?
No.
Okay.
But she did say she is open to texting clients her schedule, which I was like.
So you got her number?
No, I did not. No. I think I'll go back a few times before that happens.
Okay. So after the 15 minutes.
So now we're back downstairs.
Like a true gentleman, Bobby.
Am I frozen or something? Why is Choppy turning my face around?
He's showing us some messages that people are sending in.
Oh, I got you.
Okay,
there's questions. People have questions that we probably can't answer.
All right, let's get to the end before we pick this game.
So
the story went on way longer than I thought, but I think it's been worth it.
Oh, totally worth it.
Yeah, it's been great.
So I'll make it quick. Go back to the table. 2 more girls came up in a span of about 25 minutes. They're just sitting on my lap, and they said, let's go to the back. I said, I'm good. Maybe because I wasn't attracted to them, or the bar was set so high with the first lady and stuff.
Molly.
And then a 4th girl came up with about an hour left on the clock. We're trying to get out of there about 3 o'clock.
Hour left of the clock. on the clock.
Bro, you drank from when to when? 12?
12:30, and then this is still.
What a hero.
What a time to be 27 years old. I mean,
26.
By 9:30 on a Friday night, I'm ready for bed.
Hey, I'm in bed. Not ready.
Yeah.
I'm in bed, getting ready to shut it down. Okay, fourth girl.
Fourth girl comes up, and she didn't come up to me and sit on my lap or anything. She said, "Hey, you come with me," and I couldn't say no.
Oh, that was forceful.
Yes, that was.
Okay.
And we go to the back, and she didn't mention a price or anything. We went straight to the booth.
Well, you already know it's 40 a dance, 40 a song.
Yeah, but I thought it was nice at least to mention it, and so, and we just go. She didn't even say anything. We went 3 songs. And because I lose track of it. I'm not listening to the song the whole time and stuff. I'm looking.
He's waiting to hear the transition, Bobby.
And afterwards, she goes, "You want to go one more?" I was like, "Oh, how many songs was that?" She says 3, and I just leaned back. I could not believe. I was like, "Let's go to the ATM," because I had to go back. I ran out of money.
Is that 4? Is that 4 ATM trips now?
3. Because the one upstairs I could just do card.
Hey, you spend more money in ATM service fees than you tipped this girl for.
It was a $10 fee. $10 fee every time.
All right.
So those 3 dances was $120. So I pulled out $120. I said, "Here you go." She gave me a kiss on the cheek, and
and night done.
Night, yeah. Back to the table, and then we got the Uber, got out.
Legend.
Oh man.
Legendary experience. Give it up for the man, Peyton Russell. Our little boy is all growed up. Let's pick the game. The 5 things RJ wants to see. Cowboys, Buccaneers. Official picks. Next.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Dark Roast is coming up at 8:40 on game day. One of our new favorite segments. I apologize to my in-laws. Probably the worst hour of radio that could have ever happened before I go to a family gathering at a funeral. So I apologize, mom and dad, in-law, for what just happened in the 7 o'clock expressway. But it was epic radio.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Poor Peyton, that bank account.
Is it going to be more awkward than when you said you were going to create a daughter on New Year's Eve?
Oh, good question. I think this is worse because I'm talking about like how to get out of the funeral for football. And then Peyton just told a 40-minute strip club experience.
Not quite like it. Not quite like it.
Back to back.
Sounds like he got more action in the 40 minutes that you just talked about than he did there.
Yeah, for my Lord.
Next time we make a bet of New Year's kisses, I'll just go to the strip club. The picture would be hard to get, though. I don't think those are allowed there.
Did you try to break out your phone at
no,
any point?
I was so worried.
Did you take a selfie? Did you take a selfie?
No, I did not.
All right. What area was this in?
Oh man, it was dark driving there. It was I mean, Fort Worth, but it was probably, I mean, it was from 7th Street. I think it was about a 10-minute drive outside of 7th.
Do you know what place you went to?
Yeah, I do. I've never been there, but I know of it.
Okay. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Let's get into the game. Will Dark Roast Tampa Bay, Choppy with the 5 things he wants to see. And Bobby, what's the first take report as your hotel view is right there away from a few yards away from Michael Irvin and Stephen A. Smith getting ready to do the show?
Yeah, this line is wrapped around the block, Sean. I'm getting a look down there. Lots of Cowboys jerseys, lots of Micah Parsons, lots of Dak Prescott. Not nearly as many Buccaneers jerseys. I'd say we're looking at about 10-1 Cowboys to Bucs jerseys down in this line. But I'll keep you posted. I'll have an eye on this for the remainder of the morning.
Great report. What a great report. 10-1 seems extreme, but there you go. Cowboys to Bucs with the jersey comparisons. All right, let's pick this thing. Official selections on the truckwreck.com text line. RJ, what do you want to see? And give us the pick.
All right, I got the big 5. The big 5 things. Number 1, and I think this is the easiest one to do. Pressure up the middle. I would be okay. And you know me, I am Mr. Micah on the edge. But I might be okay with Micah lining up at times over center as a linebacker, rushing from the A, putting pressure on Brady up the middle. That's where Tom, I think, seems to struggle the most when you get those immobile guys. That's where you want to attack them. Number 2, more efficiency on first down. They've been awful running the ball on first down. Less than 3 yards a carry. That's Bobby's stat, not mine. So if it's wrong, blame him. You can't win playoff games like that. Either stop running on first or run better, but you can't continue to do what they've been doing. 3, help over the top. I don't think his matchup is good DB-wise in the secondary because they've got 2 really, really good wide receivers. And the Cowboys, outside of Diggs, are relatively thin or not 100% healthy. Number 4, this would be a novel concept. Dak to act like an NFL quarterback this week. When 2 wide receivers have 1 catch on 6 targets each, that ain't on the wide receivers. That's
awful against Washington. Like way off with the accuracy. Way off.
5 of his 12 games this year, his yards per attempt is under 7. He's 11th in QBR among playoff quarterbacks, 12th in EPA. I mean, that can't beat Georgia with those numbers. He's got to be better. And then number 5, McCarthy to be aggressive. Possession is more important than time. Do not give Tom Brady the ball back. Go for it. If you got to win the game on 4th and 2, it means you're going to give Tom the ball at midfield as opposed to, no, go for it on 4th and 2, end the football game.
You know, when you're facing a team that struggles to score like this, I wonder about if you're going to get in a 37, 34, 40, 37 shootout, which I do not anticipate, then I'm like, yeah, you go for it. But I'm asking the wrong person. I shouldn't even look at you. I should ask Bobby. Just punt it more and play more conservative, Bobby, with Tampa's offense not being dangerous throughout the majority of the season.
I don't know. I mean, it's the same question that was posed to Washington or to the Giants yesterday, and they went ahead and went for it, and it paid off. I mean, I think it's one of those things where if you do it and you get it, you're just going, oh, what a brilliant move. And if you do it and you don't get it, you're lamenting what just happened. But
high scoring game though. Like neither of those defenses yesterday were stopping each other.
No.
What offense do we see? Do I see the Tampa Bay offense from week 1 last year or the one from week 1 this year? If it's the team week 1 this year, I'm just punting it. If it's the week 1 team last year, I'm going for it.
Give us your game keys.
I mean, it's going to be about limiting the big plays. The Cowboys allowed, over the last 5 weeks, more 20-yard pass plays than anybody else in the NFL. And so, you're going to need the secondary to play better. And in the event that it gets into a shootout, you obviously need Dak to play better. But the biggest thing, or not the biggest thing, one of the X factors I don't think we're talking about enough, we talked about this morning in regards to some of the other playoff games, is the game management. Like, you can't have poor game management if this thing is close, because that will lose you the football game. And so,
and I feel like that hasn't really been tested this year. That's a worrying concern of mine. I don't know if we have 2 or 3 McCarthy game management situations that we can allude to where we say he passed it with flying colors or he butchered it. It just feels like those opportunities, those attempts have not been there.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it from the angle of, have the attempts not been there, or has he just managed close situations correctly to the point where you don't even... It's like, referees, you don't notice them unless they're doing something wrong. You notice game management unless it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 877-881-1053. So, I don't know. I can't get this out of my head. If Brady was playing for New England and Belichick in this game, it would not surprise me if they came out and threw it to Chris Godwin 8 straight times. It feels like Godwin is going to be an X factor, or whoever the Cowboys put their second corner on. What is history telling us, or what are we thinking about Diggs versus Evans, Bobby?
So Diggs has performed well against Mike Evans in the past. Last year, he aligned across from Mike Evans on 39 of his 47 routes, and he gave up 1 reception for 10 yards on 3 targets. And so he shut him down last year in week 1. This year, Mike Evans had mentioned this week that Diggs didn't follow him like he did in week 1 last year, but there were still 7 targets to Mike Evans in which Diggs was in coverage, and it was 3 catches for 33 yards. So Diggs has done well on Evans, but if you're telling me Xavier Rhodes is going to be a part of this game plan with his size and, the fact that he's not as fast as he once was, then I might instead have him on Evans and take my chances with Diggs against Godwin.
And for me, the Cowboys X factor, look, you can lose. That's not fine, but I understand if they lose this football game. You better go out with Tony Pollard touches, though. Do not sit there and freaking save this. In the first game, Tony Pollard had 6 carries for 8 yards, and he had 2 catches for 14. He's rested. He's your most explosive offensive player. If you're going to go down, you better get Tony Pollard all of his touches. I don't want to ramming Zeke into the back of your O-line on 1st and 2nd down like they've been doing for the past month. A lot of people were tweeting Tony Pollard, guys, during the Niner game. Now, this may be very optimistic, too optimistic, delusional, but people are like, Tony Pollard can do what McCaffrey does. Put him in that role and get him those touches. And Christian McCaffrey was balling against Seattle. So that's my Cowboy X factor. He's their most explosive player. Don't forget about him.
I mean, look, Pollard was a completely different player in week 1. His role was way different. They've got to get him more involved, I think, in this game. And then you got to find out, what can Gallup give you?
Yes. Is he the biggest mystery?
Well, yeah. I mean, he is a mystery. Look, it's not like they don't target him. Dak targeted him in the last game. Dak targeted No Brown too. Either the throws weren't there or he wasn't able to come up with a play. I mean, but they've got to find a way to get him more involved.
I mean, Michael Gallup, over the course of his career, hasn't had a single season where his catch percentage is at 60% or above. It's just been the nature of his game. I don't know that he's a mystery so much as right now he's just not playing well. And so I think we just optimistically want to call it a mystery because we go, man, he's a good player. Why is he not playing well? It may just be that he's not been the same player since he came back from the knee.
What is Tampa defensively? Because it feels like this game is going to be a struggle to score points. Recency bias, right? I'm thinking about the first game this year versus the first game last year. If Dak plays 75% of what he was in the opener last year, the Cowboys will easily win. But this is a new year. I mean, he was an MVP last year in the first half of the season, starting with that Tampa game. He lit them up. This year, the Cowboys scored 3 points. Buccaneers ranked 14th in the league in run D. They give up 116 a game. 2 of their last 3 games, they gave up 174 to Atlanta on the ground and 121 to the Cardinals. So are we going to be screaming and yelling during the game that the Cowboys are trying to run the football too much versus unleashing their quarterback to try to bounce back from the bad Washington performance? Your selection for the game, R.J. Choppy.
A lot of the numbers are pointing to me that the Cowboys win this game. The one that sticks out the most is these playoff rematches. And when you play a team earlier in the year, where and this is something that great quarterbacks do. When Brady and Rodgers and Manning and the like played a team that they lost to in the regular season, when they rematched against them in the postseason, their records are astronomically good. Especially Brady's. And now you got to see if the same thing, this is Dak's coming out party. This is Dak's game where he has to show that. When you play that team, the team that wins and covers is 40, 54, and 3 against the spread in the rematch, which bodes very well for the Cowboys. And the Cowboys win 24-17.
24-17. What's the over-under for this game? See if you can get that while Bobby goes through his official pick. Oh, you guys get to pick first since you were 5-0 this weekend.
Oh, yes.
And I was 3-2 thanks to that idiot Brandon Staley.
45.5.
45.5. All right, so Bobby, you get to go next.
We got to lead with success first. Tolos needs the information quickly. They need the right picks. Dallas is a better football team than Tampa Bay. It doesn't mean Tampa Bay can't win or whatever else, but I mean just flat out they've been better over the course of 18 weeks than Tampa Bay has. And as Choppy's talked about, it's more about the broader picture than what happened in week 1 in a single instance. And so Dallas is a better football team. Again, doesn't mean they can't lose, because there's still ways that I think Tampa Bay can challenge them. Particularly, I think there are ways that they can challenge Dallas's passing game. They can make things difficult on Dak in certain situations. But I still think this is going to be Dallas's game. So I've got the Cowboys 27-24 and on to San Francisco.
I'm going 23-20.
Okay.
23-20 Cowboys.
Okay.
Go.
So clean. Yeah, all right. Very good.
Pepe?
Cowboys. This one, I'm not worried at all. Tampa Bay's record is what the Vikings should have been this year at 8-9.
Yeah,
Tampa Bay is really
right
bad.
That one.
They're so bad. I got Cowboys winning 27-20.
Tolos. Are we split? Are we one-sided? Bobby, how did the poll results take place throughout the week?
Well, we went from 55-45 Tampa to then it was like 80-20 Cowboys, and then after that I thought the point was made, so I didn't make another one. But I'm guessing it looks already like on social media this weekend that it was 80-20, which, by the way, I want to say we all got copied several times on different tweets from people saying, like, you guys picking against the Cowboys, blah, blah. We hadn't picked the game last week, and I had a good feeling all of us were going to pick Dallas, so I don't know where that came from. But
well, look, last week was, and we told this to Stephen A., we admitted it, last week, if I used a term or a description to describe the city, worried. Like, we're not sitting here thrilled. In San Francisco before Seattle, they're pumped to get their run started. In Buffalo, they're pumped to get it going. I think we're justifiably worried last week. That was the tone of the show, bringing up a lot of the negatives, bringing up a lot of the ifs, McCarthy's job status. But we did not pick the game. We do that on game day, and all of us have the Cowboys winning. Tolos on the text overall?
Yeah, they overall Cowboys. Let's see. Here we go. Cowboys.
And I'm not greatly confident. Peyton's the most confident of us. I think then Bobby. I'm scared. I'd say everyone yesterday.
Oh, there's a fear factor. You have to.
Everyone's like, what do you think? What do you think? I said, you got a coin?
When has this team performed over the last 30 years that has given you confidence in their playoff opportunity here?
Yeah, but Tolos are going with the Cowboys.
37-13 Cowboys, 24-10 Cowboys by 21, Bucks 24-20. Let's see. Cowboys 28-21. Pollard needs 70% of the touches. The biggest mystery is your quarterback, and it's not even close. 38-13 Cowboys, 28-17 Cowboys. Bowles owns us, did it with a winless Jets team, loves playing against Dak. Let's see. 30-27 Tampa, 31-19 Cowboys.
How worried are we now about the New York Giants, the NFC East turning into the SEC? And did these announcers fall asleep for one of the best playoff games of all time? That's next, along with the Dark Roast, 8 o'clock hour here on The Fan. But look, you had a fantastic weekend except for one thing.
Soda weight loss, that's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Teams come to the center of the field. The final 25 seconds tick off the clock, and the New York Giants are on to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles. The final score, the Giants 31 and the Vikings 24.
What is Brian Daboll's status in that city right now? Are you kidding me? He looks like one of them. It's a perfect.
He does look like a meatball.
He's a perfect looking head coach for the New York Giants.
Yeah, bald, beard, just like a burly guy.
Burly, great word.
But he is. I mean, he really is a perfect coach for that city.
He's that.
Other than we thought Joe Judge was too.
Yeah, but Daboll looks it more. Judge acted it.
He acted
it as a tool.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I mean, but
Daboll, I can't hate Daboll like you. I like him. I actually like him. He doesn't, to me, belong in a Nick Sirianni category at all. Ron Rivera annoys me more than Brian Daboll. The problem last night is Daniel Jones. So we'll review his full list tomorrow, but while Trevor Lawrence was melting down, I tweeted Dan Orlovsky's quarterback list, in which he had every QB but two ahead of Dak Prescott. And I was like, Trevor Lawrence, this little cute Jacksonville story, they're not a threat. They're out. They're gone. And Lawrence is throwing his fourth pick, and I'm trolling Orlovsky and sending it out and turning all the Tolos on him. And then, of course, I wake up the next morning after the comeback, and my phone starts blowing up, and Orlovsky is just tweeting me back, Sup, buddy.
Saw, dude.
And I was like, okay, so I've taken the Trevor Lawrence L. Although, is it an L? 4 picks, 4 touchdowns, Bobby?
If Dak had that game tonight and they win, is everybody like, oh, what a great performance by Dak? Or is Orlovsky going, you can't sustain this. You throw interceptions like that, you're going to lose this football game.
Yes, to be. So I don't know if the Lawrence one was a win. I'm definitely taking an L on the Daniel Jones one, though. After that performance, I'm sitting there at the funeral proceedings, the rosary yesterday, and the worst thing possible happens on my phone, and all the tolls are telling me that Daniel Jones is balling. Daniel Jones is running all over Minnesota, and he's making some throws as well. And I was like, crap!
He was running like crazy. I mean, he was not running and then running out of bounds or sliding. He was taking shots head on.
Because that was probably, man, he got elbowed in the neck. That was probably the biggest complaint on Orlovsky's list, how much higher he had Daniel Jones than Dak, and that's what we attacked him for. Dak's going to have to play better than Daniel Jones tonight in order for us to go at Dan for that with the way DJ's been playing over the last month.
I mean, look, Daniel Jones had 81 QBR and 114 passer rating. Dak ain't, I mean, it's very rare. I don't know that anybody's going to play better than that this weekend. That's a tremendous game. Huh?
Dak ain't what? You're going to ride off Dak playing that level?
And 81 QBR is like that's hard to get.
What was the passer rating? 114?
He can get that. He can get 114. And 81 QBR is really hard to get. Like that's,
I need to figure out a bet sometime in the next 90 minutes of what we're going to bet on that Dak has a passer rating of 120 or above tonight.
Whoa!
I'm not saying that he couldn't have a 120 or above, but to have both,
I love the confidence.
You just said Dak ain't.
Yeah, no, something with the QBR, like QBR and the 114, like
so. His month of QBR, it was a 15 against Washington. He had a 78 against Tennessee and an 86 against Philly, a 74 against the Jags.
Yeah, I mean, and how good was he against Philly? He was tremendous,
incredible.
And even against Jacksonville, he was pretty good, really, really good. But still, like I said, an 81 is really hard to get. You would have to bet against that.
All right. Meanwhile, you have the game of the playoffs. We just referenced it. We know how it started. Here's how it ended.
Patterson's kick is up. The field goal is good! 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 The Jaguars have won it! The Jaguars have won it! They have come back from 27-0 to win the game!
At one point, Jacksonville had a 1.2% chance of winning. 1.2. As Trevor Lawrence throws 4 picks, then he has the 4 touchdowns. During the game, one gambler decided to put a live bet on the game. $1.4 million to win $11K.
I mean, if you're the gambler's perspective, you're like, I have a free $11,000.
Well, there's another perspective.
Well, no, I know, but there is. But when it's,
the worth of it.
When it's 27 zip.
Yeah.
Okay, there's really, you don't envision any chance of a comeback. Yeah. It's not like Skylar Thompson was quarterback of the other team. It was Justin Herbert. So you really see
Skylar Thompson made some better throws than you were giving him credit for, but I'm not going to die on that hill. But anyway.
And then you have, it's just not going to happen.
But 1.2 for $11K?
1.4.
1.4? At least let me get back.
It's terrible value.
$50K.
It's terrible value, but I guess for the better perspective, it's like, I have a chance to get a free $11,000 added to my bankroll.
Right.
Let's do it.
What was the other bet that was lost? Did you see it tweeted out last night?
The Justin Jefferson parlay.
Oh, yeah.
What was it, Bob?
That was like a $43 bet. They hit on like this 5-leg parlay for first touchdowns in games. And they had Justin Jefferson as the first one. It was the last one. And that $43 bet would have been $1 million payout. And Justin Jefferson's knee hit about 6 inches short, and it was that close.
Yeah, so here, all of them right here. It was McCaffrey, Eckler, Dawson Knox. All 3 hit. He needed Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. $1,135.50.
Would have won $1 million off of $43?
The $43 10-cent wager would have won $1,135.50. Now, here's the thing.
Wow.
After the first 3 hit, McCaffrey, Eckler, and Dawson Knox, he could have hit the cash out button. They gave him a cash out option on this one.
Okay.
Now, all you need is Jefferson and Chase to score the first TD, which are pretty good odds considering those are the best receivers on the team. That's all you need to get those 2 to hit to win $1 million. What would the cash out figure have to be for you to say, cash it out now?
After how many have hit?
The 3 have hit.
100?
100K.
Oh, 100K.
Oh.
Yeah.
100K.
Oh, 100K? I agree. I agree with Bobby.
Okay. So, yeah, you had McCaffrey, Eckler, and
maybe
Dawson
75K.
Knox. All right. The cash out option was $7,489 at that point. No. So you would have bet $43. You could have cashed out for $7,000. But now knowing you had Jefferson and Chase left, I would have not cashed out, because if Jefferson and Chase score a touchdown and I cashed out for $7,000 instead of winning $1 million, I would do some serious harm to my liver.
No deal, Howie.
What's up?
No deal, Howie.
Yeah, and now if
is that a deal or no deal reference?
It is. It's the same proposition.
Yes, I know. I just was surprised by the reference.
Very surprised.
All right, I did not hear this announcer because I was out and about watching it, so I didn't hear the play-by-play. What's wrong with your boy, Al Michaels?
Alsomnia? What's wrong with Alsomnia? I'll tell you what's wrong with Al. Al still thinks this is an Amazon broadcast. Al thinks he's doing a podcast here. He's got no energy. He sounds quieter than Bobby in a hotel room with Mike Fisher sitting next to him trying to sleep. This is let's see, this is the 4th and 1 conversion.
So he's doing this with Dungy?
He's doing this with Dungy. There couldn't be 2 worse people to do a broadcast together. Where was Herbie? There could be 2 worse people to do a broadcast together.
Yeah, where is Herb Street?
I guess because it wasn't an Amazon broadcast that maybe ESPN wouldn't allow him to go to NBC.
Okay.
But so the 2 most soft-spoken, Dungy has no energy. All right. So this is the 4th and 1. Alsomnia is putting us all to sleep in this game.
3 backs behind him. To the outside. ETN. First down and a ton more. And stays in bounds to the 15-yard line.
What a call.
Whoa.
That's Al.
Do you believe in miracles?
That's not Al.
What do you want?
That's not Al.
What do you want?
It
was a Travis Etienne run. Around the corner.
It was the fourth down play where it was like, it was the fourth down where they were doing.
It was the game.
Set up for a QB sneak, and he runs around the outside for like 30 yards. I mean, it was the absolute game there.
Oh, was that the one right before the field goal?
Yeah. So then, so you think Al's going to get excited for that? Well, I mean, he's got to get excited for the game-winning field goal, right? I mean, he's probably going to lose his voice here.
Likely on Kansas City. Here we go for the win. Got it, but there's a flag down. There's a flag down as everybody's running out onto the field.
Got it.
But there's a penalty marker. And they call it on the defense.
Got it.
Al.
Got it, but there's a flag down?
Yeah.
I was wondering why his name was trending all night long. Don't step on the moment. That's a broadcasting 101. Don't step on the moment. Let the moment breathe. Let the moment shine.
You know who David Cantor is?
Yeah, Bobby's friend.
Y'all have interviewed him.
The agent.
This is
NFL
it.
agent.
You ready for his tweet?
Tank's agent.
You ready for his tweet?
Oh, God. He is vicious.
As disgusting and shameful as the Chargers' loss was, what was worse was the decision to have Al and Dungy destroy one of the greatest comebacks in playoff history. They were abysmal, completely disinterested and lame as any announcing duo in history. Wow.
Cantor. I love Cantor.
Wow. He flamethrowers. He flamethrowers. All right, so that's Al. You know who got a lot of props and he was trending yesterday? And I was wrong on this guy. I don't think he's like dynamic, but Greg Olsen, Bobby, getting a ton of praise. He was getting a ton of props.
Good. Yeah, he's really good in general. I'm still adjusting, I think, to his overall delivery, but his insight's really good. And I think that he breaks things out. He's not afraid either to kind of call out things that he's seen on the field and the way coaches are calling games. So I think he's very good.
And then my big question from the weekend is, did my boy Mike McDaniel vape?
Yeah, you know, Sarah and I were trying to figure this
We have
one
a
out.
Gus Johnson controversy.
Yeah, we were trying to figure this one out because, you know, you don't see. I'm sure if he was vaping, somebody would have picked that up.
Did you see the video?
Yeah, no, but the smoke, the exhale. Like, there was no exhale.
It like ended before the exhale.
Yeah, maybe he smoked, but he didn't exhale.
Peyton,
Am I smelling a little of the ganja?
Peyton, call Bobby's son. Let's get him on the line. Well, we'll have him break
Bobby,
it down.
what's your son's phone number?
He doesn't have a cell phone. He's in alternative schooling right now.
Oh,
I'll email
no. All right, so what do we think? Bob, was he vaping?
100%. He Dan Soder, the comedian Dan Soder, he grew up with him. He was on the sideline with him the other day. Dan Soder's like one of the most notorious pothead comedians in existence. He probably gave him the vape.
But he was vaping tobacco.
How do you know?
Okay, Sean.
Wait a second. Are you telling? Wait. I'm
joking. It's a joke.
Okay.
It's a joke. Nobody get me in trouble with some accusation. I'm kidding. I'm doing a bit.
I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure you didn't think that Mike McDaniel was smoking weed during the game.
I mean,
I'm doing a bit.
Could have been Delta 8. You never know. I mean, it could have been some.
What is
synthetic.
that?
It's just a synthetic that you can get. Like in New York,
Delta
they don't do.
8.
You can get it here. You get
Like
that here.
COVID-19.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pay.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
The Delta 8 variant.
Way to throw a number on it. All right, let's get dark. Let's get a little dark here. We've had funeral talk. We've had strip club talk after the funeral.
Love it.
Let's dark roast the city of Tampa, and we'll bring you RJ's Buccaneers Cowboys preview song in case you missed it. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Q.
Open Deebo Samuel down the sideline, 50, 40, Deebo 30, Deebo 20, Deebo 10, Deebo touchdown! San Francisco!
Double loss, in my opinion. Now, you guys are the experts from the weekend, going undefeated
Yes, we are.
with your picks, as Bobby Belt is chiming in before he should have spoken in Tampa. Sean and RJ here in DFW. Nick Heatman at 920. I viewed yesterday as a double loss. The Giants win and send the Cowboys to San Francisco. And if the Giants had lost, we would have gone to Philadelphia. Neither very inviting situations, in my opinion. But I felt pretty strongly, even though if the Giants beat Philly and the Cowboys beat San Fran, we would host the NFC Championship game. I know there's the revenge factor against San Fran. I know that Brock Purdy did not have an MVP season like Jalen Hurts. I would have rather played Philadelphia in Philly than go to San Fran. 40% of the Tolos voted Philly. 20% said San Fran. And the other 40% lamos voted just focus on Tampa as if you're actually playing in the game tonight. I put that up there just for my own humor to see how many people would vote for the Buccaneers.
Well, that's how I would have voted, Sean. I would have said focus on Tampa because that's what you got to do. You got one step at a time, one day at a time, one life at a time, one game at a time. You got to have them all.
Well, thanks for voting and participating.
I did vote. I absolutely voted.
And you voted for Tampa?
No.
Okay.
I voted for. I'd rather play San Francisco. Not because I think
who?
San Francisco.
No, the San Francisco.
The Fraudy Niners.
There you
Fraudy
go.
Niners.
Third time's a charm.
I'd rather play them, not because they're not a better team than Philadelphia. I think top to bottom, 2 through 53, they're better.
Yeah.
But I would much rather face Brock Purdy than the guy that was about to be the MVP.
But what did you see from Purdy in the game? Did you go in with an open mind to evaluate and judge him, or you just said, 7th rounder, Mr. Irrelevant, can't be legit?
I saw him play in college. He was a good player in college. I saw him play a little bit this year. But, Jalen Hurts is a much bigger body of work.
Yep.
He's got 2 years as opposed to, 2 months? Is Purdy playing well? Absolutely. But I will go up against Brock Purdy than a potential MVP candidate any day of the week. To me, it's about the quarterback.
Potential MVP candidate with a potentially bum shoulder, too, though?
That's a point. I can't argue that one. I have no idea how healthy Jalen Hurts' arm is. I have no idea. I'm just saying, is it the macro, whatever? Mm-hmm. Just trying to use a cool buzzword here in these, in these uncertain economic times that we're in. So I don't know. I can't argue. I can't refute the shoulder.
And Bobby, of course, you would have preferred going to Philly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have clearly shown you match up fine with Philly. Dak's best game of the season was against that Philly secondary. If Dak plays the road game against Philly, you probably beat them in that game. And so I still think there's the name San Francisco 49ers is way too present on the tongues of players at times in the locker room. They remember all too well how they got beat down, and I don't know that that's a benefit. I think it's actually a little bit of a boogeyman factor for them.
Okay. Of course, our focus right now is Tampa. We have to get to them tonight. We all picked the Cowboys to win. Peyton felt the best about the Cowboys, not dominating, but winning this game in the easiest manner. But we all have the Cowboys winning. In order to get the team hyped up, we have another edition. Bobby Belt writing, RJ Choppy delivering the Cowboys Dark Roast.
Is there a barista here? Because this roast just got dark.
All right, let's try this again.
Okay.
It's playoff time, baby. The Dallas Cowboys are in Tampa tonight taking on a Buccaneers team in a game that's so important to Tom Brady, he left his wife and his children to win it.
Man, his new girlfriend is going hard for him. Yes. He is
for her. Hey. Part of why Tom Brady decided to return is also because the Bucs got rid of Bruce Arians. You know, he always loved to play the tough guy, Sean. But that's hard to believe when you look like Oliver Twist all grown up. He never ditched that stupid hat. He's got a blood glucose level that looks like a Tarrant County area code. Oh, my God, that's an 817 joke.
How you going to go with his glucose levels, man, with his health issues? I get the Kangol, but the blood pressure?
You know, but Tom also returned because he's obsessed with football. Yes, he is. I mean, you've got to respect how much Tom Brady loves the game. He's also committed to holding on to his greatness that the only time he hears the word daddy anymore is when Antonio Brown sends him a Snapchat from Giselle's bedroom. An infidelity joke. You know, speaking of absent fathers, see what I did there?
What a segue.
And speaking of Peyton,
are we talking about Peyton at the strip club?
How about the strip club scene in Tampa Bay? You know, you can check on the booming strip club industry while you're in town. Why, on any night of the week, you might see Peyton Russell throwing cash onto a stage that looks like a 10-year reunion of MTV's 16 and Pregnant. A Farrah Abraham joke. Now, I'm not trying to slight exotic dancers of Tampa Bay. No, sirree, Bob. I'm just saying that each time an article of clothing comes off, 10 new stretch marks. Oh, and a new C-section car is speared. Oh, my God, Bobby, you can't say that. Bobby.
I didn't say it. You did.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, man, I should read these beforehand.
Wow.
You know, but there's more to Tampa than just Def Leppard songs and girls named Candy spelled with 2 E's.
2 E's.
Good reference. Yeah, they got their fair share of AARP cards and plastic wrap couches as well. You know, Tampa's got a reputation as a senior living community long before Tom Brady and Julio Jones arrived there.
Julio Jones age. I can't get the plastic wrap couch is like my biggest nightmare in life.
Talk. No way.
My biggest nightmare. But I feel like I need to have one with a 2.5-year-old.
You know, if you can get past the aroma of being downwind from Jacksonville, I like that. A quick sniff of the Tampa air reveals notes of butterscotch candy, and a Lincoln Town Car's failed emission test. You know, people don't live in Tampa so much as they wait to die.
What was the Town Car thing?
Failed emissions
Old
test.
people.
Oh, okay.
Man, I haven't seen a Lincoln Town Car in a while. It's been a minute.
You haven't been to Tampa in a while.
I haven't. You know, of course, we're all familiar with the Florida man trope. Florida man. Tampa surely has plenty of them. It's the type of city that's got a new story about a fireworks accident in someone's backyard every day. And that's even after Jason Pierre-Paul left for Baltimore. A fireworks accident joke. But who is Florida man? Florida man is missing teeth and cut off sleeves. A Morgan Wallen haircut on a Dan Orlovsky brain. He makes his own moonshine and keeps an apex predator as a pet. He is Tampa Bay to its very core.
Bobby hates Morgan Wallen.
I know you do.
Every week there's a Morgan Wallen joke.
And every song is a banger. You know, if you're still having trouble picturing what Florida man looks like, just think of the G-Bag Nation. You know, you take Brian Broaddus' hair and Zach Walchuk's head, and you dress him in Gavin Dawson's camo wardrobe, preparing to hunt Bigfoot, and you make him as fertile as Eric Chiafalo's testicles. Cowboys and Bucs kick off 7:15.
Yeah. Well done, both of you. Well done. Okay, I didn't know that Florida man was like a thing.
Oh, yeah.
What? Yeah.
No, I didn't know that was like a label or a
Florida
insult.
man. Like everything, like every weird story that you hear seems to happen in Florida.
That I know,
and that's Florida man. Like, so the thing is, like, the story starts out with Florida man robs bank naked.
Oh, okay, I got you.
You know, Florida man.
Like Florida man loses leopard at Dallas Zoo, something like that.
Absolutely,
yeah, exactly. Oh man, that's good. Gosh, I love dark roast. I just want the Cowboys to advance, not only for us and Jerry and McCarthy. I just want the dark roast to continue. So well done. K-Twiz on Twitter. I think it's one of my favorite times of the week. And, of course, Corey Majors usually pops in. That's his segment that he loves as well. 877-881-1053. It's Sean, RJ. Bobby Belt is in Tampa. Have you gotten a sense of the city at all with the old people or not humid? It's not humid. What's the weather?
No, weather's actually not bad at all. Now, when we landed yesterday, it was actually colder here, I felt like, than when we took off from Dallas. And so it was kind of chilly outside, but I haven't been able to really pop out much other than to look down and see the massive line for first take, which is cleared out now. I guess they've let people in. But it's actually not so bad. It's a lot better than Jacksonville. It smells better. It looks nicer. I don't feel I don't feel like I'm about to be the victim of a felony at every turn. So it's much more preferable than Tampa. Than Jacksonville.
Nick Eatman at 9:20 is also in Tampa. We'll get Nick's pick for the game. Lamar Jackson didn't even travel with the Ravens. The art of game management. Bobby and Choppy are going to break that down after we bring this back. The best ever song, in my opinion, that RJ Choppy has done here at The Fan to get you ready for tonight.
That's all right. Number 4's all right with me. Yeah. Hey, hey, hey.
He can sling it, he can fling it, they might catch it and yak it. Or we can hand the ball to Zeke and let him run up inside it. They can bat it, they can pick it, or they outright gonna miss it. And every time he throws it long, you know that Noah will miss it. He is number 4, D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. One thing about us, we're the saddest alive. We haven't won a single thing with all these players alive. We can't let Brady have all day. It's Micah Parsons this time. They better win this game or Mike is on the firing line. I'm like, Jerry, you so stupid. They can't fire this guy. So let's just pass it on their ass and wear them down on a drive. Tom's ex chick wants him to quit, but then she didn't survive. Every snap we bring the pressure, cause that's what we apply. Pressure applied. We're gonna beat you this time, whether it's Micah sacking Brady or it's Dak dropping dimes. We can sling it, we can fling it, they might catch it or yak it, or we can hand the ball to Zeke and let him run up inside it. They can bat it, they can pick it, or they outright gonna miss it. And every time he throws it long, you know that Noah will miss it. He is number 4, D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. D-A-K. Number 4, D-A-K. One take!
You can wait 24 hours. And RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Third down and goal from the 1. Huntley sticks the ball out. The Bengals have the ball. They are running it back. Sam Hubbard with blockers behind him. Hubbard to the Ravens 40, the 30, the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown! Bengals!
Woo! Bengals win over the Baltimore Ravens 24-17. RJ Choppy. Bobby Belt in Tampa. Sean has left the show. He has left the show for the day. That's okay. We're just going to take over. We're going to have a little fun for the final hour. Nick Eatman coming up at 9:20. But this was a game that I think was way closer than I expected, Bobby. I thought Cincinnati, and so was the Buffalo game. I thought they were both going to roll the backup quarterbacks, but Hundley played well.
This is a game where it feels like to me that Baltimore should have won this game. As close as the Buffalo game was, Buffalo dominated that game in a lot of different facets. Third down, penalties, total yards. They were completely dominant over Miami. They just shot themselves in the foot sometimes. This was an instance where Baltimore just played Cincinnati really, really well. Burrow wasn't having a typical Burrow day. The Bengals weren't able to get the running game started. Huntley was providing a lot of issues and stress on Cincinnati's defense, and he's not a franchise quarterback or anything, but Tyler Huntley's tough as hell. And Chop, I feel like you got to at least imagine there's at least a couple people in that Baltimore locker room that are juxtaposing Tyler Huntley and the gritty performance he had with this slow healing process for Lamar Jackson that started to get some credit.
Well, the first thing I got to do is I got to Google juxtaposing. See what that means.
Contrast it again.
Yeah, no, I know what I mean. I know what it means.
You were an English minor.
I was. But Sarah always gets on me because I don't know how to do grammar. I don't grammar. I'm very, very bad with that because I don't do the apostrophes right.
Oh.
I've never understood the apostrophe thing. I just put everything in a singular form because I'm just lazy like that. But I think it's more than just a couple people that are upset with him in the Ravens locker room. I think most are okay with it because they get it. Get your bag and then worry about it. And Mike, Mike Vick kind of came out and spoke about this saying, put a knee brace on it and go. Well, Mike, you made $50 million before you played a snap. Right? The rookie contracts for the number one overall pick in the year 2000, 2001, 2002, prior to Sam Bradford, after Sam Bradford, were way different than they are now. Lamar Jackson, his rookie contract paid him $9 million until that fifth-year option.
Yeah. Now, can't some of it be looked at though as if he had a more amenable negotiation, they wouldn't be in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
And is there? It feels like there's an argument to be made that like Dak Prescott, for instance, went out there and put everything on the line without the guarantee of a future contract. And so what is it exactly that Lamar Jackson is doing? Is Lamar Jackson worried about long-term health? Is he worried about losing a playoff game and that being on his resume? Because I think we both agree at this point, like if his legs are not a factor, then Lamar Jackson is not a real threat to beat you. And if the knee's bugging him that much, it may just be that he's not as mobile as he needs to be.
Well, I do think, I don't think there's any question. I do think there is some part of Lamar not playing that he didn't want to have another playoff loss on his ledger, because you know how these teams are going to negotiate. They're going to negotiate with him with, well, you were healthy, you're out there. The narrative would not change. The narrative would continue. Oh, Lamar can't win a playoff game. You're not very good. Even though he was hurt, they would not have given them the injury benefit of the doubt when it comes to negotiations.
Yeah, but how many times have we, a Jalen Hurts, like somebody like that dealing with his shoulder, he's going out there and he's clearly in pain. Ezekiel Elliott fought through a lot of that. Now, I think on Zeke's front, it was clear, like, your whole game there is running.
Yeah.
And so you need to be able to run the football effectively in order for that to make sense. But that's kind of my point, is that Lamar Jackson, if you take away the mobility, how does he threaten you? He doesn't. And I think he knows that, and I don't think he wants that on his ledger.
Well, look, guys who are, 45 and 15 in their career,
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like to use quarterback wins as a stat, but like when you have that number, sooner or later it comes to a point where it's like, all right, this is sustainable. You know, like you do it 1 year, it's okay, yeah, whatever. You don't get to that number by not being able to throw the ball. He can throw it, but yeah, I mean, is he as effective if they don't have to guard against the run? No, he's not. You could say that about a lot of quarterbacks out there. Like if you don't guard, if Josh Allen didn't have the run, he's still got a cannon, but it still helps. It still helps his ability to play the position.
Yeah, I think that it definitely helps, but I think that's the thing. I think that if that threat is not there, he's not going to beat you passing the ball, and that's the question. Now, look, last night, this is a game that Baltimore, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, I think they honestly should have won. You look at the fact that if it's not for the ball kind of recklessly being put over the top on the goal line situation and then having Sam Hubbard scoop and score, Baltimore may win that game. If you don't have the bizarre timeout play clock management from John Harbaugh, I don't know what it is with the Harbaugh boys. Jim was doing weird stuff at the end of the TCU game with the clock, and John yesterday, and Peyton, I know we have this cut, John yesterday was being completely bizarre, huddling up. You know what it reminded me of, Chop? It reminded me of Donovan McNabb, who was sick, but the way Donovan McNabb was using the clock at the end of the Super Bowl against the Patriots. You remember how slow and methodical they were? And it's like, where's the urgency? It was the same sort of thing yesterday, I felt like, with Baltimore. But after the game, Peyton, John Harbaugh was defending his clock management.
Yeah, there was to save the timeouts for the red zone. I think the thing that killed us was the holding penalty, which knocked us back. And the idea was we got time. We want to keep those timeouts to throw the ball. So we try to pop a run there. We're going to call a timeout after that, and then we still have run pass options. So we didn't want to give the ball. We wanted to score without giving the ball back. We think we're going to be in the red zone. We think it's going to be just a certain number of plays, and it's going to work right down to the end of the game, rather than maybe you score with 30, 35 seconds, you give a chance to go kick a field goal at the end. So I think we played it right. It didn't work out in the sense that after that we had incomplete passes, so you're not going to have a chance to call them. If you complete the passes, you get the ball back in the red zone, you call the timeout. So I think it's, from an elementary level, you could say, they should have called the timeouts, but we had the timeouts worked out right.
Yeah. Every coach, I think.
How can you claim that?
Yeah. I think every coach struggles with game management at some point. Nobody's got a perfect record. Some do it better than others. But the Harbaughs, John gets a lot of credit for, or at least people think that he's this forward-thinking guy because he goes for two a lot at the end of games. You know what I mean? Like he'll just, we're just gonna go for the win. And last year bit him a couple times, right? They lost a couple of games last year because of it. But I don't know what the Harbaughs are doing. I know they've got John's got a couple of guys in his ear. He's got like 5 guys on the headset at all times. That seems excessive. That seems like it's a lot of people on the headset.
Well, yeah, but I mean, look, clearly the game management situations are critical. And so I get what you're saying there. There is too many cooks in the kitchen. That sort of aspect can harm you. But to this point about clock management, we were talking about this earlier today. I feel like if you lose this game to Tampa, that on tomorrow morning when we're talking about this, I feel like something we'd be talking about in all likelihood is there's going to be a game mismanagement issue, because that just seems to be such a critical factor whenever we're talking about games that are close in the playoffs, that they oftentimes come down to somebody flubbing something. And there was a really interesting article over at The Ringer last week by Stephen Ruiz, and it's called The Art of Calling a Timeout in the NFL. And he opens it up by talking about Peyton Manning was miffed. The clock was ticking away in the Broncos' 2022 season opener, and rookie head coach Nathaniel Hackett had frozen. Denver was down a point with possession at Seattle's 45-yard line, and there were about 65 seconds left in the game. Hackett had all 3 timeouts, but decided not to use one. Instead, Russell Wilson rushed the offense to the line of scrimmage, but by the time they got there, only 35 seconds remained. And Peyton Manning was just stunned by this. You remember it was a huge controversy, something that Hackett got criticized for roundly that week. But the article goes on and says timeouts are valuable. They're not always gonna swing your win probability 8 percentage points in the wrong direction. Hackett's blunder is an extreme example. But Brian Burke, ESPN's director of analytics, found in 2014 that each timeout is worth about 3.1 points of win probability. Coaches get 6 timeouts a game, meaning that can stack up. And while it may be dramatic to say timeouts swing every game, they definitely affect the tightly contested ones, especially in the postseason. So you jump down in the article a little bit, and it mentions that last January, 538's Josh Hermesmeyer was working off of research from Burke and the NFL's analytics director, Michael Lopez, and he found that teams end up wasting a lot of their timeouts because of operational issues. So that's making sure the offense is in the best call possible, or that the defense has the right personnel on the field. And other times, timeouts are burned to avoid delay of game penalties. In game, that may seem smart, but as he notes here, that Lopez found that was actually more detrimental to win probability, and found that they were wasteful timeouts, and that timeouts used for time-saving purposes, like in the last few minutes of a half, were more valuable on average. So, Chop, they went here and they did some research on NFL teams and how they use their timeouts and how many people have these operational mistakes, these delay of games, these lost challenges, just different aspects like that. So Mike McCarthy, who gets a lot of criticism for his game management, actually this year oversaw one of the more effective and efficient teams in the NFL in terms of using their timeouts. Dallas, as it works out, it mentions here, it says the Eagles finished tied for the league's best record, and they did the best job of preserving their timeouts for the end of half situations, rarely calling them outside the last 4 minutes and losing just 2 challenges. It talks about the Chargers fared quite well with 14 operational mistakes. That was tied with Dallas, which might be shocking to anyone familiar with Mike McCarthy's work, but appears the oft-maligned coach is making progress. So, Choppy, I throw it over to you on this question.
So, real quick, the Eagles, Chargers, and Cowboys are the best of this. So Brandon Staley getting killed for everything. He's the second best of this. Sirianni is the best of this.
Yeah. So and if you look at the back end of it, the 3 worst this year were Mike McDaniel, Sean McVay, and Matt LaFleur.
Oh man, it makes my heart tickle that Sean McVay is on the worst of this list. Makes my heart tickle.
Does it say something, though, in general about Mike McCarthy and the fact that have we criticized him too much for end-of-game scenarios? You know, Sean, and we were talking about it earlier, the fact that, well, we feel like maybe they haven't been put in these positions for this to be a factor this year, and that's why we can't judge it correctly. Is it that, or is it just he's calling a more clean game, and so we're not noticing these things? Do you think this is something that Mike McCarthy has made progress in? Do you trust him more today to call operational mistakes and to call game management than you did maybe a year ago against San Francisco?
You know, there used to be a website which got bought out, but it used to track the correct call index of coaches on like 4th down. And McCarthy was always in the top 5 as a coach with the Cowboys. So in 2020 and then last year, and they got bought out. So I don't have the numbers for this year. But I've always thought that, you know, even Jason was good at it. Like the idea that Jason was this conservative coach, he went for it on 4th down more than Sean Payton did. Like we have, you know, like Jason wasn't some, I'm punting on 4th and inches kind of guy. He would go for it. They threw the ball more than the Saints did at times. Like this idea that Jason was this uber ultra conservative coach. I mean, when he had to be, he was. But yeah, I don't think McCarthy was ever failing or behind on some of these. Did you?
No, I didn't think it. Not on the 4th down stuff. It's more just the use of timeouts and stuff like that, which is why it's so interesting to me that he's apparently not getting burned by this as much as he had in the past. Because that definitely, I think we can think of times where it's like, why did you burn a timeout there? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? And there hasn't been many of those this year. And it's not that they haven't played close games. They've had several close games where they could have been in a position to waste timeouts or to be found without a timeout. And that hasn't been the case. And so I just find it interesting that the data is clearly pointing in a direction of Mike McCarthy has improved in this area, and you can have more faith that he'll be able to call this effectively. That's less likely to burn you today than it was maybe a year ago.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because in this article in the beginning, it talks about that Denver game. And then, you know, there's some tweets about it, you know, when Manning was saying, you know, you got to call a timeout. And there's people saying, you know, but Manning was wrong on this one. Like, the numbers show that they shouldn't have called a timeout or something. And I don't understand that. Like, I just, you know, some of those, I haven't figured that one out yet. There is an art to it. I guess. I just don't know. I don't know how it's judged. You know, is it's still too results based? It's just judged on did it work or not? Did you win the game or not? And nobody cares. Nobody cares about your time management if you win the game.
Yeah, but that is a good point that in general, the research from ESPN that says, hey, look, this is worth about 3.1 points of win probability. So if you save those for later in the game and you have those at your disposal and you're not just wasting them, then I at least think that it's something that's encouraging.
But if there's a minute and a half left of the game and you got 3 timeouts, when is later in the game? There is.
It's considered last 4 minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Having timeouts at your disposal for the final 4 minutes. Basically, you enter the final 4 minutes without having wasted any timeouts earlier in the half.
Gotcha.
And that's
Okay.
where Dallas has done really, really well this year.
Yeah, that's key. I mean, you know,
it's an interesting discussion point. It's something that clearly the Cowboys have improved at. We'll ask Nick Eatman about it next, as well as get his pick for this game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and also see if he was more wanting to play Philadelphia or San Francisco. That's next on The Fan.
but let's get you over to Platinum.
Segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Mikey Bassick is going to be insufferable in crosstalk, Bobby. I'm just letting you know. He was looking for Sean. He wanted to know where he was. He's like, how's that Trevor Lawrence hater? How's that Trevor Lawrence hater? Couldn't even stand to be in here for crosstalk.
Yeah. You think Mike is going to have the exact same tone tomorrow if Dak throws 4 touchdowns and 4 picks?
Oh,
I don't think so.
But what if it was 4 in the first half?
Changes.
What if it was 4 in the first half and then 4 touchdowns in the second? Does that help? Does that matter? Does it matter when you have them? If it's 4 picks in the second half and 4 TDs in the first, you got a sour taste in your mouth.
That's true. That's true.
Let's bring in Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Nick, first off, before we do anything else, this is the number one question that we've been asking all day. You know what? Let's get to that later. Number one key for tonight's game. I don't want to bust right into next week. Let's focus on this game.
How about don't throw 4 interceptions in the first half, even though that might have worked for one person here in Florida. I don't think it would work for anyone. I think that obviously that they're gonna have to not make it easy on the Bucs, short fields, things like that. I mean, these interceptions are getting out of hand. Everybody knows it. Dak knows it. And I think this team's just better than the Bucs, and so and just like they were better than Jacksonville and a lot better than Tennessee and who knows what they were trying to do against Washington. But I just think if they're a better team, you can't give them gifts like that. And I think, that's the biggest key going into this one.
Nick, I imagine a lot of this game is going to come down to how well the number 2 corner plays, or potentially how poorly the number 2 corner plays. Is this they've talked this week about how they feel good about their rotation, what they've settled on. They obviously don't want to tip their hand on that. But who do you think we see primarily in that mix with Bland and Diggs tonight? Is it going to be Xavier Rhodes? Is it going to be Nashawn Wright? What's the mix, do you think?
I have a feeling it's going to be Rhodes. I think Rhodes has been getting a lot of work. I know McCarthy, talked about him on Saturday, saying that, he would be ready to go. And I think Wright will get some time in there. Bland will start. And then when they go to nickel, then they'll do some shuffling. But, it's interesting because, if you didn't have Mike Evans on your fantasy team, then you probably just think, he's like their number 1 guy. And then you realize he never scores. He never does anything except for that Carolina game. Godwin's the one that, 100 catches. It seemed like kind of a quiet 100 catches, but, he's having a really good season. And I think it'll be interesting to see what they do with matching up Diggs. Does he match up with Godwin? Does he match up with Evans? Do they switch it around the goal line? But the one thing I like about Rhodes is that he's big and physical, even though he, the naysayers say he can't run anymore like he used to. But I think he might be a goal line matchup with his physicality down there. Maybe a guy on tight end or maybe on Evans. So there's a lot of little matchups there. But I think Rhodes will be playing a lot in this game.
Outside of Dak, in the first game that these two teams played, CD wasn't very good, and Tony Pollard wasn't used very much at all. Which one do you think needs to have the bigger game?
I think it's got to be CD, because I think if CD, I think that opens up a lot of things. I mean, I do think they tried some with Pollard. I mean, I think he had something like 6 carries, 8 yards, or it might have been the other way around.
Yeah,
it wasn't a lot. But I do think that, and I know you guys have talked about this, and it's been said many times. I think that when you're looking at the 3 receivers, I'll take my chances with a more polished CeeDee Lamb, a more confident CeeDee. He's supposed to be the number 1 receiver going into that game. A lot of pressure. I think he's proven that to himself. 2nd team All-Pro, Pro Bowl, all that. 100-catch season. So you got CeeDee Lamb, you got T.Y. Hilton, and you got Michael Gallup, as opposed to CeeDee Lamb and then Dennis Houston and Noah Brown. And so, I mean, I think that that's a little different scenario there for the receiver. So I think all of them across the board are better. And I think it's important, though, to get those guys involved, because then that'll help the running game as well and vice versa. But But I think CD's got to play like the second team All-Pro CD, and not a guy that was still kind of finding his way there as the number one receiver.
We're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ. Nick, what do you think is the more likely? What talking point is more likely tomorrow morning when we wake up? That Dak really stepped up and silenced a lot of critics, or that the noise just got louder?
I think they're going to win the game. So I mean, I know that probably is like your third or fourth next question, but I think they're going to win the game. And so by winning the game, I think that will silence a lot of critics. Now, will he throw an interception or not? I mean, that's only going to keep it going, because even if you win, it's like, well, that crap ain't going to last in San Francisco, and it probably won't. So I think that they're going to win. I don't think you can't win a Super Bowl tonight, so I don't think that the critics will ever go away. I don't think it's going to be silent for him. So he can move off that. Daniel Jones has as many playoff wins as Dak, all that kind of stuff. But I think that they'll win the game. I don't know if he'll go out and light it up and have 300 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks. I don't see that type of scenario. But I do think they're going to do enough to win, maybe an ugly type of game, which will silence the critics for a while until they're until the next game.
Nick, we've been asking, would you rather go to San Fran or Philly? Let's just say the Cowboys do what we all think they're going to do and win this game. Would you have had a preference?
Yeah, I've been kind of back and forth on that one because I got, and I said this last week, I think, I got burned last year with this whole, what do you want to do? Like, I thought, let's go, let's be the 3 seed and go play the 49ers at home. And then you have to play Tampa. And that didn't work out because that was a terrible matchup for the Cowboys. And I don't know if things have changed that much. It doesn't matter now. I mean, obviously you're going to have to go play San Francisco if you win. But Philly is probably the better matchup for the Cowboys. They have beaten them, obviously not with Hurts, but Dak didn't play that first game either. And I just think the familiarity of it all would probably make it better to go play them. They're off 2 weeks, and a lot of pressure for them. But hey, it is what it is. I mean, I don't know if the Brock Purdy angle is an angle anymore. I mean, the guy's pretty good. He's playing very well, and we've seen this, these quarterbacks in this playoffs, first game out. I mean, they're winning games, or they're playing well. I mean, Miami's quarterback played well. Daniel Jones played well. Lawrence took a little bit, and he got it going. But I mean, I just think that the whole Brock Purdy stuff doesn't even factor in. I mean, he's playing well. Their team is playing well. That's going to be a tough matchup if it gets there.
Can the Cowboys win this game if Tyron Smith plays like he has the last couple weeks?
Say that again. Can they win this game if Tyron Smith? Oh,
is it reasonable to expect them to win this game if Tyron Smith struggles like he has in recent weeks?
I think they can. I think they can win. I mean, I don't think he is. I don't think he is the weak link or anything like that. He's not playing like the Tyron Smith that we have anticipated over the years and all that. And I think that it'll be interesting to see what they do in the off season and all that. But I think that they can win this game with him playing. I think he'll play a little bit better. But yeah, I think they can win this game. I don't look at it. You might look at it differently, but I don't look at it and say, man, they gotta give him help. Tight ends, chip over there. This is a problem. I don't see that. I think they can win the game. But yeah, it's you can't look at it and say, well, that's Tyron. Don't worry about that. Those days are over. Only Zach Martin's the guy that you can really think like that about. But I think together, that's the big thing. They got to work on it themselves together. We thought that would just be all pro, everything's good. They're still kind of figuring that out. But I bet he steps it up in this game tonight.
Your score pick for this game, along with give us an X factor.
I've got 29-20 Dallas. Conveniently made it a 2-score game because if it's not, I don't like that for Dallas. So 29-20. I think, and as far as X factor goes, can the tight ends break tackles? Dalton Schultz specifically. He's going to have to break a tackle and get first downs. I think he caught 7 passes in the first game, and it was like, all right, he's going to have 100 catches this year and all that stuff. And he had a good year. He got hurt some. But the way Tampa plays their defenses, and they play a lot of zone, they'll move the safeties back. They may make a lot of decisions for the quarterback to make. And a lot of it is a check down. And I think Schultz is going to be open all night, right in front of the line, right in front of the linebackers. Can he turn it up and make a play? Because no one, unless you're Kelsey, nobody's ever really going to lose games to the tight end. But I think that's going to be the key tonight is can Schultz make the catch, turn her up. It might be Ferguson as well. But dumping it off to the tight end, I think that's a nice safe throw that Dak will take a lot tonight. But can you do something with it? If it's 3rd and 8, and can you? I'm not suggesting that it's 4th and 8. You throw a 3-yard pass to a tight end with the game and season on the line. I wouldn't go that route. I would try to throw it to the sticks. But on 3rd down and 2nd down, see if the tight ends can go and make plays.
Nick, we appreciate it, and we'll preview San Francisco with you on Wednesday.
Please tell me you got my Kirk Cousins dig.
No. I did. I missed it. Where was it?
I just said if it's 4th and 8, I would not throw it to a tight end on 3 yards.
Yeah.
Where are you, Bobby? By the way, where are you at first base?
I'm in my room.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
Yeah. If I would have had a second headset, I would have just had you come down here and you could come do it from my room.
All right. Well, all good. Sounds great. Just like the studio.
All right. Appreciate you, Nick. Coming up, we will crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Yeah, sure. We can give him a whale here. Sean's not here to block it. We'll crosstalk with KNC Masterpiece. How insufferable is Mike Bassett going to be about Trevor Lawrence? That's next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official.
won it! The Jaguars have won it! They have come back from 27-0 to win the game!
That was not Al Michaels with the call.
I like Al Michaels' indifference way better.
God, Al did not care. Al did not want anything to do with that game.
Who gives a crap?
He had no energy. Unlike Mikey Bassick, who I can only imagine was going nuts.
Holy guacamole. That was super fun. When Sean did text me at 27-0, said, I hope you sold all your Trevor Lawrences. He hates Trevor Lawrence. He's a Trevor Lawrence hater in a similar fashion that my man Kevin Hagelin is a Justin Herbert hater, in that he thinks that he's overrated. Would you agree?
I think that's probably
you
right.
feel like Justin Herbert's overrated?
I do.
But for some reason, Sean, and I know Sean's not here. He's headed to LA for the Chargers funeral.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, it's an actual funeral.
Is that
feels not okay?
He's never liked them, and I didn't know he was leaving because I was listening to y'all's show this morning. Good show.
Thank you.
And I was wondering what has turned him off about Trevor Lawrence from pretty much day one. I don't know. He's not here.
I assume it's the same thing that would turn off people from LeBron James or Andrew Luck or Peyton Manning, is that they were anointed before they anointed themselves.
I could get that because that's kind of the way I feel. I know it's a lower tier, but that's kind of the way I feel about Justin Herbert, because everybody in the card world was like, no, he's the dude, you just watch. And I'm like, okay, maybe. Let's just wait half a second.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, Herbert is he's got so much talent. Like, he does have a ton of talent.
I don't dispute that, for sure.
For somebody with all the talent he has like the lowest intended air yards in the league outside of Matt Ryan.
Bobby, you're an insider. Have they fired Staley yet today or no?
No, not that I can see. I also can't have Twitter open on my phone because we're literally running my connection off my phone. But no, not yet. Why? You think they should?
What's the holdup?
Yes. Yeah, I think that team now next year needs to take another step, but I don't think they can do it with that coach, because I do think if, let's just say, the coaches were changed, I think Doug Peterson easily wins that football game if they're up 27-0.
My take on that game was that was not so much like some incredible comeback from Jacksonville as it was just an epic choke job from the Chargers. Like, you can't. The Jaguars converted 20% of their third downs. They lost the turnover battle by 5. Like, teams that did that coming into that game were 0-38 all time. Like, you don't lose those games. And so, to me, the Chargers are just, it's completely inexcusable. And this is 2 years in a row that the Chargers have choked at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it like they definitely should have run the ball more in the second half. But if you're Staley, it's like, dude, we can't run the ball anyway. Like, we're averaging 2.5 yards a carry with our starting running back with Eckler. And then Kelly was averaging less than 3 a carry. Like, are you going to really just run into a wall?
Well, my only question there is when
Kellen Moore would.
Yeah, that's a good point. From a timing perspective, is it not worth it when you weren't scoring points anyway?
Yeah, maybe. But it's not like they got what, 9 first downs in the second half? Like, they were moving the ball.
Yeah, then they would just stop.
It's not like they stopped getting first downs.
See, and we were talking about this before the show, is I didn't think by any means that Jacksonville was going to come back, but I did think it was weird when all the Chargers players were repeatedly celebrating the field goals that they picked up after a couple of those turnovers. And I was like, you're going to win, but I really think touchdowns would have just like put that game out of reach for sure.
Yeah, they had the same amount of first downs in the second half as the first, which was wow. You don't see that in a comeback like that.
No, I thought what was huge was that Trevor Lawrence was able to, I don't know if settle down's the right word, but he was able to figure something out before halftime. To get the 7 on the board right before half, and then to have the ball coming out in the second half. I think the way that these comebacks can happen is you got to score right before half to show that there is some sort of an ability to come back. And then it's like, all right, now we have to score another touchdown out of this half.
Yeah,
and they
lead's
did.
Cut in half.
So they put up 14 points in a limited amount of time to all of a sudden, instead of being 27-0, which we do look at, hey, it was a 27-point comeback. But all of a sudden, there is 25 minutes left in the game, and it's 27-14. So if you just say, hey, it's 27-14 with 25 minutes left, you say, well, that's plenty of time to come back from 13 points. So he was able to get that touchdown right before half and then get the touchdown to start the second half, which made it a very doable scenario.
at In the Majors. What do you have coming up on the show today?
Phone is not on.
There's a button.
This is awesome. We have a lot of guests lined up for Cowboys kickoff today. To start at 10:40 during what is typically baseball nuggets, we will have pitcher Mike Adams, former Rangers pitcher Mike Adams, joining the show. Huge Cowboys fan
Yes,
for
he
one.
is.
But also, like, how do you prepare for big games? The dude was pitching in the World Series, so we get to talk about that with him. 12:20 today, protector of the star, and as Kevin calls him, T.O. Smasher, George Teague will join the show.
Oh!
And then at 1 o'clock, Isaiah Stanback joins us as we prepare for Cowboys kickoff. I think it's one of those days, just leave it locked in all day. You could turn it on and also leave it on all day.
You could. We should do it any day.
What a damn lineup. Now, quickly around the room for the KNC crew, what's your confidence level heading into this game tonight?
It's very odd. Is the wild card weekend has shaken some of my confidence as I learned that there's no good team in football except for the San Francisco 49ers.
They're the goodest.
I'm sorry, the Chiefs?
That
How'd they do this
played
weekend?
over the
that played.
No good team that played over the weekend except for the 49ers. And because I want to say Cowboys by 10, but I was watching all those games and I'm like, you can be as confident as you want and watch it go down and
Man,
play.
we had some backups. We had some backups give scares to high seeds.
Yeah, they did. Kevin, tell me which Dak is showing up.
Man, if I knew that, I would be the richest MFer in the world. Because you would have been like, well, they can't lose this game. I'd be like, oh, just watch how much money I bet against the Cowboys. They will. But, like, if I knew which version of the Cowboys were going to show up, I can answer that question right now.
Is the tackling version of the defense showing up?
With Hankins and LVE, I hope so.
Then I think my confidence level is getting higher, right, as we speak. If I know which Dak is showing up, I feel like if it's that confident, like he's the hero guy, I'm feeling just fine. So if he's like, I don't know what I'm doing back here today, then I'm very nervous.
I got some confidence numbers for you.
Oh,
right,
good.
There we go.
In the last 20 years,
okay,
the team that won and covered the regular season matchup only covered the postseason matchup 40% of the time.
Okay.
If the Bucs don't cover, they have no chance of winning because they're an underdog. You know, they don't cover, they can't win.
I like
That
this.
math checks out.
I like
math
this.
does check out.
Thanks, Bobby.
So
Yeah, you're welcome.
it's in the bag. 60% of the time,
Hold
it happens 100% of the time.
Do you have more confidence numbers? Because
all I need.
60-40 was not the definitive statement I needed.
That's all I need.
Look, if you do 60-40 every day of your life,
I get
you're
it.
going to be okay.
Has Dak won a playoff game?
Yeah.
Hell
There you
yes.
go.
There
He's won a playoff
He's
game.
done it before.
Let's
He's
go.
won a, yeah.
But
It's
Tom
not like he's
Brady-
never not won a playoff game.
But Tom Brady, who I don't like, has won lots.
Yes, but
So?
Tom Brady has not won a playoff game. Did he win one last year? No. After the pandemic. He has not won a playoff game after the pandemic. That's another
That's
stat.
how we
Okay.
cleansed
That's
ourselves
how
of
we-
Tom
Bobby,
Brady.
does that check out? Does
Yeah.
that sound right?
It does not. He won the pandemic Super Bowl. I don't know what you're talking about.
I said after.
Yeah, after.
We're in a post
Well, I mean, it's also
society.
he also hasn't won a title PG post Giselle. You know,
That's right. He's
and
never won a
so-
playoff
Isn't
game.
this the first attempt?
No, they beat
though?
Philly last year. They beat Philly last year.
Stop it, Peyton.
Sorry, I have
That's
to.
not
I-
post
you were
Giselle.
right.
That's not post-pandemic. The pandemic wasn't over yet.
Man, listen to Peyton putting his political opinion out there. No, that was post-pandemic.
That wasn't
What are you
post-pandemic.
doing
Pandemic
right
never
now?
happened, really. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, Peyton. Just because we're in Florida doesn't mean you need to act like it. Coming up tonight, we've got the Cowboys and the Buccaneers, and to get you hyped, to send you into the KNC Masterpiece, our very own Alec Medford has created a little bit of a montage to hype you Cowboys fans up.
Dak Prescott is coming out. When he got hit by Shaq Barrett, I think his right hand got hit into the helmet or the hand of Shaq Barrett. He's out of the game. Cooper Rush.
Yeah, Cooper Rush has replaced Prescott, getting medical attention.
Hey, it's week one. We got work to do, and that's the way we'll approach it.
Rush under pressure, throws deep, skinny post, walk in, CeeDee Lamb. He got clear and he walked the dog. Jones in the gun, back on his left, drifts back, blitz coming. Good night, nurse. Donovan Wilson got a running start, and he beat all the traffic on the interstate. He got off at the Daniel Jones exit.
21, can you do something for me? 21. Can you hit a little rich flex for me? Then 21.
In the gun, Prescott snap back, handoff, Elliott driving, pushing, touchdown! Ezekiel Elliott, head for the kennel.
Talking about resilience, man. I'm glad to be on this team.
Deep to the right, and that ball's intercepted on the right sideline by Deron Bland. Throws it over the middle. It's intercepted by Kearse at the 50. Micah Parsons is on the ball.
And he's still alive.
He's still running. He's still moving with the ball to the 10, to the 5, to the goal line. Parsons recovered a fumble and brought it all the way back.
I mean, is everything going to be great?
Yep.
No. You got to play what you got. You drop some food on the table. You going to eat it or you going to starve? Okay, eat it then.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer where he went.
Fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day to everyone. Happy Dallas Cowboys playoff game day to everyone. And what I want to know, and this is something that Corey started a while back, especially since it's a holiday for some folks, could be bad, but it's not, is are you working today? And if so, what are you doing? 877-881-1053. Now, to go along with all of that, you've got me.
Radio show.
Okay, thanks. That is Reginald Atatula, host of the Get Right 7 to 11 right here on The Fan. And you've got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick. The crew is here today. What I want to know to start things off, who is, now I want to say the Cowboys X Factor for tonight's wild card game, but just as an aside, and this has come out like in the last hour or so, I know it was trending in this direction, but the Bucs did activate their center, Ryan Jensen, from injured reserve. So this will be his season debut. And he got first team snaps during the week. He tore up his knee, including his ACL at the start of training camp. So the thought that he would be back this year, I guess he thought it could be a case all along. And so he is back. He will play tonight, or he's active and available to play tonight. And given that he's gotten so many first team reps during the week, that seems like that is going to be the case.
If he's playing tonight and like that's the case, then they need to attack that.
Yes,
that dude's not football ready.
Sure,
like they've been building him up and getting him ready to go and everything, but there's a difference. Wear that dude out. Wear him out all night long. So in the third quarter, he's like, I forgot how much conditioning matters in this thing.
Sure.
And then this is where lining up Mike all over the field could help a lot. You find that is your weak spot, go and just push it all night long. Yeah, man. Go do all the weaknesses you can find on that offensive line.
Now, I was going to ask, so what I want to know from y'all while people tell us what they're up to today, 877-881-1053, who is your Cowboys X Factor for tonight? If I may.
Yes.
Who will play in the game?
He throws up the X.
No, who will play in the game?
Dante Hall.
I'm going to fire off
Steve DeBerg.
Hell yeah, Reggie.
Have you booked Steve DeBerg yet? Is he coming on the show today?
Xavier McDaniel was called the X-Man in the 80s and 90s.
Have you booked Steve DeBerg?
No, I haven't. I don't support this. Although
Jackman.
I guess I would like to talk to Steve DeBerg.
Dak Prescott.
I'm going to fire off. Does he count as an X Factor? I'm going to fire off cut number 11. This is the person that I think is the X Factor in tonight's game for the Cowboys.
Jones in the gun, back on his left. Drifts back, blitz coming. Good night. Good night, nurse. Donovan Wilson got a running start, and he beat all the traffic on the interstate. And he got off at the Daniel Jones exit.
Daniel Jones is the X Factor for you tonight?
No, it's Donovan Wilson.
Wow.
Daniel Jones obviously became the X Factor. I guess playoff Saquon did yesterday as well. But I think Donovan Wilson could have a potentially huge impact on this game, whether it's giving assisted pass coverage with our cornerback crew that I know there are a lot of concerns about, or whether it's running plays just like that, where you're able to get to Tom Brady, who I know gets the ball out lightning fast, is Donovan Wilson's the guy I'm going with.
I like that. I'm going to go with this person, Tolo Dillon, Tom Pollard. I think they meant Tony, but I'm going to go with Tony Pollard as your X Factor in tonight's game. You saw what Saquon Barkley's big explosive runs did for Daniel Jones. It set up play action in a huge manner for them. And, I mean, it was even pointed out last night whenever you were dominating in the run game with Mixon and Pirine, that set up play action for Joe Burrow, and that's what's going to happen. If Tony Pollard's on the field and they can set up play action, which you know they're going to try to run the ball with Zeke.
Sure.
The ways they try to get the ball to Tony Pollard and let him make explosive plays, that's going to be the difference maker for the Cowboys tonight if they're going to win this game.
Is there a, I guess, a realistic stat line?
1,000 yards.
Okay, see, and
both receiving and running.
Mm-hmm.
Seems realistic to me, Mike.
So I'm going to name my X Factor.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to get serious here. On offense, I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz. That is Dak's favorite target. That is his security blanket. And if Dalton Schultz can kind of work the middle of the field, the Cowboys have been a bad running team for a month now. I'm thinking, I don't know this, but I'm thinking if you can, let's just say on the first couple drives, Dalton Schultz has 4 catches. That would be pretty good to start the game off in the first quarter for, let's just say, 50 or 55 yards. I'm wondering if it can hold the linebackers back a little bit, and then all of a sudden there's a few more running lanes in the middle of the field for Zeke and Pollard. So my X factor on offense, without going Dak has to be the best player on the field tonight, is I'm wondering if Dalton Schultz, being a good player, making early catches, can help out not only Dak and his confidence, but can help out the running game a little bit more.
And it's interesting, Chris Arnold pointed out to me as well, and I'm glad that he did as part of our official pregame show, is that Donovan Wilson is the player profile with CA. So I like that. I like your answer as well. I'm kind of curious, and I know we'll talk about this as we go along. Confidence level update in the Cowboys?
I honestly am at 50-50.
Okay.
I'm going to pick Tampa Bay 27-24.
Okay.
But I'm flip-flopping on 27-24 Dallas, 27-24 Tampa. I think the game will be played, and I'll probably be wrong, I think the game will be played in the mid-20s in a very close game. But I'm leaning towards Tampa and home field, and just they haven't beat anybody good. The thing is this is why I can't really pick Tampa. Part of my picking Tampa is the Cowboys look like they were playing a JV team in a practice game against Tennessee.
Yeah.
I don't know what to take out of that because I literally felt like I was watching a preseason football game. Then they played horrible against Washington, but I get maybe there wasn't 100% motivation on Dallas's side because they didn't feel like they were going in playing for a whole bunch in that game. But I just go off of those 2 last games that I saw, and I'm like, there just doesn't feel like this team coming in playing good football. That being said, they're playing, I think, the worst team in the NFC to make the playoffs.
Oh, yeah. I could definitely see that.
Based on record, that is correct, Mike.
Yeah. Now, I know Gavin Dawson has kind of gone, hey, man, they're getting 4 guys back healthy that they've really missed a lot of. So Tampa's getting healthy at the right time. So you can look at it that way. I do think Leighton Vander Esch can help. I think
so are the
Hankins
Cowboys.
can help.
Yeah.
So,
Biotish is
right.
Biotish is another one that I considered for my X factor is helping kind of settle down the offensive line.
Oh, that's huge.
I know you still might see some rotation, especially I'm curious how right tackle is going to work because Tyron struggled. He did. So I'm curious how that's going to work.
I know you said you got a little bit shaken during this weekend watching football, but at the same time, I feel like you're going to be the most disappointed up at the whole station, not only our show, but so you have to feel really good about this game.
I think the Cowboys are like discernibly better than Tampa Bay. And so if they lose this game outside of just like, I get it. You could argue, well, if they lose next week against San Francisco, I'll be disappointed. Sure. But like, I think if you lose tonight, I'll be super disappointed because I think you lost to an inferior team. I feel like that means you're stuck in the rut yet again, and obviously I hate Tom Brady.
And what if the Bucs go on to win the big game? Does that change anything? If there's Tom Brady, big game again, holding up the big game trophy, and you look back and you go, hold on, does that change the way that I looked at it? I mean, they turn into the buzzsaw again. We just had a bad matchup. Then I guess you're saying, well, I should be better in the regular season, etc.
I guess eventually that might change, but that takes too long to like get over the anger. Is all this week, like starting tomorrow, you know what I won't be saying all week? I guarantee I won't be like, well, you know what? Now I think the Bucs are back and they're going to win the Super Bowl. I'm like, Tampa Bay sucks.
Gotcha.
They're going to lose to San Francisco by 30 points and blah, 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 blah. And I'll probably have some unreasonable opinions. I apologize in advance if that happens. I think the Cowboys are going to win this game.
I would also like to add a defensive X factor here.
Okay.
Kevin, based on your Ryan Jensen news and the fact that the Buccaneers have been kind of messed up along the offensive line all season. Yeah. And up the middle of their offensive line. Oso Digizua. I think that, and you can say, hey, Neville Gallimore told us early, Mike, in training camp that they've been holding what San Francisco did to them. They carried that through the offseason. They got to prove that they're better up the middle. They're the more physical team up the middle. And I need Osa to provide that pressure. I need him to say, hey, Tom Brady, I know you don't give up a lot of sacks because you get rid of the football pretty quickly. You're not going to have time. I'm blowing up whoever's in front of me. That's what I need from Osa Odighizuwa. I think he's going to be an X factor in the way that the Cowboys pressure Tom Brady. It's going to be up the middle, and once you set that up early, that sets up Micah on the outside. Or, like I said earlier, you can bring Micah from the inside as well. Lots of different stunts. That's what they've loved to do all season long. I think in the middle is the best direction that they want to go. I did see somebody from the 817 said Turpentine will be the X factor. He needs to create the short field. So when the inevitable Dak pick, hey, I did not read all of that.
I guarantee Dak Prescott throws at least one interception tonight.
I think he's going to be risk averse tonight. I don't think he's going to take
Really?
I think he's going to be like opposite of what we saw during the regular season when it comes to just letting it fly. I think he may, but I also don't want to see what I saw in Washington, double clutch, scared to throw the whole time guy. So I got to find some sort of balance between the guys. I think he's going to be very, very like, I got to take care of the football tonight. There's no reason to give Tampa Bay, who's a bad offense, more opportunities to have the football.
That would be the first time, though, in almost 2 months that he'd actually play that way.
Okay, so do you think then, all right, does risk averse change like the breakdown of pass versus run, or do you think it just lowers the riskiness of some of the pass decisions?
Yeah, I think it lowers the riskiness of some of the pass decisions.
Okay.
Hopefully.
So you're not going with a guaranteed.
I can't guarantee
one
anything.
interception.
Mm-mm.
From the 903. A lot of people are working today. What up, fellas? Tolo from Birth. Wow. Okay. I'm welding today working. I have a lot of questions. I feel like
what?
That is a young person.
How long has this station been around, Kevin?
2009, 2010 is
right. And where are we now?
So 13 years.
Yeah,
maybe?
13 years old.
Okay,
working his butt off trying to make get a car in the future.
I'm not saying it can't happen. Or they might just be like turning a phrase, and I appreciate it nonetheless. Working at Lockheed Martin, electrical engineer.
Nice.
Woo! Yes, I'm working today. I'm making jewelry. And then it's also mixed in with Pollard and Zeke need to take the pressure off of Dak. So
wait, why don't they get a woo? The electrical engineer gets a woo, but jewelry doesn't get a woo?
That is a great point.
Jerk.
Woo! Sorry, I didn't want to waste use up all my
wow,
woo.
you hear that waste in there?
Damn it.
Yeah.
Use up all my woos in the first segment. You're right. Making jewelry is incredible. All these are skills I do not possess.
I want to ask you guys a question. We talk about the run game right there. You talked about taking pressure off of Dak. Would you rather, and I know this is probably not going to happen both ways, would you rather both teams be running the ball good or both teams be running the ball bad? So that's better for the Cowboys if they're not running the ball well, but Tampa isn't running the ball well.
I honestly, and we talked about this some last week, I think if Tampa Bay is running the ball well, I think you're screwed. Like, I know as we learned, well, by just watching football, but you saw it again this weekend, is if Tampa gets off running to a hot start, I'm going to be like, oh, crap, we're in a lot of trouble.
Looking at the highlights they're showing right now, obviously the Giants, I don't know all the overall stats, but Saquon Barkley played better than Cook.
Yes.
A whole bunch better. And it was a close game.
And Tampa's literally the worst rushing football team in the league. So it's a reflection of them. If they're effective running the ball, I am very, very concerned.
Yeah, the Cowboys need to get off the field. And if Tampa's running the ball effectively, then they're not going to be able to get off the field on third down because Tom Brady on third down and short is going to be effective. That's just he understands the game too well. So I don't want them running the ball well tonight. I want bad offensive run from them.
From the 214, this is the tours operation manager at the Star. I am working, and we're having tours at the Star today. What better way to get ready for the playoff game than by touring the home of the Cowboys? And then from the 469, I've actually seen this multiple times sprinkled throughout our feedback, is Michael Gallup is the X factor.
Need it. I mean, you need. And Mike brought up Dalton Schultz, which that's your receiver opposite CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah,
that's the guy that's going to get the most looks whenever things go wrong. But Gallup has to give you something to spread out that defense even more. Their safeties can't just sit there and say, "Hey, we got this part of the field covered." They have to be afraid of Michael Gallup.
I do think that Gallup can't. I don't think he's physically capable of doing anything this game.
He's on grass too. So
I hate saying that.
Whoa.
It's just like I'm not going to make the X factor Xavier Rhodes, or if we're bringing back Kevin Smith or Larry Brown, or it's going to be bad. I can't imagine picking that to be good. And so I can see Dalton Schultz having 7 catches for 95 yards and a touchdown. I just can't see Michael Gallup making an impact in this game. He just can't get open.
And that's the interesting thing about it for Michael Gallup, because if you use any indication of week 1, it seemed like Tampa was like kind of rolling coverage away from that single side receiver. So if that plays out the same, he will have opportunities one-on-one. So, if you feel like he isn't physically capable, that'll be really unfortunate, because I do think that might be an opportunity where you can really take advantage of Tampa.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the
on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
I'm excited. It's a game day. I am looking across the fan text and the Twitch, and there is a lot of concern, and I'm not sure if that's just regular playoff concern that your season could end today, or if it's just more general Cowboys concern.
Well, I would imagine a lot of that was instigated by the performance against Washington to finish
Washington
off the
game.
season.
Yeah.
And then just the, recent playoff history. Everybody's attaching what's happened in the past to this team. And, this particular team hasn't lost the playoff game yet. So, but I think, the past kind of hovers overhead of the Cowboys going into this game tonight.
How much different, Mickey, is the Bucs team from the Bucs team this tonight from the team we saw at the first game of the year?
Well, the first game of the year, we saw Leonard Fournette run for 127 yards, right?
If that happens again tonight, the Cowboys are going to lose.
And since then, and I don't know when it occurred, but the Bucs finished dead last in rushing offense with like 76 yards a game. So that's changed. And the fact that, I think I've mentioned this before, that Tom Brady's thrown the ball 733 times this year.
Yeah.
733, right? So do those things, do they, show up in this game? Or do they go back to, what they did in the opener to beat the Cowboys by scoring all of 19 points? So, again, to me, if you can hold them to 19 points, you ought to be able to win the game if this offense gets functioning the way we've seen for the majority of the season.
I think I saw, in terms of health, I saw Trayvon Mullen with the illness is out, but it looks like everybody else, or of the people that we know could be available, are all good to go for tonight. Is that accurate?
Yeah, everybody else that they had listed during the week as, limited or whatever, they're all off the practice, the game day status report. So they're all good to go. Yeah. So that's, that bodes well to have those guys back, and I would imagine the Cowboys will I think they have until 3 o'clock today, 2 or 3, to do their roster elevations. Jonathan Hankins had been on IR. I would think he's good to go if they indeed decide to do that. I got a feeling they'll elevate off the practice squad Xavier Rhodes.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they will use him, but if he's activated, he'll be available. And they were kind of struggling on how they were going to set their 48-man roster because if you do some of those things, they're going to have to release somebody. There's a lot of those discussions probably going down to the last minute before they make those decisions. But from a health standpoint, they're in better shape than what Tampa Bay is with their offensive line. The guy that had been starting all season, Robert Hainsley, is doubtful, but they've activated off of IR their
Ryan Jensen.
Center, Ryan Jensen.
Yeah.
But he hasn't played a game in a year because he got hurt in training camp and he spent the whole season on IR. So the last game he would have played was a playoff game last year. But they can use him. And they've got, it's pretty complicated because their left guard, Nick Leverett, had been starting at guard, but he was kind of the backup center. But he's questionable going into this game also. So they've got some line movement that they're trying to sort out. going into this game against the Cowboys.
Mickey, when it comes to this Milwaukee Bucks defense.
No, stop it.
My apologies, Kevin.
They're making fun of me, Mickey. I get why, though. That's fair.
Well, when it comes to this defense, Todd Bowles is like he designed some very good stuff. Where are they weak? What is the place that the Cowboys can take advantage of them?
Well, they're pretty aggressive up front. And then the other thing they do is their linebackers are very active with their speed, and they'll drop them into coverage quite a bit to try to create problems like throwing over the linebacker but inside the corner or the safety.
Yes.
And that sometimes creates problems. So to me, there's no problem or no shame of nibbling underneath with the tight ends or the running backs, throwing to them, and make sure that defense is just not dropping back and guarding against the big plays. It'll be interesting to see how they deal with CeeDee Lamb. Will they try to double him? They took him away in that opener, but that was really CeeDee's first game as a number one receiver. They held him to 2 catches. So that means other guys have to step up. But if you remember in that opener, there was no Michael Gallup, right? So the Cowboys, if I remember correctly, the top 3 receivers other than CD, it ended up Noah Brown and Houston. So they're, I think, a little bit better than that with Gallup and T.Y. Hilton able to help out offensively. So again, you got to protect Dak. Because they're certainly going to come after him. I guarantee you that with their front and with some blitzes. Bowles has been known to be very, very aggressive. And my understanding in that first game, they basically, with their secondary, played quarters, so they wanted everything underneath. And with the linebackers dropping, that creates some problems. So running the football would be good if you're able to do that.
I know the hype has been a little bit longer. Do you have a prediction for tonight's playoff game?
Oh, with all this time, boy, I cooked up a doozy, right?
Okay.
I had been on the website predicting Cowboys 27-22.
Okay. I feel
and the one thing that it looked like, and who knows what prevails after we've watched these crazy playoff games the first weekend. But Tampa Bay's only averaged 18 points a game.
Yeah.
So it's not like, this great offense with Tom Brady has been functioning at a high level. I think one of the things the Cowboys have to be careful, even though Fournette ran like he did against him in the opener, he's been almost more effective catching passes underneath.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful with that. But the good thing is that Leighton Vander Esch is good to go, and so that'll help. So the big question for the Cowboys, I think, is what they do on the offensive line and the cornerback position. Because when we left the Washington game, those were the 2 things going forward that I said, okay, that's got to be fixed. And we'll see what they do with their third corner. How they'll play that. And I think it's going to be different combinations and, moving Deron Bland outside, inside, and then they got to find another guy to step up. And, who knows? It might have to be Xavier Rhodes. At least the guy's played in the league because they certainly weren't happy with everything else that happened at the cornerback spot. And with Mackenzie Alexander, on the practice squad, they don't have to list him as an injury guy. I don't know that, he's ready to go. So that's got to be settled. And then how are they going to play the offensive line? Tyler Biadasz back? Will they finish the left side the way they finished the previous game with Tyler Smith at left guard and Peters at left tackle? Or will they put McGovern back in there or use McGovern, by the way, as the fullback? Mike McCarthy during the week made mention of a 2-back offense, and that doesn't always mean Zeke and Tony Pollard. They might want to use a fullback to try to break up that front that's pretty good for Tampa Bay. And if they want to use him as a fullback, then I think you got to have Peters at left tackle and Tyler Smith at left guard. So we'll see how they play that out.
Well, we appreciate the insight. We're all looking forward to it. And rain or shine, we will talk with you tomorrow.
It's shining here today. It's a beautiful day in Tampa.
Great. That's great to hear. I
Go
love
get
it.
some tilapia.
Yeah, or grouper.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
He changed my mind. I'm changing my pick. First segment, 27-24 Tampa Bay. This segment, $30-20.
Is this going to be an evolution
I don't know.
throughout the show?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's a coin flip game, but after listening to Mickey,
I
am now $30-20.
Okay,
I flipped the score.
I have one more positive stat for you.
Maybe it'll be
only one.
Maybe maybe you'll change my mind
We have
again.
a whole day
What about
here.
neutral stats?
You
I like that.
You know what?
That's a Reggie
Here
stat
is
right
a
there.
neutral stat.
Nice.
The Cowboys and Bucks have played twice in the playoffs before, but they have never played in Tampa Bay. So how's the game going to end up? Nobody knows. History tells us nothing about
I don't
this.
remember playing Tampa in the playoffs. Do you have the years they played?
There's a good reason for that, Mike. The last time the Cowboys played the Bucks in the playoffs was for the 1982 season. The Cowboys won 30-17. Good news about that, though, is
Danny White played.
Yes. Also,
who is the quarterback for Tampa? Do you have the game? I'll look it.
Yes, it was January 9th, 1983. So it was for the 1982
Neil
season.
McDonald.
The Cowboys made the NFC Championship game that year. So the last time they played Tampa in the playoffs, they made it to the NFC Championship game.
82. Who won the NFC in 82?
It was.
I was 1 year old.
49ers was
Philly.
81.
I think
Philly.
it's Philly.
Philly beat us in the playoffs?
Yes,
don't
but that
remember.
was in the NFC Championship game.
I don't want that.
Would you accept that as the outcome to this season?
Yes.
If Philly wins the AFC champion, the NFC champion.
You lose today or lose to Philly in the NFC Championship game.
Yes. I want that. I want it bad.
Come on,
No,
Corey.
I don't want to lose.
Stop it.
I want to win
But
the big
those are-
game.
No,
Nope,
no.
You can't do that
Those
to
are
me.
your only options. You lose tonight
Not my world.
or you lose.
My world says that. Look, man. Look, dude.
It was Washington, by the way.
My
Oh, okay,
first,
not Philly.
My
Thank you.
first word was Cowboys. All
Uh-huh.
right, like that's there's no way I'm going into this saying, "Hey, give me a loss in the playoffs." There's no way, dude.
What he won't tell you is because it was Oklahoma State.
Second word was Dorsett. All
We
right?
beat Dougie Fresh.
Were your
Dougie
parents
Williams.
sad about that?
No, they were proud.
Doug Williams in that game, he threw 28 passes. How many completions did Doug Williams have in his 28 passes in the 30-17 loss to
9.
the Cowboys?
15.
You were close. 8 of 28
Oh, my goodness.
for 113 yards, a
That dude won the
touchdown,
big game.
3 interceptions.
Yeah, and then in the lead up to the Super Bowl, wasn't that when somebody asked him, how long have you been a black quarterback? You remember that? That was a real thing that actually happened.
His whole, since like, I don't know, when he
Started playing football.
Yeah.
Like
Danny White was 27 of 45 for 312 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. There are a lot more interceptions back in the
that
day.
is very true.
Dak's just like, look, this is the way football, when people really liked football, there were interceptions.
Hold on. Are you saying the interception's the strikeout now? And he's like, just lean into it.
Yeah.
You can strike out. You can intercept.
He was the
Yeah,
Joey
we're going to have
Gallo
to punt the
before
ball
Joey
eventually
Gallo.
anyways.
Dude, when that
weird take.
reporter wrote that question on his notepad,
You got that one was written down, huh?
God.
I'm hoping
I hope not.
You know what? Yeah, he was hungover or still drunk and just showed up to the press conference.
Or like
That's what
he
I'm
left
going
out
with.
some key words that would have made the question, I don't know, somewhat
he was
usable.
nervous. He didn't know
I
what
don't
to say.
know.
That makes
Maybe
no
that-
sense.
Yeah.
At any point, did Tampa think of throwing an easier pass than 8 of 28?
Yikes.
What in the world? That's what Tom Brady's going to do tonight.
Then we're definitely going to win. We're the KNC
He'll probably go
masterpiece
12 of 28.
that I still think we're going to win. Coming up next, we will talk with former Texas Rangers pitcher, huge Tolo and Dallas Cowboys superfan, Mike Adams, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with their classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America. This is Texas. This is Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Former Texas Rangers pitcher Atolo and Dallas Cowboys superfan. It is Mike Adams. Good morning, sir.
What's going on, Kevin? How you doing, man?
We're doing good. I thought about
He's also collecting those rings, coaching Little League Baseball, too.
Nice. Oh, are you guys chomping out the other Little League teams out there?
We have a pretty good little squad, man. We hold our own, and we have collected quite a few rings.
Told you, he's good at coaching.
Man, what a humble man, though.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, we got a pretty good squad.
We dominate those little kids out there.
Is it 11U? What are you coaching right now? What age?
We are 12U.
12U, okay.
Is it funny whenever they lose and they throw their gloves in the dirt and kick their gloves around? Do you laugh at them, or are you like, nah, you do something different with them?
No, I prohibit any kind of equipment throwing. They know that a few of them have learned the hard way what happens when you throw a helmet or you throw a glove or something like that.
Because then they go for two, you lose the game, yeah. Oh, is that not in reference to Bosa? I'm sorry. I just assumed that was in reference to Bosa.
Now, Mike, you went. Where is Sinton, Texas, by the way?
It's down by Corpus Christi, so it's probably about 20 miles north of Corpus Christi.
All right. How then? Because between Corpus Christi and Dallas is Houston. How did you become a Cowboys fan in that time?
So I was basically born into it. My parents were Cowboys fans, so I, every time we were watching football on Sunday, everybody was cheering for the Cowboys. So it just kind of happened that way.
How happy or mad do you get with a Cowboys win/loss?
My wife always says that my day is basically based on how they do on the weekend. So I get frustrated with them. When they win, depending on how they win, I'm very realistic on how they win and stuff like that, but yeah, it will ruin my day. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I think that goes for all of us, Kevin. Like, I think you could agree. Like tomorrow,
I guess Mike's going to be in charge of the show tomorrow. If tomorrow is going to be a wild show, is he might bring up the Cowboys in the opening segment, but then it will go in a totally different direction, and me and Corey will just be pouting over here.
Yeah, I don't like to pout. All right. Who was was Troy Aikman? Was that your era of loving the Cowboys? Then was that where you grew up with?
Yeah, so it started off with Danny White, and then then Troy, and then were probably my high school years. So
leaving out Steve Pallure there,
about the same age. Yeah. So I'm in the same predicament as I guess all you guys, as far as having that winning early in our lives, and then ever since then it's just been disappointment after disappointment.
You pitched in the World Series for the Rangers. I mean, you were there for some massive games. Is it different? Like explain the preparation process, your mentality, because Mike's explained the bullpen. The bullpen life is different, and that's like you experienced that. But even still, you like knowing that game means so much more. An elimination game is different. Can you kind of describe the feeling going up to it, and even on game day, how you changed your preparation or how you kept it the same?
Well, preparation-wise was always the same. I tried to be as consistent as possible with how I approached every single game. I try not to change something based on what type of game it was or anything like that. But that being said, once the postseason came around, every game was a lot different than a regular season game. I mean, every mistake was just so much more heightened. Every run meant so much more. And it just the roller coaster of emotions and waves was just so much more heightened, I guess, than it was in the regular season. In the regular season, you make a mistake, you made a mistake, move on. It might cost you the game. Does it matter? Yes, but there's 162 of them, so it wasn't as big a deal. But then once you get to the playoffs, it's like you said, you're pretty much basically, even though it's a series of 7, whatever. I mean, it's pretty much still sudden death. So I mean, it's a big difference between playoffs and regular season.
In my mind, I've always been curious about this. Did you ever have to tell a teammate with that in mind to calm down because they would like run in and be like, "We're in the World Series. Can you believe it?" And you're like, "I know we're in the effing World Series. Stop telling me that all the time."
It was probably me that they probably had to calm down a little bit. No, but I mean, we all knew what was at stake and what we were doing, and so nobody had to be reminded of the intensity and stuff like that. I mean, I guess every now and then, yes, you were saying, hey, stay calm, try to relax, stuff like that. And that was mainly towards maybe a couple younger guys. But for me also, I mean, that was my first time being in the playoffs that year with Texas, and so those first couple of games, it kind of took me a little bit to adjust and just kind of calm my own nerves a little bit.
Mike, help me out here because this is how I fandom. As a fan, I get really mad at my team if they don't win the game and figure out how to win the game. As a player, I gave the other guys credit, as in it was easier for me to go, heck yeah, man, that was a tough matchup. That dude got a double or they were able, that guy pitched, a good game. I didn't pitch well enough to beat him. They're good too. It happens. You lose and you win and you give the other team credit. As a fan, I'm like, screw that. How come we didn't do this? Make more 3-pointers or figure out a way how to get the first down. Dang it.
Yeah, I mean, so with basketball, I watch basketball as a fan. Football, I do watch it as a fan, but I'm also, I for some reason, I feel like I relate a little bit better, knowing just the difficulty of what they're doing and, how hard it is to accomplish some stuff. So there's times where I'm like, man, like how do you not make that pass? Well, I'll tell you what, with Dak, it's like a lot of times I'm like, how the hell did you not make that pass? How are you throwing the ball behind him? How are you not hitting that? I'm probably a little bit rougher on Dak than I am the rest of the guys, but, I try to watch it from an athlete's perspective and try to take it into I realize the difficulty, but then there's times where I'm like, what the hell?
Well, okay,
that's all of us, dude.
I think you're right, but I was trying to process it from your perspective. Like if a reporter goes, "Hey, why didn't you spot your slider better?" Like if you're probably going to be like, "What the hell did you think I was trying to do, dude? Come on."
Yeah, that's a fact. I mean, it's not. Yes, we're supposed to do it, and most of the time we were able to do it. Spot where we wanted to go, but there are times where you're gonna miss your spots, and it's like, well, why'd you do that? Well, I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. It's just it happened.
Did you say the same thing to yourself up on the mound? Did you immediately say, "What the hell," and then go or start a press conference about, "Look, guys, I know your question. I was also thinking, what the hell on that pitch. I got nothing for you."
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty good about being honest with myself and with reporters on when I screwed up or stuff like that. I was able to take accountability for my mistakes, and I think that's what helped me with my career was once I was able to do that. I was able to take my career to the next step and the next level, and be a little bit more successful once I was able to take accountability and realize that, hey, when you messed up, you move on. It is what it is. They get paid a lot of money too, and just it helped me relax, I guess, a little bit.
All right, so there are two separate people I'm gonna ask for information here. All right, so Dak Prescott has first series doesn't look that great. What advice would Mike Maddox give to Dak Prescott after the first series if things are kind of shaky?
Well, he'd come up to Dak, put his hand on his shoulder, cover his mouth, and probably say, look in the stands and look at that and see what's going on over here. He'd tell you some off-the-wall stuff, and you'd look at him like, what the heck are you talking about? Because it'd be something that had nothing to do with the game. And it was more of a psychological thing with Mike as far as, hey, get your mind off of it, relax, go out there, have fun. And then he'd walk away, and you look at the person next to you like, are you serious? And then you somehow, it would work out. It worked out perfectly.
and get that guy out.
See, yeah, I like the idea that he's walking up and he gives you like his breakdown about the Avatar sequel and compares it to the first one. You're like, what are we even talking about?
And then tonight, if Ron Wash, if Wash was out there giving the pregame speech for the Dallas Cowboys, with as many bleeps as you want, you got to say the bleeps though. You have to say the bleeps.
Don't say the word.
How would Wash prepare the Cowboys for tonight's game?
Man, without the cuss word, that would be. I can't do it because every other word is going to be a MFer.
Redacted.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't do it because it won't slip.
But it'll inspire you to run through a wall, right?
Yes, it would be very, very inspirational. It would be very heartfelt, and he would make you feel like, you know what, we are about to do this.
Well, Mike Adams, what's going to be the final score tonight? I said 27-24 Tampa Bay in the first segment. That Mickey Spagnola made me change it to 30-20 Dallas. So what's the score of this game?
Man, I was thinking 28-20 Cowboys.
Okay. I like it. That's close to yours, Mike.
What do you think,
Double Mike.
I don't know if Mike's a jinx like Derek Holland is. If Derek picks the Cowboys, then we're in trouble.
Okay, yeah.
He's bad at gambling.
Me too.
Well, see, here's the thing. I'm in a pick'em league with Sandler, and my thing is I can't ever pick against the Cowboys no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
That's just like, even if I know that they're probably going to lose, I'm like, all right.
Okay, well, that doesn't help my confidence.
No,
that doesn't help my confidence at all.
No,
You're
trust
like,
Mike
I'll pick
Adams.
them even if they're going to lose.
He's like Nate Newton.
Okay, man, thank you very much, good sir. Best of luck to all of us tonight. We'll catch up with you again soon.
All right, guys. Thank y'all.
Bye, Mike.
All right, are you gonna downgrade your prediction, Mike Bassick, because he said I will pick the Cowboys?
Is this how
no
Mike's
going to
be all day long,
That's
where
what
he
I
just
wanna know.
fluctuates based on who's calling in?
24-23 Dallas.
Okay, all right. Dallas is still up, but and it's getting tighter.
It is getting close.
Mike is like the live line right now.
2 out of 3 Dallas Cowboys.
And don't
right
forget,
now.
we have George
27,
Teague at 12:20 today, so they can
30-20.
change even more for you.
Oh,
They can
man.
maybe it goes back up based on what George Teague feels.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's Corey's favorite time of year because it's time for some playoff porridge.
I love porridge.
The legend of Brock Purdy continues to grow. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, getting you ready for G-Bag Nation, and then G-Bag Nation will lead you into the official pregame at 4 o'clock. Part of the pregame extravaganza. The player profile is with Donovan Wilson right here on your official home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. But
is he your favorite Cowboy right now? You've been talking. He's an A&M guy.
Yeah,
you've been talking about him a lot, and before this year, we've eyed him, but you've been bringing him up a lot this season.
I think and he came up in the X Factor conversation because, I get it. Dak Prescott came up, and I'm like, well, sure. This game will raise or fall probably because of him. I think it might be Tony Pollard still.
He's your favorite player right now?
I really like him, but Donovan Wilson, he's up there.
I like that. Okay, all right. I was kind of getting an idea of where Kevin's Cowboys love is located.
Yeah, because I like Donovan Wilson. He can do a lot of things, and also he's a overperformer, right? We lament on this team all the time. It's this person gets paid this, they don't produce this. Well, Donovan Wilson overperforms what he gets paid.
Like the KNC Masterpiece. All right,
yes,
I got you.
And us.
Weekend show that was always kind of grinding along here. Night show that never got any credit for what they were doing. And
Did y'all bring y'all lunch pail?
Man,
always.
I got a bag in the fridge right now.
Does that
I ordered playoff pizza for us.
So I'm talking about, Mike. Does it have shrimp on it?
It's supposed to be porridge, though.
I think I just messed up.
Where's my shrimp?
Pizza Hut just called me, and they're out of banana peppers. And I just said, just throw pepperoni on it. I'll be fine. I think the guy was about to give me an extra pizza or something. He's like,
so you cut off the deal.
I unfortunately, I think didn't want to be on the phone. And then after I hung up, I was like, I think he was about to offer me a deal. But once I said, just throw pepperoni on it, it's fine.
Yeah.
I think he's like, oh, good. I get out of having to throw in a freebie breadsticks or something or whatever. So I screwed that one up.
There's Mike getting work done right here. And right now, you know what? In honor, I promise, Corey, we will have future editions of Playoff Porridge.
All right.
But in honor of Mike losing his deal, how about we do some playoff pizza?
Let's go.
Right now. All right. I'm going to give you guys the option. So kind of around the NFC East-ish is we're not going to talk about the Jags. We'll get to them.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about? We will get to them.
They
promise.
won the NFC winner. NFC East winner. You saying around the NFC
Okay,
East?
you want to start with the Vikings and the Giants?
I think so, because that was the upset of the weekend.
All right, let's go with cut number 5 right here as we dive into Vikings and Giants.
Seconds. Teams come to the center of the field. The final 25 seconds tick off the clock, and the New York Giants are on to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles. The final score, the Giants 31 and the Vikings 24.
The Giants are the 6th team to score 30 points in a wild card game this week, tying the 1982 wild card round for the most in any playoff round in the Super Bowl era and the 2012 divisional round, which means if the Bucs or preferably the Cowboys get to 30 points this weekend, that will set the new playoff round record.
So we need it. We need the Cowboys to get there tonight.
Do you think this will be a high-scoring game?
That would not necessarily be my choice. Like, I would be more in the, I think 27 wins it for you range.
I think it's going to be a close game.
Yeah.
But much like when San Francisco had their moment, it seemed like once that fumble happened, the game fell apart for Seattle, right?
True.
I do think the Cowboys, if they have one of those big explosive offensive plays, it will make it seem that much, because I don't think the Bucs offense can keep up.
You know, it's going to be interesting if Tampa can't run the ball, which is highly likely. Whether you like the Cowboys' run defense is not good, and if they win this game, it will be tested severely the next week against San Francisco. But this game tonight, if Tampa can't run, which they've proven throughout the season they can't.
Yeah.
If Dallas can't run, which throughout the month of December they've proven they can't.
Struggle.
This game might not end till midnight. It might become, which is going to be interesting, what the score could be.
Yeah.
If both quarterbacks pass the ball over 40 times, which I think is more likely than either team actually running the ball well.
Yeah.
So I think we could see, I'm not sure because I've been picking scores in the 20s.
Yeah.
But I could see this score getting into the 30s, mid-30s if both
If they
teams
just start
are like,
pitching it
yeah,
around.
because every
Yeah.
time you the clock stops.
It's not hard to imagine, Mike, is Tom Brady threw the ball more than any human in the history of a regular season. Ever.
And this will be my next question to you guys. Let's just say Kellen Moore hands the ball off to start the game. I think there's a 60% chance that happens. I'll leave it at 60-40 that they hand the ball off. It's a 2 or 3 yard gain. And then let's just say, I don't think they'll hand the ball off again, but let's just say they hand the ball off and it's a 2 or 3 yard gain and you're sitting there at 3rd and 5 and you throw an incomplete pass. Does he want to go back to the run? I know that's just the first drive, but then the second drive, you run the ball for 2 or 3 yards on one carry. And you're like, we passed the ball twice. So the Cowboys passed the ball twice. I just wonder, how long will Kellen Moore stick with the run? I know that's a complaint about him, but will he keep sticking with it if it's a 2 to 3 yard gain on a consistent basis in the first quarter?
If we're just talking effectiveness as opposed to like score, I think they're going to stick with it. They have been talking heavily over the last week or two about how important the run is, regardless of like what the effects are. Like, you have to establish the run. It's important for other reasons than just the yardage, right? They've talked big about that. So if they abandon it, they would really be abandoning some talking points they've had for quite a while.
Part of me hopes that's a little bit of a rope-a-dope, because I understand the logic behind that, but when you are not successful on first or even second down, which I think we saw a lot, I think the key is going to be, can you pivot out to something else?
And you know what, though? I think the more of the how and all that stuff, the why. If I'm Kellen Moore, I'm showing them what Saquon Barkley did yesterday.
Yes.
Why is what he just did important? Watch what Daniel Jones can do afterwards, because they're afraid of Barkley's run. And then so that's the same with the Cowboys. Why are we running the football? And this is why we need an explosive play. We need you to do this. Why? Because it's going to set up our offense.
And I think Saquon's line from yesterday might be my nightmare scenario for Leonard Fournette tonight, because he's 9 of 53 on the ground. I mean, obviously he had those 2 touchdowns, but he also caught 5 passes for 56 yards. And I know Tom Brady's not going to take off the way Daniel Jones is, but the point is your run defense can also at times be equivalent to your short pass defense, right? Like your little dump offs and everything like that. That can be like the same basic defensive concepts. And I will tell you this, I still think, and it's just one game, But long term, I still think it's a mistake to give big money to both Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley. But I get when you look at yesterday's game and you're like, we can do something with these guys. So I thought Daniel Jones was tremendous. I thought Saquon Barkley was outstanding.
Dude, and Reggie, you pointed this out earlier. The Vikings pass defense, is just miserable.
Fair.
Yeah, I think Lou Riddick was talking about that early last week, and I was like, okay, we got to watch this a little bit. And Daniel Jones shredded them.
Absolutely.
But, those receivers were crisp. His receivers were open. They got to find those spaces. The Cowboys have to do. That's something that I hope to see based on setting up with the run.
We're going to kind of quick hit some of these games, too. We'll have plenty of time to get back around to them. Where do you want to go next?
Well, we're going around the NFC. You're going to playoffs, NFC?
Playoffs.
Stick with the NFC.
Okay. All right. Next up, then, you get the horrifying San Francisco 49ers. Let's play cut number 1.
Purdy going to throw back middle, wide open. Deebo Samuel down the sideline, 50, 40, Deebo 30, Deebo 20, Deebo 10, Deebo touchdown! San Francisco!
What a horrible matchup for the Cowboys. I think going to these two games, my son asked me, as it was a very close game in the Vikings-Giants game, and I said, I think I'd rather the the Vikings win because I think the Cowboys have a better chance to beat Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts not having much experience. I get Brock Purdy doesn't, but his shoulders hurt. They seem to be a team that's very beatable right now, and I was just like, San Francisco is the worst matchup for the Cowboys because the Cowboys can't really stop the run if you're a good running team. And then they have weapons.
We'll pick that up later if they win. I don't know if I agree with that assertion with the return of Hankins and LVE, but we'll see. It might not even matter. After tonight, it might not matter, but I would like to discuss that with you if they win later in the week.
I just think that's a horrible matchup for the Cowboys.
I agree.
Mike, in our group text, you did say that Brock Purdy was great in this game.
Yeah, I thought he was. Obviously, he was 11 of 21 early in the game, and then you looked up and you're like, he still only has 10 incompletion, so he went on a nice run.
Yeah.
But I
7 and 9 to close it out. Yeah.
I guess, and it's a matter of where I'm coming from here. He is a rookie quarterback.
Right.
I wanted to see how is this rookie quarterback going to handle the playoffs. And I thought he handled them tremendously well.
I think that's a fair assertion. The one thing that gave me pause, and you can kind of hear it in that highlight we played, dudes were booty butt naked open and taking a whole bunch of yards on the ground after catch.
Now, what did Deebo run, 50 yards on that play?
Keep going, because I was just about to point out Yak. Go ahead.
Yeah, but to be fair, right, to him, he actually still had a whole bunch of air yards. That is just an offense that is well designed. This is kind of what we talk about when we talk about Kyle Shanahan with the quarterbacks.
They love Yak, all right? And Mike McDaniels learned yards after catch and how to set those up to the point that, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, two of the leaders in yards after catch in the NFL. You know who number 1 in Yak is, Kevin?
Team or player?
It's actually Austin Eckler. So that's a different category. Number 2, Christian McCaffrey. But in the top 20, San Francisco has McCaffrey and Deebo at 13.
It's
terrifying.
Mike,
this is set up like Tom Brady. I hate saying that, but this is set up for the way Tom Brady won a championship in his first one. The San Francisco 49ers remind me a lot of that, and they probably even have a little bit better weaponry on the offensive side.
The other leaders, teams with 2 people that are leaders in Yak, Kansas City. That's just the teams that have yards after catch are really good teams because look at the way that they drop plays. If you watched the San Francisco game, they showed all the different things that got that route open. And Reggie, I know you've gone down the Kurt Warner wormhole of learning how a rabbit hole of learning how all the route combinations work together. But man, the little things that Mike Shanahan draws up that get this guy open. Here you are paying attention to everything over here. The way he looks at the game is, I have so much time to run a play. What is it, 40 seconds?
Yeah.
I'm going to use all of it leading up to the play. And then afterwards, I got more to come for you.
And Mark Sanchez, I think, said this well when he called that game. And I thought he did a great job as that. He said, there's completions. We talk about completions, and you'll say, well, that was an accurate pass. It was a completion. I'm not saying Brock Purdy was awesome, but the yards after catch happen because your quarterback hits a guy in stride and they keep moving. And so I do think that you do have to give sometimes quarterbacks credit for, it was a 5-yard route, but I hit him in stride where the guy never had to break stride. So the guy that he got open by 2 yards, he can't really catch him because I let him where he's not having to slow down or bend down to catch the ball.
Do you guys on the AFC side, do you want to go Bengals, Ravens, or Bills, Dolphins?
Bills, Dolphins was more exciting to me.
All right, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 4 then, please.
To the right of Allen in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Fires it to Beasley at the 3. Lunges for the end zone. Touchdown. Welcome back, Cole Beasley. Buffalo back in front.
Now, Josh Allen had a really rough start to this game, and we might talk more about that tomorrow, but a couple of things about Mike McDaniel. First, I know the social media world got caught up with whether or not he actually was vaping, which is what it appeared was happening during the game, but just, you got 51 seconds to make a call, and I know he said upstairs we thought we had the first down and there was confusion about it and everything like that. You don't have a play ready to go just in case? And so that 4th and 1 turned into a 4th and 6.
Sometimes, man, the game's too big for you. Maybe that was his moment.
It was not his finest.
I had to learn. I got to learn, and Skylar Thompson, all the junk we talked.
His last name's Thompson now.
K-Stater.
All the stuff we were like, man, that dude looked miserable. Every time I saw him during the regular season, he didn't look miserable against the Bills over the weekend.
He wasn't great, but
he didn't look miserable.
You're right.
I will say this. It makes me wonder if Cincinnati's putting up 50.
Against Buffalo.
Yeah. Because before DeMar Hamlin got hurt, it was an easy touchdown drive, and it looked like another easy touchdown drive. The game ended, and you didn't play the rest of the game. But, I mean, literally Cincinnati looked like they were not going to be stopped against Buffalo. And then the next time you kind of see Buffalo, I know they played New England, but then the next time you see Buffalo, they can't stop Skylar, and they can't stop Miami for the most part. To get early in the game, they did. But as the game progressed, you're like, boy, Miami can do a whole bunch here. What is Burrow and Chase and Higgins and Mixon going to do to these guys?
With my wife, we were talking about the playoff games as they unfolded, like the Chargers and the Jags. I was like, a lot of people thought it could go either way. San Francisco did what they were going to. When this game looked like at multiple points the Dolphins might get this done. She goes, what about this one? I was like, this would be shocking. Buffalo closed as the biggest favorite in the history of the wild card round. This would be good? I mean,
what did it close at?
14.
Okay.
And this would have been a stunning loss if Miami would have won this game.
Stone Cold Steve Stunner.
That's that is that right?
Stunishing Rack Rude.
That, I mean, I kind of see where you're going with that
Vanishing Rick Rude?
And then Ravishing. And then just real quick for the Bengals
they won.
And the Ravens. Yes, the Bengals were victorious. You know what's notable about this?
Derek bet on him.
Is this shows for Joe Burrow and this franchise how far they've come. Did you know that the Bengals were the only active NFL team that had never won a playoff game in back-to-back seasons? The only one. They had never done it, and now for the first time ever, they have won playoff games in back-to-back years.
When was the last time the Cowboys did that?
It's been a long-ass time, Mike. It's been a long-ass time.
Luckily, we lost last year.
So we're due.
Yeah.
I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, T-Law, Mike Bassick. And I guess the Jags are victorious. So let's talk about that amazing comeback with more enthusiasm than Al Michaels next right here on The Fan.
Sports on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by DFW Security, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit TrekRec.com.
PNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and you might have noticed we left one game off the list because I knew if it didn't get its own segment, we were going to bring upon Sadness Mike. So let's go ahead and go to cut number 8 right here as Jacksonville gets work done.
Trevor looking, fires deep downfield, got a man wide open. They goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Jaguars!
The Jacksonville Jaguars are victorious. I will tell you, the place I watched this game was also uber invested because I was watching with my brother-in-law, and he was stationed in Jacksonville and is a humongous Jags fan. And so it was a turn of events because his
made it sound like you were in an Uber watching that.
Oh, yeah, no.
But like Uber was also a place.
Yeah.
I was at Uber.
I was at Uber. It was
I think
crazy.
it is in San Francisco.
They got big screens.
And his wife at halftime was like, yeah, I might just go to bed. And then they score that touchdown that you referenced. And we're like, well, let's just see how it starts. And then
I think that Jacksonville's not going to become a huge bandwagon, but when you're choosing between the Chargers and Jacksonville, when we were at the card show this weekend out in Allen, really had a fun time.
Dallas card show, baby.
People are talking obviously a lot about playoff football and what's going to happen. And you find that, yes, there are a lot of people collecting Justin Herbert, but I don't think there's a lot of people that kind of root for the Chargers. They're just like a blah organization. Corey, you've talked about this a lot. They don't have a home.
Yeah.
LA doesn't want them. San Diego's mad at them. So I think people are like, yeah, it'd be cool for Jacksonville. Not that Jacksonville has a huge fan base or anything like that or a big city, but I think that Jacksonville has a lot of people going, that's fun. That's an underdog situation. I want that underdog to figure out a way how to do it.
You okay, Mike?
Oh, no.
I thought he was like just so caught up in the emotions of it all.
I had a burp right in my throat, and I was just like, it was really tough to get out the last words.
there were a lot of reasons I thought that Jacksonville could win. Also, I like wacky stats that steer me in one direction. And when it said Trevor Lawrence has never lost on a Saturday in high school, college, or the NFL, he was 37-0.
What?
Yeah.
Take that, Sean Sharif, you T-Law hater.
It was that kind of thing that I was like, huh. Okay,
and they play Saturday night against Kansas City.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be one. But then, as the game progressed, we all have to admit it looked pretty terrible because Trevor Lawrence became the first quarterback with an interception on each of his first 2 career playoff drives since they started tracking play-by-play in 1991. So he's the first.
This is where it helps me out watching, let's say, ESPN or NFL Network or stuff, because I was like, well, look, it stinks. But the first one, you know how the Dak lovers will say, it's never Dak's fault. It's always the receivers ran the wrong route or what are you supposed to do? But I will say this. I think it was Hasselbeck on ESPN who said that first interception was Trevor Lawrence's fault. And I'm like, really? And he said, here's the deal. Watch when he fakes the handoff.
Yeah.
He should have handed the ball off. He read the defense wrong. And when you read the defense wrong, you can put a lot more hands in your lane than you want them to be. And so the ball was tipped. Hey, did he throw it right to somebody? No, but he read the defense wrong. If you look at that ball should have been to Travis Etienne for a handoff up the middle for anywhere from 3 to 10 yards, let's say. So I thought that was a great job of breaking that one down. The second one, I disagreed with Doug Peterson at the time, but hey, it was 4th and 7 from the 34.
Yeah.
That's usually in today's game, that's about an 80% chance you're going to make that field goal. And so I was like, man, so at that point, what was he supposed to do? The dude was covered. He's like, screw it. It's 4th and 7. What am I supposed to do? Take a sack here, throw it away?
A turnover.
So he took a risk there on a guy that was covered, and that one, the next 2 were really bad.
Because the start, 3 completions on the first 2 drives, 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
And a 7.3 passer rating. Like I said, first time in the play-by-play era, and it looked just... You couldn't have started the game much worse.
And I felt like it got worse.
Yeah, it did. You're right.
The first 2 you could excuse a little bit.
The entire Cowboys world started tweeting about Man, Kelvin Joseph instead of Asante Samuel Jr.
Man, Asante Samuel Jr. thought he was his daddy out there for the first half.
Every single person was just like, Cowboys could have had him, but he went 3 picks later.
Well, at least you got that. I got Trevor Lawrence is a bum. I hope he sold all his cards. He's a quarterback.
I saw Bobby Bell.
Sean tweeted me too.
Well, you admit for a minute
or
though,
texted me.
You were very angry as well.
I was in a way I was. Because once again, they're not the Cowboys to me, and the Cowboys aren't the Cowboys to me anymore. By the way, last night I couldn't fall asleep, so I watched the 1992 NFC Championship game. Which
Last
was
road win.
That was when I was really a Cowboys diehard fan. And I'm saying it continued, but that was when I can remember just living and dying on the Dallas Cowboys. I was like, this stinks. But I was kind of in the part where you go to, they still accomplished more than most people thought, even kind of more than maybe I thought they'd accomplish. And this is a horrible start to his playoff career, but we can only go up from here, right? You start spinning it as a Jacksonville fan or really a Trevor Lawrence fan of like, hey, he still made the playoffs. This really stinks. Maybe in the second half, he can create some positive moments to take into next year.
Well, you know who never stopped believing? Cut number 9, Maurice Jones-Drew. But it might have been, it wasn't that he believed in the Jags. It's he never stopped not believing in the Chargers.
Gotcha.
So let's go to cut number 9. This is Maurice Jones-Drew at halftime.
It's halftime. The Chargers are up 27-7. The most Charger thing to do is allow the Jags back in the game in the second half, and they went on a last-second field goal.
Oh, wow. Did he write that script?
And that is exactly what happened. Not to be lost among all of this is because Bosa couldn't control his temper and flipped out. They're not going for 2 on that. Like, I know they're like, oh, you got to go for the win. I don't think they go for 2 unless that penalty plays out.
Because they got it to the 1 yard line.
Exactly. Now, who knows how overtime
6'6" helped out a lot there.
I thought that was a clever play call because he's like, all you got to do is go whoop and put your arm over that.
It was a really good play call. Very effective.
You know what's amazing is I know I'm continuing the game a little bit further, but because of that, when it was 4th and a foot late in the game and they were down by 2, and Etienne runs the ball to the outside for the 20-yard gain or maybe a little bit more than that, and that kind of wins the game. That puts them in easy field goal range. What a gutsy call on 4th and a foot when you have the 6'6" quarterback who just from 1 yard out reached over.
Yeah.
And now I know that there's a fumble opportunity there. It doesn't count as like, hey, the ball isn't over, dead once you get a touchdown. But I just thought, wow, you have a quarterback who proved that he can get a whole yard and you only need a foot.
Right.
And he's like, yeah, let's call that timeout and hand the ball and push it to the outside. I don't know if it was a designed call to the outside or Etienne popped it to the outside, but what a play.
It really was. Now, this ended up being the 3rd biggest comeback in playoff history behind the Bills' 32-point comeback versus the Oilers in 92. The Colts' 28-point comeback over the Chiefs.
Yeah, as Andrew Luck. And I'm really hoping that Trevor Lawrence doesn't end up like Andrew Luck.
And now this one is, do you want to hear proper level of excitement or disappointing level of excitement?
Let's go proper first.
All right, so we're going to go to the Jacksonville radio network for cut number 3. It's 30-28. The Chargers are leading. Jacksonville is going essentially for the win.
Patterson's kick is up. The field goal is good! 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 The Jaguars have won it! The Jaguars have won it! They have come back from 27-0 to win the game!
All right. Now, I get that's their home network, so you might not expect like as much enthusiasm. But here's Al Michaels, who's got stuff to do with cut 10 calling that same play.
Make sure to pay attention right out the gate.
Here we go for the win. Got it, but there's a flag down. There's a flag down as everybody's running out onto the field, but there's a penalty marker.
Offside. Defense number 26.
And they call it on the defense.
That's it.
That's it?
He could give two Fs
the
about
flag
that
was
game.
How many times do you think that in his career, though, like for this point, how many times in his career do you think he's had the excitement level at the right time? Some stupid flag has killed his call, and he's been like, gosh, man, I can't. You know what? I'm glad that hockey doesn't have that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Do You Believe in Miracles?
Yeah, but listen, play the beginning again. Listen to how disinterested he starts before the flag comes out.
Here we go for the win. Got it, but there's a flag down.
But like, even here we go for the win.
That's his thing. That's what he does. I understand. Everyone wants
cut the grass. Here we go.
They want to try and kill him today. I get it.
It's official. He's finished.
He is. He probably is.
Oh, Al Michaels is washed?
He does not care about doing this anymore.
man.
He does
He
care about
collects
his
his check.
$15 to $20 million or whatever, but
Yeah, they had him out on loan.
I think also, doesn't he do Thursday Night Football now?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. He was out on.
So he's completely and totally disinterested in the NFL because they give him crap games.
He said Thursday Night Football broke him because he had to sell it.
And now you can tell. He's like, to the end of the season, like, I don't want to do this anymore. Football stinks.
You know what also doesn't help? He's sitting with Tony Dungy. Like, I don't know what gets Tony Dungy excited, but it ain't football, like, apparently.
F about that. But the most exciting part about this game for me personally is to see the people go down in flames who wagered on this. Is somebody at Caesars bet $54,000. We'll get to the other one.
Yes,
pretty cheap pizza.
Bet $54,000 on the Chargers to win.
Caesar
to win $1,000.
Wow,
and that's pretty bad. They lost. However, at one online sports book, they took a live money line bet on the Chargers of $1.4 million to win $11,000. That was the bet. They bet $1.4 million.
How does Darren Ravel get this information?
He's the one betting.
I was going to say he's invested in one of them, and yes, that is the case sometimes.
My father-in-law. That's where I was this weekend. Was watching with them, and by the way, Saturday he said, "Hey, hang out and watch football."
He stood
while
up
everybody else in the house disappeared for a while. And he is a Vegas gambler. He loves to go to Vegas and bet on games. And he was like, "This is the stupidest bet. This makes zero sense as a bet. Even if you have the money to bet this, it makes zero sense to bet this for that small of a percentage of return. If you have a $1.5 million, why would you bet it for $11,000 in return?"
The last thing I want to leave you with is this quote from Brandon Staley when he got hired.
I wonder how much you would have won if you would have bet $100 on Jacksonville at halftime.
Yeah, because I was thinking, I know the odds don't exactly work inversely because you're looking about close to 101. I think if you bet $100, you would have won $8,000. Something to that point is my guess. This is when Brandon Staley got hired. The history of this team when I got here, it was like someone's going to get hurt, they're going to blow a lead, something catastrophic is going to happen. There's this chargering. And there's all these external facts that I know in my life, they're just excuses. They're all excuses. And so, all right, well, how do you change that? Well, you have to do things different. You have to have a different approach. And yet, we still ended up in the exact same spot for the Chargers. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, going to give you some Cowboys roster moves, plus the top jersey sales for the season in Gridiron Gravy. Next, right here on The Fan.
All right, fellas.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like their classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. They got one of the largest selections in America as well. So this is Texas, this is Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Before we get to Gridiron, since Corey just put his headphones on in the most amazing fashion I've ever seen, I believe he has big Mandalorian news to share with us first.
And this absolutely goes in with Gridiron Gravy tonight, Kevin.
Yeah.
And yes.
Is he going to be at the game?
Go ahead and hit the dip real quick.
All right, let's do it.
With playoff pizza.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Tonight. Let me see if I can find this again.
What?
Well, you just said it was so big.
Yeah, you forgot.
Well, I want to make sure I get it right.
Yeah, we got him, boys. We got him.
Oh!
This is how people false start.
It's not a setup.
They leave the huddle, and 3 seconds later, they forget when they're supposed to move.
What was the play again? Don't miss the official trailer of The Mandalorian airing tonight during the NFL wildcard game at 8:15 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah.
Guys, let me finish reading. On ESPN and ABC Network, there will be a Mandalorian trailer. It's on March 1st, but a new trailer. This is, to me, this is genius. This is going to be the most watched game this year.
I think it'll still fall behind the conference championship games, but it'll be.
This is okay. Yeah, and probably the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah, sure.
Like this is a massive game. A, Brady.
Yeah.
B, Cowboys.
Yeah.
And then it's on Monday night. It's a standalone game. 3, yeah. It's a standalone game.
Yep.
And ABC was like, hey, let's make sure, or Disney was like, hey, let's make sure we get this Mandalorian trailer in the midst of this. This is brilliant.
And they have a good history of this. They have released many of the Star Wars trailers, like for the films and stuff, in the same spot. So you're right. I think this is a great idea. All right, let's talk about Aaron Donald's retirement fake out, unless he just needed to edit something. People got caught up is that on his profile, it said former NFL D lineman for the Rams, number 99. Now, it also went along with former college player and everything like that, former Pitt player, number 97, former NFL D lineman for the Rams, 99. And so, you know how Twitter goes, is people immediately were like, hold on, did Aaron Donald just low-key announce his retirement? And then not long after that, it said former Pitt football player, NFL D lineman for the Rams. And so he took off the former.
So when McVay said he was coming back, Aaron Donald was like, me too, I guess.
And I got how you tied it all up. You talked about also the Avengers Loki right there.
Uh-huh.
With Star Wars.
All tied together. So Aaron Donald, at least for now, apparently not retired. CJ Stroud is, in fact, going into the NFL draft. Today was is the deadline to declare for the NFL draft. He still had not declared over the weekend, which led people to believe that Ohio State was like putting together this massive NIL deal, which that's just common sense to me. It's like, what does the kid need? 15 million, 20 million? Let's figure it out if he's going to be back again for another year.
Yeah, man.
But he did declare for the NFL draft.
If Ohio State, or the people around Ohio State, however we want to say that, ultimately put together the NIL deal big enough, do you think it's still a smart decision to stay?
Certain positions.
Well, for him as a quarterback.
No.
I kind of wonder just a little bit, but this is where you would have had to done your due diligence about like, hey, how many teams are there that like Levis better than me, or like Richardson better than me, or whoever? Whereas next year I could be like, I can overtake Caleb Williams.
Nobody should like Trent Richardson more. He was horrible.
No, Anthony Richardson is. I wonder about that. And you're like, I can take the money and maybe get a more advantageous draft position next year. But the biggest thing is, the quicker you come out, the quicker you can get to your second contract, which I see the appeal of that 1,000,000%. So I don't know.
I don't know how often they do this, because, a lot of guys are like, hey, I'll go there and change the culture. That idea of
That's what Brandon Staley told us.
I'm the key to it. Baker Mayfield said that too, right? But do you want to go to that team that's going to be there? And sometimes you look at it and go, no, I don't want to go to that one. Maybe next year will be better. Maybe they'll get their quarterback and I can go somewhere else instead. sometimes you want to land in the right situation, man. I know Trey Lance did. Unfortunately, like his body isn't holding up in the right situation.
Now, speaking of money, Jeff Bezos apparently did not put in a bid for the Commanders like a lot of people expected.
He's buying the Mavs.
They said the highest bid, or the bids were, no bid exceeded $6.3 billion, which is obviously still an insane amount of money.
A paltry sum.
Yeah. Well, because you remember originally there was reports that the bidding had gone well north of $7 billion. So it did go well north of $7 million. So now the report from Front Office Sports is that no bid exceeded $6.3 billion. So we will see how it goes going forward, but Jeff Bezos not part of the bidding process for the Commander.
Do you think if Bezos offered Mark Cuban $6.3 billion, do you think Mark Cuban would sell the Mavericks?
Yes, I do. I have lots of... I'm on that side with you about monetary cash flow problems and liquidity and everything like that. I'm with you on that. Sean Payton has another interview. If he wants to go ahead and knock that out, is the Panthers added themselves to the mix of teams that already included the Broncos, Cardinals, and Texans that would like to interview Sean Payton.
What team do you want to buy? Not the Cowboys.
For me, Mavericks, if I had to have one team.
I think I might want to buy the Rangers.
Oh, wow.
I really do see the appeal of like,
okay,
that's the guy who won us our first World Series. You know, like all the other teams have a title. I know for some of us, some of the teams have been a really long time, but
there wouldn't be a single person that wouldn't want to go to bed with you.
Just like now.
I wouldn't. Not a single person. If Kevin buys the Rangers, I'm not sleeping with Kevin.
Married. You're married. I said a single person.
Ooh, got him, coach.
All right.
Man, I don't think people understand how many levels intellectually Corey operates above the rest of us, because that's like what? I don't know, 12
Reggie's
against Mike.
single. Reggie, you want to sleep with Kevin if he buys the Rangers?
And we won a World
Probably
Series.
no.
You're leaving that part out.
Probably not.
Well, that's because Reggie's a Houston guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got to stick with
He's like the Astros already got this.
Yeah, we got to stick with the Metroplex people. All right. So, all right, let's go from that to top 10 jersey sales for the season. Who do you think?
Steve DeBerg.
Which active?
I bought my kid a CeeDee Lamb jersey for Christmas.
Oh, nice.
Does that
How do you
count?
like it?
Do you think he's in the top 10?
I think it's close.
Okay.
But I leaned to Micah Parsons sold the most Cowboys
Absolutely.
jerseys, and he's in the top 10. I just don't know where.
I feel like Micah's not even just top 10, top 3, maybe even.
I'm guessing top 2.
He might be number 1 because I saw. I am Kevin in a weird spot where I was watching that thing I sent you the other day of the NBA MVP categories,
Yes.
and it goes like that. I was watching a video of that, and Micah was at the top like all season long.
Okay, would he be your selection for most jerseys sold this season?
Micah, is that who you're asking?
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I feel like I just default to a quarterback.
They didn't make Brock Purdy jerseys, so it's he can't. Like I could see where he could just start selling off. Like I guarantee you, whatever they've made, they can't keep right now. But they haven't made enough throughout the season.
I guess like maybe is Josh Allen in that mix?
Do you think he's in that mix?
Is Lamar Hamlin in that
wonder,
mix?
like he's had his jersey for such a long time.
Too late.
Too late in the season.
I'll lean towards I'm going to be wrong here. I'll go Joe Burrow.
My guess would have been Patrick Mahomes. Those both would have been wrong. The correct answer is, in fact, Josh Allen.
Okay.
Here's where it's remarkable. Whenever people are like, oh, Cowboys aren't America's team, blah, 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 blah. 3 of the top 6 are Cowboys.
All right, so it's going to be Dak, CD, and Micah.
That is correct. Josh Allen is 1. Micah Parsons, 2. Patrick Mahomes, 3. Joe Burrow, number 4.
Good. So I at least had a decent guess.
Yeah, no, your guess was very good. CeeDee Lamb, 5. Dak Prescott, 6. Now, think about this. Justin Jefferson is 7. I don't think anyone in the universe is going to put forth the idea that at this time and place, CeeDee Lamb is better than Justin Jefferson. And I think it's like Justin Jefferson is emphatically better than CeeDee Lamb because he's awesome. But CeeDee Lamb's higher up on the list. That is
where does he play?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. The rest of it goes Jalen Hurts, 8, Justin Fields, 9, and Tom Brady, 10.
Well, I mean, he is the greatest of all time.
From the Go ahead.
Dak needs, starting tonight, 33 more wins to tie Tom Brady's playoff record for wins.
Mike.
He has one.
Have you done this stat, Kevin?
One game.
He has
Tom
more
Brady,
than 26,
He's
28
two behind
teams.
being the all-time leader in playoff wins. If he gets to
all
37,
franchises?
he will be over Green Bay, who has the most. He will be the all-time playoff leader. All the franchises don't have as many as him. He's tied with the Cowboys. This is dumb.
When did they start? In 1883?
It's 1919 or 18.
From the 817, straight married dude here. I do despicable things for a Rangers World Series.
See?
Kevin, game on.
Exactly.
From the 903, this person says if Kevin gives them a Derek Jeter gift bag, they will do the sleepover.
Oh, we could definitely get a gift
That
basket.
would just be reasonable.
Yeah.
From the
for sure.
214, they'd sleep with Kevin so the Rangers could win a World Series, but they're keeping their PJs on. So
Okay. That's fair. Modesty. I appreciate that.
Trevor Lawrence wasn't on there, huh? Justin Fields. It does go to show how many Chicago Bears fans there are.
For sure. Yeah, far bigger fan base. You brought this up
Right.
earlier. Jacksonville not known as like the biggest fan base. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I cannot wait to see how this next segment goes. Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because a couple of Cowboys roster updates. They did, in fact, activate Jonathan Hankins off the reserved injured list, and they injured list, and they elevated Xavier Rhodes and Avion Collins up from the practice squad to the active roster for tonight's game. I think Rhodes, a lot of people were anticipating. So Rhodes is there, Hankins back, LVE back, Yadish back. I know the Bucs have their guys coming back as well. We talked about Ryan Jensen to kick off the show, but a lot of teams are both teams are getting reinforcements tonight.
So Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because.
So you got this, Mike.
I know, sorry. I have a little bit of a question because my Cowboys win because they win the turnover battle. And I wonder this because obviously Jacksonville Saturday night lost the turnover battle 5-0, right?
It wouldn't surprise you to know that they were the first team in postseason history to win with those.
And I know that you can't lose by 5 turnovers. I mean, you probably win 1 out of 1,000 times, even in regular season football. But is it easier for the home team to turn over the ball and still overcome turnovers rather than the road team? Because usually, and this is a weird case, the Cowboys are favored tonight by 2.5. Usually you're the underdog in the playoffs if you're on the road because the other team usually had a better record than you. This isn't the case in this game. But I say Cowboys win because, Corey, they win the turnover battle. I'm worried about Dak Prescott. I feel like he's going to throw at least 1 interception. In fact, the Charles Barkley, I guarantee Dak Prescott throws at least 1 interception, which means I think the Cowboys have to turn over the Tampa Bay Bucs 2 times, whether by fumble, whether by pickoff, whatever. Even watching the 92 championship game between the Cowboys and San Francisco last night as I was having trouble falling asleep. Early in the game, I want to say it was the Cowboys' first punt. They don't drive on the first drive, and they punt. And San Francisco fumbles, muffs the punt. Cowboys get the ball on about the 20, 15-yard line, something like that. Well, that counts as a turnover. Yeah. Even though your defense didn't create it, you really didn't do anything. So I just feel like Cowboys need to win the turnover battle because I just feel like on the road, if you lose the turnover battle on the road, I think that's a loss.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep part of what Mike said as part of what I'm going to say Cowboys lose because. Cowboys lose because the offense doesn't take advantage of turnovers.
Okay.
That's the worst thing you can do is get a free opportunity and then be like, you know what? We're on their 6-yard line. Guess what? Field goal. Thanks a lot, Chargers.
Yeah, exactly. And don't you feel like you always hear the broadcasters talk about, well, if you're the defense, you got to feel good about this one. Like when you only give up the field goal or you don't give up any points or whatever.
Absolutely, man. And you were even talking about the Chargers were celebrating their field goals and they shouldn't have been.
Yeah, no.
So I think the Cowboys are going to have those opportunities tonight. And if they don't take advantage of, hey, we got an extra play, we got an extra series to put points on the board. That's what I think. The Cowboys they put points on the board and run away. Because I don't think that the Buccaneers can keep up if the defense is playing at the level that they should be. Cowboys win because just straight up bust them in the mouth. Like that's what
what?
Bust them in the mouth.
Oh.
Yeah, they have face mask.
He put the word "the" in there.
Yeah, face mask. It's tough.
Okay, you know what?
You have to rip the helmet off.
I've seen it happen, Mike. You can go underneath the chin strap, get right underneath there, just pop.
That's a penalty.
The Cowboys have to come out, Mike, and be the most. Not if they don't see it or call it. Got to come out and be the most physical team. You can't be pushed around by Tampa Bay. Cowboys had it happen against San Francisco last year. And in the playoffs, you have to be the tougher team. It's a different mindset that we are going to be the team that's going to bully you. I tweeted it out last week, Kevin. Will the Cowboys be the bullies on Monday night?
Yeah.
55% of the fans think no. The Cowboys have to change that mentality. And Kevin, I did ask earlier in the season.
My Cowboys lose because
I asked y'all earlier in the year. Have you ever done something just because you wanted to? Sure. Have you ever accomplished something? I did this because I wanted to do it. And I heard Micah Parsons say that it was going to be different because he wants to. And he said, it's really just because I want to. It's playoff time. It's a different time for me. Regular season's cool and all. but this is playoffs. This is where it's different. And I think that dude right there is going to go out there and play the game of his life tonight.
So tonight on your pregame Spotify playlist, you're going to have Olivia Newton-John?
Let's get physical.
Let's get
Mike
physical.
might be the best.
Do you have a pregame list of songs to get you hyped?
The last time I
idea.
did the Cowboys beat Seattle and it was coming in hot. It was that one was my hype song.
Coming in hot?
Yeah, coming in hot. It's like the
that
Fajita.
Andy Mineo?
Yes, exactly. That was how many years ago now that they beat Seattle and lost to LA?
Are you concerned then with that in mind that they're wearing Hot Boys gear again?
Hot Boys! Get your Hot Boys
Cowboys
here!
I haven't seen this.
I'm so hot.
Where is this Hot Boys?
Of them getting off the plane
I got my Hot
in
Boys
Tampa. No,
I'm a hot boy.
There's some concern about that. From the
Let's get physical.
972. Stop. You probably should stop that. From the 972, Cowboys win because Dak. Cowboys lose because they go conservative on offense. And then they also said that would be because of Dak. From the 214, Cowboys win because LVE's return takes pressure off of Micah and the Lion is unleashed on Brady. Cowboys lose because we got a guy off the street to help our secondary. Brady dissects the secondary. By the way,
I like that one.
I understand all the concerns about this secondary. I'm not here to tell you this Cowboys secondary is unstoppable. It's just offensively, Tampa has struggled for the majority of the season, and I know they're we're healthier now. You just watch. Their offensive line is still sketchy, though.
And to your point, I was just about to say, you lead me into it. Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Cowboys lose because they can't get a consistent pass rush.
Yeah.
If they can't, Tom Brady will destroy the Cowboys.
I think you're right.
He will find number one won't be out there. Kelvin Joseph.
No.
He ain't going to be in the NFL probably next year. He's going to find 25, 37, whatever number Xavier Rhodes is going to wear tonight. He's going to find those guys and pick on them. But if you can get consistent pressure, he can't wait. And he gets rid of the ball. That's the great thing is he's I'm not going to wait on this guy to get open. I'm going to dump the ball off for an incompletion, or I'm just going to dump the ball off and hope the guy
So it might not mean sacks, but it might mean shorter drives,
yes,
more
that he
punts.
can't.
Yeah.
If he has 3 or 4 seconds, our guy's going to get smoked. It's not just going to be a 5-yard pass. He's going to release him down the field. We've seen it too many times against Habadabalina or whatever his name was.
I don't even know who that was directed at.
For Tennessee. Dobbs.
Oh, Joshua Dobbs?
Yeah.
I honestly didn't know what that was.
Thank you. I confused you there. And then
Yes, you did.
Art Howell's son, who played the other day, didn't even know he
Sam
played
Howell
football.
is what he's going for on that one. I'm prepared now.
You speak Mike. That's nice.
Yeah. And so that's my thing. You got to get consistent pressure on Tom Brady because whether we like it or not, I guarantee you the Cowboys are a little bit nervous. And it's somewhat this. Justin Verlander gets hammered in the World Series. But still, you start looking at it, and Verlander doesn't have the resume of Tom Brady. There's okay. So hopefully the Cowboys have a great focus in this because they know they are going against the greatest playoff quarterback of all time.
I do have a question for you, Kevin. What's the first play tonight?
That's it. That is it!
I did that just to agitate him.
Debatable.
What play are you running tonight? 877-881-1053.
I'm absolutely going to take
play
a shot
action. Is it play action
Flea
sets
flicker.
up?
I think I
shocked the world and punt on first down.
That is a terrible strategy.
You just show them. You're like, we want Tom Brady.
Yeah.
We win the coin toss. We elect to receive. And you're like, wait, we're not
even playing offense
deferring,
tonight.
And they're gonna kick the ball in the end zone, and we're gonna take the ball to 25, snap it to Dak Prescott, and he pooch punts
I'm not gonna lie.
And says, we want Tom Brady.
I desperately want the Cowboys to win this game, but I would be all about just watching Twitter. Like when people are like, it broke Twitter. I actually think that might break Twitter.
We're running
They're
out
like,
the clock.
we won the toss, we'll receive, and we punt straight away. That would
shock the world.
Freaking
You're right, Mike.
incredible.
That would be the most shocking.
That is not the strategy.
We'll give you a free possession. We think you're so bad at football.
That is not the strategy that I would choose. I think the flea flicker might work because we run so much on first down. They've all of a sudden be like, holy crap, what is happening? So My Cowboys win because I hope that does not happen. Everyone will be fired. I know Jerry said whatever happens in this game won't affect
There's
Mike
been plenty of
McCarthy's
times
job.
in the last 10 years of watching Cowboys football, I can't say my exact words because sometimes there's cuss words in it, and I wish I didn't cuss as much. But I'm like, just punt the ball now so you don't take another penalty. When they're like, hey, it's 2nd and 20, and then it's 2nd and 25. I'm like, just punt. Obviously, we're going the wrong way every time. Just punt the ball now.
So my Cowboys win because it's on CeeDee Lamb. So check this out. The Bucs play cover 3, 33% of dropbacks, which is the 4th most in the NFL. That's their staple coverage.
Oh, Dak hates that.
Well, and so that part I was concerned about. But I also think that can give you an opportunity. If you take that mindset, you've scouted well, and you can get CeeDee Lamb some space underneath. Now, what he does with that space, to be determined. I think that could be a pivot of the game, and I think they might be able to gobble them up like that and then eventually either force a defensive shift or just keep chipping away at them on offense. Now, my Cowboys lose because is Levante David, Devin White, Vita Vea. It can be all. It can be your choice. They allow Tampa to dominate the line of scrimmage and continually stall out the Dallas offense. You talked about if you're punting a lot. We saw the season high for the entire NFL, 10 3-and-outs in that game against Washington. If you're not winning the line of scrimmage, especially that particular matchup, I think it could be a long day.
I'm going to infuriate Kevin if this happens, but I do think there's a percentage that this happens. It's a lower percentage, but this happens. Is that the refs throw some sort of roughing the passer penalty against
on what
Tom
looks
Brady.
like a totally legit hit, right?
Yes.
Like last night with the Kirk Cousins one late in the game. You're like,
Yes.
what was that? That's
and I'm
not
just wondering, Tom Brady does get the benefit of the doubt on those situations. Sam Williams is a young guy who can make kind of mistakes like that. And you just, I don't know, like some sort of soft hand to the face, you know, or something where you hit them a little bit late and they want to protect the old man. And then you thought you were going to have a 3-and-out. You thought you were going to get the ball back. And then all of a sudden you put them into some sort of scoring drive because of a really borderline roughing the passer call.
Now, we've gotten this text throughout the year, and I don't want to jinx anything now, from the 469. Cowboys win because, yes, we will simply outswag the Buccaneers.
Go!
And Cowboys lose because you didn't read my text, Kevin. Deal with it. But I did read it, so
guaranteed
we're good to go. He would guarantee it, right?
I guarantee.
I am believing in the outswag department this year.
We got the Hot Boys.
That's been a fact because that person has texted in every single week during Cowboys win, Cowboys lose. The same thing. And Kevin, guess what? When the Cowboys win, they outswag them.
Yeah.
When
12
they've
of
lost,
the 17 times.
they have not outswagged the opponent. And I think
they've underswagged, you're saying?
Or, yes.
You don't hear that enough.
Yes. They underswagged them.
Hey,
because it's nonsense.
Don't tell me what's nonsense today. It's playoff time. It's all nonsense, okay?
Yeah.
Good point.
I got your nonsense right here.
If Leonard Fournette goes off for, let's just say, 80 yards or something, I know the other guy's his last name White. The other running back, they share the ball. They're very much like Zeke and Pollard.
Yeah.
But I will go to training camp next year and I will say, so does hot boys mean you like getting running backs hot? Is that the deal on
Who
why
do you say that to?
Every single freaking one of them.
Okay.
To get rid of the
Oh my-
stupid hot boys crap.
Okay. From the 817.
Hot boys.
I bet Dak does not throw a postseason pick like at all. Fantastic. And from the 225, I guarantee Dak does not throw an interception. Well, what is this guarantee? Like, what is that person going to do if they do throw an interception?
I'm trying to Charles Barkley it for all the Cowboy fans
And
because his
reverse it.
guarantees go bad. So I guarantee that Dak Prescott throws at least one interception.
I'm okay with that.
At least?
If he throws one interception and that's it tonight,
oh wow,
I'm okay with that.
That's where we're at.
I really am.
You're the guy who says make all the free throws.
I
Don't you
do.
want to say no turnovers?
Yeah, but dude, if you only have one if you only have one, I'm thinking that Diggs can get an interception.
And it matters when it is too. If it's 4th and 5 on the 38-yard line and he throws an interception on to the 22, so what? You either had an interception. So kind of the interception does matter. Now, if it's a screenplay on your 25 and you throw a pick and the dude runs it back for a touchdown, that's a pretty crappy pick.
Now, and Reggie said complete all the passes. I feel great that if his interception is his lone quote-unquote non-completion, is then we will win that game from the...
Non-completion. I like that. That's interesting.
From the 817, Cowboys lose if Dak throws more than 2 picks. And from the 817, Cowboys win because Brady is old and the defense is going to punish him. This is the most competitive Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because we've had in a while. Now, I know that does not always translate to the game because I felt like people were really comfortable about that Washington game, and that didn't totally work out. But there's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of back and forth, and I am excited
Cowboys
for this game.
27-24.
Okay, I'm not okay if it's a Cowboys pick to end the pick 6 to end the game. No, if that's the way that it goes,
that hasn't happened
I'm not okay
all
with
year.
That.
What makes it even worse is we were winning 30-27.
In 2023,
we should have just kneeled. And he was like, let's throw it. And then we ended up winning.
Jacksonville ended the game on the Cowboys doing that. Remember?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we
Noah
remember,
Brown
Mike.
Let's talk to somebody
We're
else.
the KNC masterpiece
I thought
right
you
here.
use your body to catch the ball,
on
not your hands.
105.3
Why did
The
God give
Fan.
us hands?
Coming up next, former Dallas Cowboys DB and TO smasher George Teague right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. Former Dallas Cowboy and TO Smasher George Teague joins the program. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how are you, man? I don't know if I've ever been called a smasher before, but I kind of like it.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
That's what I was hoping you would say. Now, we'll get into the specifics of the game, but generally, how we feeling about tonight's game?
Well, this is probably going to surprise you because I'm actually feeling pretty good about this. I've thought about all the positives or the things that could go our way, so I'm on the other side of it. I know there's a lot of nervous people, but I'm not that nervous right now.
All right. And you've been doing the Cowboys game day on Sundays. You've been slamming it up, man, doing a great job. Really, really good work. And I know that you've been really following and watching a lot of film and everything, too, this year. Even on your Twitter, you've been doing some film study there. What has you feeling confident about the Cowboys?
Okay, the first thing is, we've been talking about the running game. Buccaneers, they ran for 127 yards on us before. Now, I know they haven't had another 100-yard game since, but I feel better because you're going to have Jonathan Hankins back. Should be back. Anyway,
he's back, yeah.
Tonight. Yes. So that's one thing that's going to help with that. A fresh LVE coming back to play is going to be good for us. So I feel like our defense is even going to be in a better position even than we were before. And we didn't give up a lot of points, and we did a lot there. But I'm feeling good about our defense more than I have been all year long.
I wanted to ask you something about this, and this can be just specifically about the defense, or it can be broader about like bulletin board material and everything like that. Is Mike Evans said earlier last week, when we're healthy, it doesn't matter who the DBs are, talking about Dallas, and he goes, I hope I get a lot of cover one. Does that type of stuff make an impact on the players, or you're like, it's the playoffs, I don't need to be artificially hyped up?
No, we take everything personal. So yes, it does matter, regardless of what people say. We listen. We know what's going on when they're talking like that. And that's, okay, well, then I'll have to show you deal. Now, I think they're a little bit wrong. I don't think he's going to get a lot of cover one, honestly. I think he's going to get a lot of roll coverage because he's their deep guy. I mean, he has less catches, 77 catches, over 1,100 yards or whatever it is. He's their guy, but that's the guy we can't let beat us. I know we got the issues at corner, and what's that going to look like? Is Diggs going to follow him or not? Doesn't really matter. I think that we make sure he doesn't get over the top and force him to throw it to Godwin or Auden or out the backfield or something like that.
If Godwin, would you say Diggs is going to be on Evans then, and Godwin is going to be covered by whoever the next cornerback is?
Honestly, if it were me, I would line up left and right. Don't follow, and play it to the point of if he's on Diggs' side, you can roll to your other corner and let Diggs go man to man.
Okay.
If he's away from, always roll. So how do I put this in words? If Mike Evans is away from Diggs, roll to Mike Evans. If he's away, if he's to Diggs, then you got your option. You can either roll to him or play man to man on there because you're going to have to protect the other corner, whoever it is. If it's Bland or Nashawn Wright, or even if it's going to be Rhodes in there, that's kind of my thought. Now, of course, you got to mix it up. You're going to have to control Godwin. You can't let him get out of hand. But I'm not as scared about him. He'll have a high volume of catches, but he's not that deep threat guy that Mike Evans is.
With the Cowboys offense, I think the Washington game, Mickey's come at us a lot with this. He's like, look, that's just, you guys watch the Washington game and now everybody's scared. And I know what the offense was throughout most of the season, but it seemed to kind of fluctuate here and there throughout the year. What does the offense do against Tampa that helps them? What can they do to maximize Dak or the run game? What's the best option for them tonight?
Well, the best option is they better hurry up and get Tony Pollard involved.
Yes.
I know Zeke's our guy, but you got to get Tony Pollard a spark, get him going, and you got to find a way to get CD involved early. Quick screens, jet sweep, something. Get his hands on the ball because they're going to double him and force the ball into Schultz or to Gallup or even Ty. So you got to get your playmakers involved. Get Dak comfortable early, and let him know that, hey, you don't have to be taking these shots down the field too fast or making bad throws or forcing it too quick. Getting Biadasz back is humongous.
Yes.
I do believe that. I think that is large. And so having that solidifying piece in there automatically makes us stronger and better to be able to run the ball earlier. I believe that. Honestly, I do. Both the Smiths at the two tackles, and then, of course, Martin and McGovern back at the guards is going to really, really help that. So I'm if I'm worried about anything, it's what is Kellen Moore or Mike McCarthy going to do to get CD, our playmakers, involved early in the game, or we're just going to try to force feed Zeke and, take what we can get, that kind of thing. I hope we don't do that.
Yeah, it sounds like you hate that game plan if that's the case tonight.
Me too. I agree.
Yes. We cannot do that. Now, we got to run the ball. I got it. I'm with that. But we need explosive plays, and we got to get the ball to the guys that can make the explosive plays. That's Pollard.
I was going to say, because I think most people's nightmare, tied into what you were just saying, is Cowboys receive, Zeke runs for 1, it's 2nd and 9, Zeke runs for 2, and all of a sudden it's 3rd and 7, and you're like, the game just freaking started.
Yeah.
And we're in 3rd and 7 already.
Yes. So I don't know what his first – I wish I could see the first 15 so I could go ahead and tell them to change it.
Go ahead and change it right now.
Go ahead and change it, but jump in the empty, man. First play.
Yes.
Just jump in the empty and see what they do. Throw the ball, get you 5-6 or whatever.
I have a question, George, off of what you're talking about, the first 15. And we don't know what they are, but do they have to go in the exact order, or are they just 15 plays that the offensive coordinator and the team have practiced, they like? And based off of what the first play is, let's just say it is a running play and you run for 8. But the next play was supposed to be a kind of more of a aggressive play. How much does the first 15 change off of what happened the play before?
Well, this will disappoint you because unfortunately you pretty much go straight down the script.
Oh, wow.
No matter what. First and 20 is the same play as 2nd and 2.
Until coach says, stop it. We're not gonna do that, and that's so. I did talk about that before, and that's where you get behind early sometimes because your first 15, you're trying to figure out things, see how they're going to line up, thinking you're going to be okay. But if you get behind the sticks, that is a time where, if I were the head coach, I'd be saying, "Hey, all right, scrap play number 3. We'll come back to it a little bit later. Right now, we need to go ahead and go to whatever, a different play." But you're hoping that your first 3 plays, you kind of they've played the game so many times in their head. The coach has, okay, if I line up like this, we're in the 25-yard line, this is what should happen, essentially. And if they see something different and don't come off of that script, then that's when that's what creates the slowness. We're saying need to start fast because we don't adjust at those times.
What is George Teague's spread looking like tonight? How are you doing this? Are you at a studio? Or are you watching it at the house? Because I know you like to barbecue. How are we setting this one up tonight?
Well, I'm hoping I was going to get an invite from you guys somewhere so I can come out there and sit and watch each other and be a fan, put my hoodie on.
Man, kind of felt like Corey just did not invite you right there.
I'm a recluse when it comes to watching the Cowboys. I watch alone, nobody in the house. Everybody goes, I'm like, y'all go to your bedrooms and go to sleep. I don't want to hear a word right now. So I am one of those that next year,
Sundays.
though, Kevin, I told you last week.
Yes.
I did tell you. So, George, this is my new thing. Next year, I'm going to go watch a game every week with a friend. Or wherever they want to go. So that is I'm going to Kevin's house.
Yes.
I've never been there. I even invited myself. So next year I will be watching a lot more games with more people so I can socialize and not be a bitter and alone by myself.
But see, George, I'm going to take your advice about deviating from the first 15. So if Corey does this 3 straight weeks and they lose all 3 times, I'm going to tell him, hell no, he can't come to my house. You need to stay at home.
Yeah, well, I have to admit, I like to be around people at the games, so I'm going to go post up at a bar, restaurant, somewhere. I need noise. I need a lot of TVs. Now I can watch it at home and be here with the folks and the family, but it's just I like to be amongst the people, man. Have a good time, and become a fan as much as possible until they start making me scratch my head, then I'll leave.
I like that approach.
Do you have your official prediction for us as we're continually crunching the numbers and Mike is changing his prediction as we go along? What is your prediction for tonight?
Okay, so I do think it's going to be a close ball game. I have the Cowboys winning the game, 24-21. I think Dak Prescott puts together the last drive of the game, and we win it because we're going to be behind 22-21, and we win it with a field goal, taking the leg of the kicker to win this one down there in the nice weather in Tampa Bay. 24-22, Cowboys win. We get on the bus, we hurry up and get back, and then we go face.
We'll deal with San Francisco later. I hear you. I think we're all in that same boat. We'll figure that out later,
Just
okay?
win this one tonight. That's all we got to do first.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it very much, good sir. And maybe we'll get to that a little bit later in the week. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, George.
There you go, George Teague. And by the way, he's 100% right, but I just don't want to deal with that right now. Win this game, I would much rather worry about how to deal with San Francisco than what the hell happened in that game.
Yeah,
So.
and it sounds like I'm going to a bar next season, to hang out with George to watch a game. That's
25-24 Tampa Bay.
Oh, no.
Dak leaves enough time on the clock for a big pass interference, and Tampa comes back and kicks a field goal.
That is my nightmare scenario right there. That is the worst.
In fact, you know what? The ball's on the 45-yard line of Dallas, and there's only 10 or 15 seconds remaining, and Tom Brady throws an incomplete, and all the Cowboy fans celebrate until they hear Al Michaels, with all his emotion in the world, say there's a flag on the play, and it is roughing the passer, and it moves them into field goal range for the W.
Here we go.
Oh man, it is that's my nightmare right there. Do you guys want to know where the money is coming in?
From people.
Okay, sure.
Good answer.
You know what? That is a good answer. Let me be more specific. All right. Who are
The
people
Federal Reserve.
betting on in the Cowboys-Bucks game?
The
And before
teams.
you say one of those teams, I knew you were going to do that.
I think more money comes in on the Cowboys right now.
Okay.
Because there's more Cowboy
But
fans.
it's Tom
in Tampa.
Brady,
I know.
Mike. It's Tom
Okay,
Brady.
That's the other side of it.
You know what? I'll take the other side then. I don't know what was the question.
Yeah, oh my God.
Who are they betting on?
Like, what does
Push.
Vegas wants?
It's not a push.
Who does Vegas want
Giannis
to
and the
win?
Bucks.
Who does
Your
Vegas
thoughts?
want to win?
68% of the people
Are betting Cowboys.
have bet on the Bucks. However,
Well, that's good
only-
for the Cowboys.
How much
that's
of the
right.
money,
People
though?
are wrong most of the time.
52% of the money is on the Bucks, which means the bigger money bets are coming in on the Cowboys. Now, for one more, to your point about like if this could turn into a high-scoring game, I understand that the public likes to bet the over. Like, I get that, but this is really high. 75% of the money tonight is on the over of 45.5.
They're assuming there's probably going to be both teams passing the ball over 40 times then. Right?
There's
Because
something
that
to that.
extends a game tremendously. Because let's just say the Cowboys have a great series to start defensively, and let's just say it's 1 run, 2 passes, but 2 of the passes are incomplete. Only 30 seconds pretty much ran off the clock, and you're getting the ball back.
Which was a problem Los Angeles ran into against the Jags. I know they had other problems, but that was a problem to be sure. So, 75% of the money is on the over at 45.5
30 to 20 Dallas.
Okay, Mike's changed based on that.
Such a dramatic
The public is always wrong, and that's why there is Las Vegas.
Right about that.
Dan Quinn is scheduled to interview for the Denver Broncos job on Friday,
Tonight.
Kevin.
No,
on
it's
Friday,
not tonight, Mike.
He has nothing to do when the Cowboys have the ball. So he's like, I'll just get on the phone. They have tons of phones up there.
So there's no part of you that thinks he should plan ahead to the next sequence or like reflect on what happened or look at the stills they got and everything. That's just the first 15 plays. So Mike thinks he's interviewing tonight. Corey with the alternative viewpoint.
I wish you had to play Madden football where you couldn't pick the plays, or you had to pick your first 15 plays
ahead of time,
like an hour before you're about to play your friend. Yeah, and you just have to let them play out. You can't change. Hey, it's third and 17. Third and 17. I have a running play right here. I just have to effing run the ball right now.
And like the Cowboys are over pursuing and harassing Brady with pressure, and they're like, "Hey, should we run the ball?" And you're like, "Nope, says pass."
Yep.
I guess if I'm scripting my first 15 plays, I'm scripting all the plays that are 10 yards. Like, I'm going to be like, this should be a 10-yard play right there, at least. You know, like, that's the way I'm doing it. What do you do when you're on the goal line? Do you say, hey, we had scheduled to throw the Hail Mary on this play?
To me, this doesn't make sense.
For everybody.
Yeah. As a former pitcher, on a 3-1 count, I'm probably going to throw a different pitch than on an 0-2 count.
Curveball.
I don't get. Well, I guess if it was 2-2 versus 3-1, this is a different scenario here. Like, I can't just say, well, my 5th pitch was going to be this, no matter what in the game.
But the odds, don't we learn from analytics that the odds tell us that if we do these things,
analytics are stupid.
Like if you go play blackjack in the casino, you play by your system. If you deviate from the system, you're going to screw yourself over.
I 100% agree with you, because you know why? Blackjacks aren't people; they're cards. And blackjacks aren't going to change.
There's definitely a dude named Jack that's black. It's got to be out there.
Yeah,
Jack Black?
Jack Tompkins.
That's
he was my
also a
teammate
thing.
at Duncanville. There's one.
And this is why I wouldn't take you on Family Feud, because you'd be like, top 100 on the board, or top 6 answers on the board. Name a famous Jack. And you'd be like, Jack Thompson. He was my teammate. Tompkins.
Yeah.
He was my teammate at
dare you,
Duncanville.
Kevin.
And everyone has to go, good answer. All right, but you know what? Speaking of Mike, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Let's stick with this TB12.
Oh, no.
All right, guys. If you're watching football this week, you saw a commercial for a movie coming out. And this movie, if you haven't seen, because you don't watch commercials, Kevin.
But I'm aware of this movie for a while, unfortunately.
So there's like 4 80-year-old women who want to do the New England Patriots. And this is before Tom Brady and Gronk left the New England Patriots. And they're like, listen, we got one more time to try to do these guys, I guess. And
they don't just want to watch the football?
It doesn't seem like it. They break into the locker room at some point and then tell Gronk how big he is in a loving way that is really weird. And then I don't get this at all. This has to be the worst movie ever made, and I can't imagine this is going to make any money. First of all, how long did this take to produce? Because Tom Brady hasn't been with New England in 3 years, and neither has Gronk. So they filmed this movie 3 or 4 years ago?
Now, I believe the older gals, because there are a lot of famous people in this movie, is Sally Field, Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, and Rita Moreno. And
I get it. They're all like around 80. One was like either I Dream of Jeannie or whatever, that Sandy Fields or whatever.
Sally Fields.
Sally Fields.
Did she hook up with Elvis and Forrest Gump?
She was the mom.
No. She banged the principal to get him into that one school.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
I was having a dream about it last night.
Or the administrator, whoever that guy was.
Who came up with this movie and thought, you know what people want to see? A whole bunch of 80-year-old women trying to like, hey, man, they wear tight tights so you can see their junk when they're playing football. Isn't that great? No, Mike, it's not great from 80-year-old women.
Mike, there are areas of the internet where that is a very specific target demo.
Will anybody
Hold on, Mike.
listening to this segment go watch this movie?
What's it called again?
And I like
80
Tom
for
Brady.
Brady.
80
Hell
for Brady.
no.
I knew they were 80 years old.
However, the movie says, now keep in mind, the key word here is inspired. The movie is inspired by the true story of four best friends who took a life-changing trip to the Super Bowl. I believe that four friends went to the Super Bowl. I do not believe that they were all 80-year-old ladies who were like, we got to get in the locker room and get it done.
You sure, Kevin?
I'm not sure.
Have you been in? I mean, look. Let's be honest
Yes,
here.
I've been in the locker room.
Have you been in a group chat where what you guys discuss is probably not something that you should like say publicly?
Oh, for sure.
Does this not feel like something that was like just a group chat thing that became a little bit more real than it probably should have?
Yeah, and you know what? Oh, well, I don't want to ruin the movie. I could tell you which Super Bowl it's inspired by.
I think it's the Atlanta one, right?
I think it is.
But what in
I mean,
the
it
world?
definitely is.
Sally Field still has her fastball.
She's 80?
Well, in the movie, she is. She might only be 78 in real life.
Okay.
But this is just, it doesn't look
I'm
good
not-
to me at all.
I'm not going to see
Whatever,
it.
Shazam or Uncle Drew.
She's
or,
76. Good call, Mike.
Thanks. Whatever movie that was made by an
Wasn't that Kazam?
athlete or whatever.
But that wasn't even
The Shaq movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. But what in the world are we doing here?
Making movies, man.
I do not. Who wants to go
From the
see
469, they
this
said their
movie?
fiance wants to see it. Oh, and it's
Nice.
it's produced by Tom Brady. So, yeah, Tom Brady's like, you know what?
That's his category.
Yeah, make a movie
He's
about
like, I
it.
know my audience.
Yeah. Will not watch.
Why aren't you going to see this?
If they made it a little bit more wholesome, they make it look like they're wanting to go do the Patriots.
What did they do?
Maybe they did. Maybe that's part of the story I don't know about. But I don't want to
There's no
know
way
about
Tom Brady hooked up with
Wes
those old
Welker
ladies.
and an 80-year-old woman.
What if that's what broke up his relationship and not him
All
saying
right.
playing
You know
football?
what? I'm back in. If the tagline says the movie Giselle doesn't want you to see, then I'm probably going to watch it. I'm going to hate myself for it, but I'll watch it.
Wouldn't it be better if it just looked more like these 80-year-old women really have loved football their whole life and the Patriots and everything, but they make it look like they're going down there to party and get drunk with the New England Patriots and do whatever the Patriots say after the game is over.
Now, some people are suggesting that, Mike, it's just not for your age demographic, but perhaps the older people will be engaged by...
I don't think 80-year-olds, maybe so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a whole bunch of 80-year-old women that want to sleep with the Patriots. But it just doesn't
I don't
make sense
know
to me.
what I don't know.
And this is why Swaggy Booties, I do like this. He says that's why Brady moved to Florida.
Good call.
Hook up with
Because,
a bunch of
yeah,
older
after
guys.
that Super Bowl, he's like, I need more 80 in my
A
life.
lot of retirees.
I guess if that's what you want. Look, I'm not disputing the fact that Tom Brady could go out and bang a whole bunch of 80-year-olds. I think he could. I just don't know if he would want to. Damn it.
Will Gronk always be this? Will he ever lose this kind of? I don't even know who to compare him to.
You're waiting for historical drama and Rob Gronkowski as the Count.
Wait, didn't Gronk donate to the DeMar Hamlin toy fund in the denomination of $6,900?
So to answer your question, that should do it. Yes, he will always be that lunkhead.
Yeah, but will he keep getting? Will he keep getting recognition and shows? And I don't know. Will he be on?
I still think he's got another good 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. I mean, like, he's a fairly good-looking dude who has charisma. Like, he has a good amount of charisma.
He does.
You can make something more. You can make something shake in that instance.
Okay, so
you're out on that.
I am not going to go watch Gronk and Tom Brady flirt with 80-year-olds and see what happens after the flirting stops.
It's PG-13.
I'll watch it.
Show trip?
Yeah.
Out.
You want to go during the Super Bowl?
I feel like that's a losing bet. You have to go watch these 80-year-olds party it up.
How much is that worth?
Here we go.
Not $220.
What about 25? What about 25?
I was going to start at 100. Come on, negotiate.
Oh man, I like the idea that Corey is going to barter his way
I'm trying
out
to
of
chip
this
away
debt.
here a little bit. I got
I
some
feel like
ideas,
somebody
Mike.
would have to go with me that doesn't even care about the movie, but has to keep me awake.
It comes out February 3rd, just in time for the
At the Super Bowl.
I'll go by myself and live tweet it for, I don't know, $35.
All right. Moving on.
Oh, no,
hold on. Was that a yes?
Agreement.
I don't want to know anything about this movie. Because
just mute Corey for that short section and then unmute him.
All right. So, next thing here. I can go in different directions here.
The fan text is jacked up. I don't want to be seeing that. It's from the 806. Old people is horny as hell. Them ladies would love to climb on Gronk. Again, I don't dispute that. Why would Gronk want to do that?
They're like Mount Gronk.
Oh my gosh.
It's as if it was a
that
mountain.
a command or
like
a mountain? Okay,
it was a
gotcha.
mountain. My bad.
All right. So, as we get closer and closer to Kevin losing his son and me losing my
Oh
dog.
my God. To college.
Oh my goodness.
Holy smokes.
Well, it'll feel like a loss when they leave.
I know,
but
Mike.
not
And you'll
like-
never go back to that place because there'll always be like an adult out in
Yeah.
the world, man.
What do you worry the most about Brandon? Because I'm going to tell you what I worry the most about my MG.
And Kevin, if you don't know who Brandon is, that's your oldest son.
I am honestly, the number one thing I'm worried about is Brandon failing out of college because he doesn't turn his work in. Like, we were joking about this off air as I was like, man, I would have traded one call from Brandon at a party where he got drunk and the cops came for him always turning in all his schoolwork, you know? I was like, I would have made that deal, but he is an excellent, excellent child. His number one struggle is turning things in on time. And when there's no one like monitoring him or anything, the professor is going to be like, I don't care. Turn it in, don't turn it in. That's my number one fear is actually not social stuff. It's him failing out of school because of that.
Mine will be my daughter's roommate, whoever it will be, going, do you ever pick up anything?
Okay, so I see. This is really a roundabout way to bash.
Mike hates it.
I was like, I feel like I've done a really bad job in multiple ways as a parent. I'm trying my best, but it's tough.
Yes.
Because time goes by so fast. You're like, I don't know if I've taught her enough to be on her own.
Right.
And one of the things I'm like, I don't think we've taught her well enough is how to clean things. I thought we did, but she keeps getting worse at it and really doesn't care. And I do know how slobby college kids can be. I kind of was one. And what I mean by that is I kind of went to college. I wasn't a full-time college student, but I just know that when you're on your own, making your bed, cleaning up your clothes, doing your laundry, making sure you're not leaving food everywhere so that cockroaches and mice and rats and whatever can get into your apartment or your dorm or whatever. I'm like, please, can you figure out in these next 6 months how to just be, you don't have to be super clean, but just a little cleaner. So does Brandon have any issues with stuff like that?
He is not as bad just because I'm a super clean and neat freak. And so I think I've kind of worn him down. But you know what he does that drives Jess insane is he takes out multiple cups like he's that little girl from Signs and has to have drinks in them all over the house. That drives her bananas.
Yeah, I've done you have one cup. I don't care what you put in it, but this is your cup for the day. Because look, we've used 22 cups and we just unloaded the dishwasher today. How did 5 people use 22 cups today?
I'm labeling their cups. I put a label on each cup and I've said, this is your cup.
And date it.
You hand wash it. And I'm not washing all your cups all the time because it gets old. I'm getting rid of all the cups in our house.
What?
Yeah.
What are you supposed to drink out of?
Hands.
The cups that we have with our labels on them and our hands.
Okay.
Just stick your head under the faucet.
I used to do that.
Like a dog. Turn your tongue upside down.
Yeah. There were a perfectly good water hose outside.
I'm ashamed that I absolutely knew exactly what Mike meant.
Yes. I know.
Hey, that's Mike likes it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and Isaiah Stanback.
Coming up next, Kevin, we'll have Isaiah Stanback.
He's great.
He is great.
Better than that Brady movie?
Man, I don't know. We'll have to ask him.
studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 817 Game Day shout out to y'all. Work is tough on a game day, and on a holiday you don't get to take off, but y'all are making it fly by with these segments. Awesome text. Appreciate all the positive feedback. And I think you're going to get even more with this segment because it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We have Isaiah Stanback from DallasCowboys.com joining us today. And today they are going to be at the Tostitos Championship Plaza doing their pregame action. Who all's with you today, Isaiah, as y'all are rocking along, setting up for Cowboys-Bucks tonight?
Man, we're going to be turning up over there, as you mentioned. It's going to be myself, Nate Newton, Barry Church, Kyle Humans. I think Bill Jones is even going to be in the building, so it's going to be a good time, man. Obviously, there's an official party over at the stadium, but then if you guys want to stay over in the Frisco area, come on through Tostitos Plaza. We'll be having a good time.
There you go, man.
Will all of you guys have a strategy that you can make sure to pass along that we don't get dominated on the offensive and defensive lines of scrimmage?
Man, listen up. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough sledding. I mean, you think about the offensive front for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, me, for myself personally, I believe that one of the main reasons why Tom Brady came back was because of Ryan Jensen. And obviously, word coming out of that camp all week was that he was kind of up in the air, and then we get an official word today that he is planning to play. So that is a huge piece for them moving forward, especially when you think about their running game. Their running game comes in the form of mostly screen plays and quick passes. Now they have that piece back in place. Now they feel a lot more confident handing the ball off to Fournette and the rest of the crew. And then on the defensive front,
can I just ask you a quick question? Because that was an excellent answer. Can I ask you a quick question about that? Do you think there would be any concern in terms of like how quick you get back into the actual flow of game? I know he took first team reps at practice and everything, but how quick Jensen can be ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, there's always that question mark, right? Whenever you miss an elapsed period of time like he did, he missed the entire season. But if you're not going to come back in this game, and you're not going to go take snaps for Tom Brady unless you're ready to roll. TB12 will not want you in the game if you can't be productive in assist and their ability to try to win the ball game. So I have full faith that if he is suiting up tonight, which it sounds like he is, that he's going to be ready to roll, and I don't think there's going to be much rust there because I'm sure those guys are taking their fair share of snaps behind the scenes this week.
Now you were with Tom Brady in 2009, I believe, in New England. Is he human? Yes. Like is behind the scenes, is that dude is he actually human?
I'm pretty sure he's a robot. No, I mean, physically he's a human. I mean, but you want to talk about somebody's will and determination to be the best at what they do and at their craft. I mean, I haven't been around. I've been around some really good players and a lot of different Hall of Famers. He takes it to a whole nother level in terms of his preparation, in terms of his intellect, and the things that he's going to do, the amount of film that he watched leading up to this week. It's insurmountable, and it's unfathomable for most people. I got to witness it firsthand, obviously, and I was amazed. I just sat there and was just a sponge. But if there is a weakness to this Dallas defense, he's going to know exactly how to go about exposing that. It's going to be a battle. I've been mentioning it all week. The battle is going to be between Dan Quinn and Tom Brady. That's the real battle that's going on in this ballgame.
Are you more amazed by Tom Brady, the football player, or that Sally Field, Jane Fonda, and others are going to be in a movie called 80 for Brady?
Man, I can't call it. I got no answers for you on that one.
It is crazy that movie now exists in our world. I am with the way that his season has gone. This hasn't been the typical Brady season, and I don't know if it's age or what. And you're talking about the work ethic that goes along with it. Do you think that distraction was a key factor in early season stuff, and that he's kind of changed or grown or anything since then, or is he just age kind of catching up?
No, I do believe that the distractions. I mean, that he's human, right? I mean, we kind of joke about it, but I don't know what individual can go out there and perform at their greatest when they're dealing with those type of personal issues and struggles off the field. So obviously that's going to take some kind of toll on you. You couple that with the fact that a lot of his key players had a lot of injuries. that was going to have a great effect on them. And then you look at the standpoint that they had to change their offense because of those injuries. That took some time as well. So now you see them starting to catch fire. And the last person that you want to be catching fire at this time of the year is Tom Brady. The last person you want to be getting their last infinity stone in terms of Ryan Jensen is Tom Brady.
Mm.
So these are all the things that you have to be concerned about going into this game. But personnel-wise, when you look at these rosters in totality, I still feel really good about Dallas's talent level.
How big does CeeDee Lamb have to be in this game, or is it somebody else on the offense that has to be the factor?
It's Dak Prescott. I mean, we don't have to look any further than that. Dak has not had the season that he wants, but he's still in a position to attain everything that he wants. So he has to be able to somehow, some way flip the switch from the Dak that we've seen over the last 6 to 8 weeks and go back to the Dak from last year that was leading the league in passing yards, leading the league in touchdowns, all those type of things. We have to get back to that Dak. His decision-making has to get better. His acknowledgement of defenses has to get better. He has to be willing just to take a sack or to throw the ball away and go on to the next play. You know, we can't be in a position where we're now forcing the ball and creating potential turnovers because this guy, this team, this organization that the Dallas Cowboys are going to be going against, they know how to get all the way to the big game and win it. So you can't give them extra opportunities. So I'm looking forward to seeing him just play smarter. I'm looking forward to his offensive line getting settled in. Hopefully with Tyler Biadasz coming in, guys can go back to their natural positions. And we're gonna obviously you have to be able to try to run the ball and keep the ball, play keep away from Tom.
I loved your Infinity Stone reference with Ryan Jensen. So let's take it to the person you just mentioned, Tyler Biadasz. How big of a deal is it that he's back for an offensive line that since Terrence Steele went out has not been the same?
Yeah, no, it's everything. I mean, you talk about the shuffling of cards up front, the musical chairs that you've had up there with guys who are not necessarily the youngest guys in their career. You talk about Peters, Tyron Smith, obviously Martin's in there still holding the fort down, but you start shuffling around your center and guard positions, the offensive line is only going to be as productive as the guys that are able to play there on a consistent basis. It's all about continuity. So if you have guys that are coming in, playing more snaps than they are intended to and playing positions that they don't feel comfortable with, you're not going to be productive. You're going to see a fall off in your execution. But when you have your main guy come back, as little as people might look upon Tyler Biadasz in the grand scheme of the rest of the guys on the offensive line, he is the commander-in-chief up there. He's the man who calls the shots. He's the guy that, the things that people don't realize is, his snap count and his cadence is substantially different than everybody else's who might come in and try to snap the ball. So your operation gets better. Your communication gets better. The guys are comfortable in the positions that they're in. When you start lining up against guys like Akeem Hicks and Vita Vea and William Golston, you want everybody to be in sync. You need everybody to be on the same page because those guys your assignment with them one-on-one alone is going to be enough to consume your attention span. So it's a key ingredient. I'm glad that he's back, and I'm looking forward to the production that he brings.
Man, I heard a saying, and I think it was out of Duke Manyweather's offensive line masterminds, their OL masterminds conference. One of the players said, "Football is not where you go to get tough. It's a sport for tough people." And I always stick with the line that you said in preseason when Jake Ferguson caught that ball and then just leveled whoever was in front of him. And you were like, I lift weights for a living. I just stick with that. But that mentality, that tough mentality, I felt that it's been missing from the Cowboys for part of this back part of the season. How do you get that back? And when do you start bringing that element into your game? It can't be on playoff night. It has to be somewhere else.
Yeah. I totally agree with you, and I mean what you're referring to is kind of the identity and the culture of this team. And for this entirety of the season, it's been the defense. But as you mentioned, the second half, it hasn't been because you start talking about the drop-off in production in terms of sacks. And that's what you really relied on and leaned upon for the physicality element of this team. This was no longer a bully ball team on offense. You like to see them get back to that, and hopefully they can with the addition of Biadasz in terms of rushing the ball for 150-plus yards. That would be nice, and that would have some element of physicality to it. But defensively, that's where this team was tough. They were hitting guys in the mouth, and they were causing havoc, and they were they're making guys scared, and teams were fearful of this front, and that has gone away. So I don't see that necessarily improving in this game because this team gets the ball out faster than anybody else in the league. They also run short, highly effective, highly efficient routes, under 10 yards, 5 yards and under. I mean, these guys get the ball out very quickly. So this team's going to have to fly around and hit. I don't see them necessarily getting back to TB12 too often, but what they can do is come downhill as DBs and hit these receivers in the mouth. You can, as linebackers and defensive linemen, once the ball is thrown out to these screens, out to the edges, run out there and bring the whole party with you and make sure everybody tees off on these guys. That's the physicality that you're going to have to be able to witness tonight because I'm not sure that you're going to be able to do it in regards in terms of your pass rush.
I'm not saying that this is any of the players' main focus, nor should it be going into this game, but I've always been curious whether it's during the season or especially when we get to the playoffs, how much do the players hear or how much do they carry the burdens that come along with this franchise and its fan base, especially when it comes to playoffs?
You know what? Honestly, when I was in the position, I didn't pay attention to it. I mean, the noise is always going to be there. And I say noise is like water. You can block out majority of it, but eventually water is going to seep through. So whether that comes in the form of you trying to, hold up, all the pressures that come with being a Cowboy and all the stats and all those things. But in reality, you just got to throw that stuff out the window. I mean, in reality, you're facing somebody and a quarterback in Tom Brady who has the same amount of playoff wins as your entire organization. That's the reality that you're facing. So throw all the history out the window. You got to go out there and take care of your business and win this one game so that you can have opportunity to talk about next week's.
We've been talking about this kind of throughout the day. Mike's been bringing up the 15, the scripted 15 plays. Kevin, I asked you earlier about the first. What's your first play you're going to run?
Yeah,
Isaiah, you're stepping up. Dax got the ball for the first time. What is the first play? Are you handing off to Zeke? Are you going deep to CD? Are you just a 12-yard pickup to Dalton Schultz? What's your first play tonight?
Man, I want to go right at Vita Vea personally. I would go right at Vita Vea, and that's a lot. That's a UW guy, so that's family to me. I feel as if you want to set the tone for this ball game, you're going to need to beat these guys up. And if you're going to beat these guys up, what better way to set the tone and to get across a message than to go against their biggest, most dominant, physically imposing defender in Vita Vea. Go at him, double team him, triple team him. I don't care what you need to do, but hit him in the mouth and let him know it's going to be a long day. And then when you get those guys start creeping and being nosy, now you can have the Dak Prescott that we all come to love and respect. And now he has the ability to do the play action pass. But you have to establish the physicality up front with your offensive line and run this ball against this 3-4 front, which is really like a 5-2 front.
So no flea flicker like Kevin's suggesting.
Please no. Please no.
Just, okay, hear me out. I hear everything you're saying. You made
Do that play with Justin Jefferson passing to Kirk Cousins. That's a good play.
That did not go very well. Because of how frequently we run it on first down, I think you would throw them all out of sorts. Your line makes a lot more logistical sense.
Yes.
I just think you could knock them on their ass with that play, and they'd be like, what the hell just happened?
You know what? How about I throw this in there? I do believe that you will see an appearance from Kevontae Turpin tonight offensively. I think that you're going to see a package. Kellen Moore has done a great job. Last year, he emptied the bag out too early. This year, he kind of slow-rolled in terms of taking out his Legos and playing with his toys from Christmas. Now I think that he's really saved up some of those gifts that he has and some of those toys, and I think Kevontae Turpin is going to be one that he takes out the bag tonight and really puts on a showcase. So I believe that you will possibly see him on some end-arounds, hopefully, and that can stretch out this defense, and then you'll be able to run the ball. And if you want to get up to a flea flicker, then we'll see.
Because otherwise, you're just stepping on all those Legos you got at Christmas.
Home Alone style.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
Man, excellent stuff. I know we've told you this before. You're just a fantastic addition on our show every time you're on, so really appreciate it.
No, thank you guys for having me, man.
There you go. Isaiah Stanback right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I still don't understand the scripted 15. The Cowboys.
I hear you. I do.
The Cowboys sack Tom Brady. First play of the game. He fumbles. You dive on the ball on the 15-yard line. Your first play on your script was play action bomb to CeeDee Lamb. I only have 25 yards to go and the field's over. What the hell do I do? I don't.
Maybe there's a scaled down version of that. I don't know.
I just this whole you have to go by this script. It doesn't make sense.
What if the first play is a run play and it's a touchdown? Now what do you do?
To me, this is where I guess they're screwed. If I was a guy who didn't know anything about football, and I don't know nearly as much as Isaiah Stanback does or George Teague or stuff like that, but I'm like, wait a second. So you're telling me I run the ball for 6, I run the ball for 7, but the next play on the script was to pass the ball. And this is where we get into then we were doing a double reverse pass. And then you're like, dude, we just ran for a first down as easy could be. Now we wanted to do a double reverse pass that went for -12. We just ruined the whole drive because we had to throw in that play right now. It's like I throw 2 curveballs in the dirt. They swing and miss at both of them. Well, this dumbass is swinging at curveballs in the dirt. Why would I go away from throwing curveballs in the dirt?
According to the 469, they say you're getting information for later. You need to see how they're going to react to certain looks. Maybe.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I understand that. It's still stupid.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, besides just being a Cowboys fan, why should folks root against Tampa Bay tonight? Plus, what will your spread look like? 877-881-1053. We'll do all of it next right here on The Fan.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of questions for the Tolos and the Twolos rocking out there today. Besides just being a Cowboys fan, why should folks root against Tampa Bay tonight? And also,
it's a tough one with Tom Brady.
What is that makes all the answers is what is your food spread looking like, or do you wait to kind of trick it up until we move further into the playoffs?
Well, I wanted to go to my parents. I would have loved for.
They said no?
Well, no, because I can't take my boys this late. They have school tomorrow.
Okay,
they have off of school today for MLK Day. Happy MLK Day to everybody out there who has today off. I was like,
and even if you don't, happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
But my son asked, he's like, hey, are we going to watch this at Graham and Pops? I was like, no, because the game's not going to end till about 11 o'clock. And if you stay up and watch with me this whole time, I'll be okay with it. I'll tell your mom, hey, it's a playoff game. You know, he might be a little bit sleepy tomorrow, but it is a playoff game. But I'm like, if we go to Arlington and then
have to go
all
back.
of a sudden we're not getting home till close to midnight, you know, that's another hour right there. So I'm going to make burgers.
Okay.
So that's the spread tonight at the Bassick House. Nothing super
cut them
special.
into stars for the Cowboys?
No. I don't. No.
No, everybody knows you cut them diagonal, Kevin. Come on. What's wrong with you?
No. What are you, a Wendy's fan with those square burgers?
I do like Wendy's.
I like Wendy's too.
Okay, what a
that was a
turn.
very quick, yeah.
But it's just weird that you make square burgers.
Mm-hmm.
You just smash them and they're kind of roundish, you know?
Okay. All right.
So
now we were asking some folks why you should root for Dallas, even if you're not a Cowboys fan, or more specifically, root against Tampa. Does have a variety of answers. Is obviously I'm going to start with Tom Brady as a doucher. And from the 469,
my goodness,
they said go against Tom because he was given 4 rings. He's not the GOAT. See, that wasn't even from me. Is next up on the list.
Jealousy.
Tampa. That's no one will make a movie about a whole bunch of old ladies wanting to come hook up with me, probably.
Was that your first choice word?
You say hags because your last name's Hagelin?
Yes. If you've never heard, this is why you simply must come out to like events and whatnot. Mike will give you his breakdown as he said, my ancestors must have like been part of this country where all the people were ugly and they're like, we're ruling over the land of hags. And that's how we got Hagland. And I was like, well, that's not even how you say my last name. It is a remarkable experience knowing Mike. You
changed the pronunciation of it to try to get away from that.
Just like you changed the pronunciation of that word.
Yep.
Is next reason. Tampa has a losing record and doesn't deserve a home playoff.
Let's talk about it.
Oh, but it happened for Seattle with the Sonic Boom or whatever they called that when Marshawn Lynch had that big run. Weren't they 7-9?
Beastquake.
Were they 7-9 then?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think they were.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I think they beat New Orleans, who was considered a better team, but
that doesn't change the logic behind it, right?
No,
like I absolutely believe Tampa can win tonight. I'm not disputing that.
Also, weren't those Seahawks fun?
Yeah.
Yeah,
this Tampa team is not fun.
Well, they can be.
Why do you say that with a smile?
Also, why do you say
I
that
enjoy
voice?
watching Tom Brady at an age that nobody's been successful at quarterback still be successful. And he hasn't been very successful this year. But if he were to, I'm not saying I would celebrate it, but if he were tonight to throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns and lead his team to victory, you're just like,
mad.
Oh my God, I cannot believe this 45-year-old guy keeps doing these things.
See, I will not, because we'll have Steven on tomorrow at noon. And if that happens, he's going to say, you just got to give other guys credit. He's great for a reason. I'm going to like trash this defense. I feel like this defense sucks. You let crappy Tom Brady do that to you. So I understand as well. From the 469, Tom Brady wears Uggs. Enough said.
I will agree with that.
Oh, okay. From the 810, I root against him because Peyton Manning is better. Another reason.
Ooh, I like it.
Okay, would you just accept Warren Sapp as a reason that you should root against Tampa Bay?
I agree. Pay those people that he had in his room. And
yes.
They had relations, and then he said, go away.
And then part of the reason he didn't pay those people is because then later he declared bankruptcy. And then you saw some of his assets, and I thought, yeah, I could see how we might end up there.
Wasn't it also alleged that Warren Sapp, when working at NFL Network, was like harassing some of his coworkers?
That
giving them
Holy moly.
Adult toys?
All right. God. Like, in what universe is that like a gift that you think is going to be acceptable to a coworker?
Far, far away.
Yeah.
The adult industry, maybe?
Okay. You know what? Fair point, Reggie. Let's say you do not work in the adult industry and you work at NFL Network.
Yeah, probably not.
That is a bold move to be like, I'm going to give them this for Christmas, and they're going to love it. So, yeah, Warren Sapp, Uggs, Peyton Manning, losing record, Tom Brady, all valid reasons to root against the Bucs tonight. Okay. Are you going to be in a good mood tomorrow if Tampa wins? That is going to piss me off.
Yeah. Just so I fuel the fire
enough to fight
Kevin
about it, though?
Tomorrow.
Probably not physically.
I will say this. I know we're at the end of the show today. I am leaning towards a Cowboys victory.
Do we have an updated score tally?
I'm going to go with 27-24. I never get this right. I mean, sometimes you get close, sometimes you're way far off.
The spread's back at 3 again.
I mean, I thought the Cowboys were going to win the Washington game by 10 or more points.
Yeah.
And they got blown out. So it's not like, oh, I'm this great predictor, or listen to me on Betting with Bassick. It's one of these things where I do think it's going to be a close game. I have heard, like Broadus up here. I think, he said, look, if this is a close game, then he leans towards Tampa because of the Tom Brady factor.
I do.
So, a lot of people are kind of like, hey, you want to be up by kind of that 10-point margin where Tom can't create some sort of magical moment in the end. Because I will say, we talked about it earlier, it does scare me that if you give the ball back to Tom 100%. Brady with a minute or two on the clock, and it's like he has enough time to get down the field, and I know this
that is my nightmare.
For a
field goal.
Yeah.
Yes, you're 100% about that. I am not going to be stoked if it's 27-25 Dallas and Tom Brady gets the ball with a minute and a half to go. I'm going to be like, son of a lots of other words. I think
because he's probably at one point going to throw a 30 to 40-yard pass on our crap cornerback, and our guy's going to panic and pass interfere.
Yeah. I think all of those are valid concerns. Now, in terms of the spread, we get a whole lot of excellent answers. By the way, from the 469, Mike, do you care to share your hamburger recipe?
Nothing super special, usually 80-20, and then salt and pepper before putting it on the I don't grill them as much anymore. I kind of like doing them in the cast iron skillet. The problem is it creates a lot of smoke in the house.
Okay, sure.
So that's the only thing that's not the best. But I do like getting it super hot and trying to get that good crust on the outside.
Now, from the 972, they say they're going to go all out tonight since we won't make it any further, which is sad.
Listen, we need David Stern to come back to life. That guy could manufacture W's in the NBA in the playoffs like no other.
If Roger Goodell operated this league like David Stern, I believe we would have like at least 2 more Super Bowl appearances. I'm not even saying we have to win them. We would have been in them.
And really, Cowboy fans, think of this. If the game is Sunday night, Dallas at San Francisco, I get Tom Brady, and I get there's eyes, and it'll still get a great number. It's NFL playoffs.
The kick. Yeah.
But I mean, you put that one on Sunday Night Football in Cowboys at San Francisco.
Fire.
That's going to give you, I don't know, 5 to 10 million more viewers than Tampa at San Francisco. Right. So if David Stern was running this, he would run those numbers and say, I'm going to put these 5 refs at this game. So he's not fixing it, but he knows the best way to do this. These guys either hate Tampa, hate Tom Brady, really like the Cowboys, and give the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt. They don't throw flags on the road team as much. They seem to, for some reason, throw more flags. This is what David Stern would do to fix NBA games. So it wasn't so much, you're going to make sure this team wins. He would just manufacture ways to make sure and then say, hey, guess what? In the NBA, if you can get this to a 6th or 7th game, guess what? Everybody gets bonuses.
And before anybody disputes that popularity, just remember, we went down the top jerseys in the league. Of the top 6, 3 Cowboys, 3 every other player in the NFL. And those players were Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow. And if we're all being honest with ourselves, those are the 3. For the Cowboys, it was CeeDee Lamb, Dak, and Micah. I love our guys, but those aren't the same players.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, all right, more on the spread from the 817. The spread in terms of your food spread. The point spread is back up to 3. Smoked ham, smoked pork, tenderloin, and smoked salmon.
Okay.
Ooh, is the spread.
Have you ever flipped the spread? Have you ever gotten so mad or thrown food, or like have you ever gotten so mad at a sporting event that you threw food or the remote or broke something?
In this economy?
I did. Man, you've just been waiting to use that all show. No, I ended up slamming a door harder than I probably should have and harder than I thought. I thought I was going to close it with force, and it ended up being like a, full on slam. And I felt bad because I'm like, well, the people who are watching the game with you, it's not their fault that this organization has led to playoff letdowns time and time and time again.
But sometimes it is. Like if I was with you tonight and Tom Brady threw a pass and there was pass interference, it was borderline that's pass interference. This is Tom Brady. He is great. You can't beat Tom Brady.
I swear, I would probably say shut the F up, Mike, numerous times throughout the game. Specifically when I felt like you were just trolling me about that. You're like, I don't see Joe Montana making that throw.
Like Tom Brady must have got hydrated before this game.
From the 210, chips and salsa tonight. Got to watch this game high on an edible. Oh, dear. From the 561, Frito chili burgers. And from the 817, we're doing queso, short ribs, chicken, Mexican rice, and borracho beans. And so,
man, y'all putting in work.
I was going to say, isn't it fascinating? Because I know other people, I saw somebody go, food spread is playoff pizza from Pizza Hut. And so
that's what we got today.
I know. Some people will just go that route. Other people, that's their outlet. Sometimes do you think that's the way some people get their nerves out? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cook. Cooking relaxes me, or, grilling relaxes me, or whatever the case might be. And that's your best pregame is let's just do that.
Yeah, Monday's my day to cook at the house because there's a lot of sick kids on Monday. And so,
because they waited over the weekend. They're like, we don't want to go to the urgent care or whatever.
Yeah. And so it's my night to cook. So, which is fine. I kind of wanted to make something though that was pretty simple and not have to get into making a whole bunch of different things. So that's why burgers is tonight. And then I like getting these to go with the burgers, but I don't think you're going to like them, Kevin. Reggie, I think, is going to be with me. Sweet potato tater tots.
Oh, yeah. No, I like those.
They are good.
I don't think I appreciate the sweet potato fries, tater tots, etc. as much as the average person, but I definitely see the appeal. I do. Now, just as an aside, this is broader NFL news. This could be a big, big deal. It's looking like probably the best game of the weekend leading up to next weekend will be Bengals and Bills, right? I don't feel like I'm... Jonah Williams, the left tackle for the Bengals, has reportedly suffered a dislocated kneecap.
Oh, that doesn't sound fun.
No, they're doing follow-up stuff today, and they're going to do an MRI and everything that goes along with that. But obviously, that would be problematic.
So they're going with 2 backup tackles?
Could be.
Because Lyell's out.
And that offensive line looks shaky sometimes.
It's weird that I'm rooting because I know you'd be rooting for the Bills. I think, would you be rooting for them because of the DeMar Hamlin situation?
Yeah, and just because they were never whenever we talk about great sports rivalries, I'll never root for the Steelers. We were not oppressed by the Bills. We defeated them in the Super Bowls, and I get why they might not like us, but I have no hatred towards the Bills.
I guess I'm rooting for the Bengals in that one. Not hard, but I get it. For some reason, I kind of have this. I kind of like watching Burrow and Chase, and even though they're Allen
super
and
likable,
Diggs and all those guys are good too. So.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for a chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, hey, it's a new year here in 2023.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they know loyalty can't be bought, it's earned. Like with their classic loyalty pricing below market value, top dollar trade value, and lowest interest rates. One of the largest selections in America as well. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Remember, at 4 o'clock, the official pregame show starts for playoffs, Cowboys, Bucks. CA will be talking with Donovan Wilson. Got all kinds of amazing guests leading into the game. And most of these fine fellas will be part of the pre- and post-game extravaganza. It is the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am feeling fantastic. Always happy when D&M Leasing helps us out with this. I wanted to ask you something real quick, Broadus. It's about the Cowboys, not specifically about the game. And I was just asking you about this over the weekend, Don Cochran, the former athletic trainer
back in the day,
the Cowboys, passed away at the age of 90.
Yeah, he was. It's funny when in an era, and I always remember growing up as a kid, knowing everybody on staff, very small coaching staffs, very small, equipment staffs. Current, assistant equipment man Bucky Buchanan, his dad Buck Buchanan was the equipment man. Don Cochran, the trainer, I remember him. A very, very well. It's funny. You just remember from that era that were so many people that were involved. I mean, everybody knows about the Tex Rams and the Gilbrants and stuff like that, but there were some gentlemen that were a big part of that era from 1960 through 1989, until when the Joneses took over the team, but were absolute studs at their jobs.
Now, across the rest of the NFL this weekend, I certainly understand if Jacksonville Chargers is the answer. Was there one game that stood out above the rest? Because I was honestly really intrigued by the Buffalo-Miami game and how close we were to a shocking upset there.
Yeah, that game ended up being fantastic. Personally, I think we were all kind of glued into our Survivor picks. So, I mean, you definitely, Brian, were probably locked in on Buffalo. I think Eric as well. I got a heart attack almost with the Ravens and Cincinnati game. Thank goodness Tyler Huntley fumbled that ball. J.K. Dobbins is livid. He's like, why in the world did you not give me a chance to run that in? But I'm happy that Sam Hubbard now has been able to have that run back.
Sorry about that. Even with that, it almost came down to the Hail Mary, one hand on the football at the end. That was wild.
Ooh. It was great. We either got an upset or a chance at an upset. The half with Seattle and San Francisco was incredible. But I was most interested in the Giants and how they're coming along with Brian Daboll.
Yeah, we were just talking about kind of depressing statistic is now Trevor Lawrence and Daniel Jones have the same number of playoff wins as Dak.
Oh, give it like 7 or 8 hours or whatever.
And then we're changing
Maybe it's like 10 hours. But
getting there.
This time tomorrow, maybe things are different, Hagee.
Are we destined for our first overtime game of this weekend? We've been really close. Is tonight going to go into OT?
Oh, God, I hope not. I do not feel super awesome if that's how it plays
But we each get the ball now, right, with the new overtime rules.
That's true.
It's going to be okay.
That's true.
It's not just Tom gets the coin flip to go in his favor because, of course, the coin would, and then he just marches down the field on
his
you.
Field goal kicker.
Tom gets it, and then Trayvon Diggs gets his pick six. One shining moment.
Oh, do you think? Does Brady go all? Does Brady go all Hasselback at the coin toss, and then Diggs goes all Al
Diggs
Harris?
goes Tracy Porter.
Zach is your competition for more furious if the Cowboys lose this game. I have Kevin is going to be the most mad out of anybody at the whole station if the Cowboys lose this game, but I have Zach as a strong contender.
Well, Walchuk gets a microphone as soon as the game ends tonight.
Oh, my God,
so
that's right. You're going to be like, don't worry about callers. I'm going to Zach here at the studio, and he's just going to go off time and again. That would be amazing. I hope we don't realize that, though, because I would be
sure. Really hope that does not
That would be the worst.
Because I'm concerned.
It's not a bad consolation prize that we all get to tune into Walchuk's postgame, though, if things go haywire.
I'm glad that I'm just a fan.
Good tease.
Because that is a great tease. Is whenever Mike was talking about the Jags winning, it's like that might have been their Super Bowl. Trayvon Diggs pick-sixing an overtime pass from Tom Brady, that might be my Super Bowl. Like, I might come in here. I'm like, I get it. San Francisco's awesome. Who cares? Tom Brady's a bum. And I think that would be amazing. How are you guys actually feeling about the game, though?
Well, Walchuk's very nervous. He's gonna be shaking all 10 of his sausage fingers all show long. He usually does it incrementally, but he'll be going a full 5 hours of finger shaking today.
Are you staying up here till 1 a.m.?
I'll be up here till 1. Now at 4, I'm getting the bleep out of here. I'm going to go walk. I'm going to go and
meditate,
try and get this
nervous
energy out. So I'll be listening to the pregame, and then I'll come back up for the game, watch the game, do halftime and postgame. But I am very nervous. It's like an unsettling excitement/fear that I have right now.
I'm nervous and afraid as well, Hagee.
You've been pretty consistent about that in the lead up to this.
Yeah, I'm not nervous about the result. I already know what's going to happen with tonight's game. I'm just nervous I'm going to be too negative about it over the next 2 hours that our listeners can't enjoy Cowboys game day. I know, I'm going to try not to.
I talked about
Devin.
I talked about rope-a-dope earlier. Dawson just pulled me in with that. He's like, no, I think you got it. And he's like, oh, no, I already know what's going to happen. I'm just nervous about this other. Okay, well, that does not help with my.
That's how I feel, you know?
That's true.
I wanted to be honest.
You've had a pretty good feeling this year. Can you name the times where you felt this way and it happened in this season, and then the times you felt a certain way and it went a different way?
Especially that one.
You know, the last time I really had a great feeling about the games was when the defense was playing great, and there was that stretch when Cooper Rush was in, and then after Dak came back, and I just kind of lost connection with what they were going to be as they were transitioning from a bad offense to a good offense and a good defense to a bad defense. And around the Green Bay game, I started to get confused, and I didn't really have strong feelings the rest of the way through. But, you know, the way they finished along with Tampa getting healthy, I just think it's obvious. I haven't been wrong when I've had a strong feeling like this, Mike, since that Washington game 8 years ago that I bet you 10-1 odds on.
No, I didn't win off of that one.
That was another guy.
What? There's been a lot of other guys.
What about, it's part of the profession, what about y'all?
Listen, man, Brady freaks me out. Brady freaks me out at home. So I do know, and the one thing that's nice about this is I do know that I'm walking into the game tonight with the better football team. And if that football team actually shows up and plays to their capabilities, they're winning the football game. Vegas is telling you you're 2.5 points better than the GOAT at home in the playoffs.
Up to 3?
Up to 3. Oh, so wait, so Jensen comes in and they're like, let's go ahead and give the Cowboys
They found out about Hankins getting
activated. That's what it is. So I'm nervous for sure, but I do feel like there is going to be a litany of opportunities in this game to seize it, and it's just a matter of will this team do it? I sure to heck hope so.
Broadus.
Yeah, I think this is a game. I think this game is going to. I really do believe this is a game that we're going to remember for a long time with Micah Parsons. I feel like though there's some opportunity along this Buccaneers offensive line, especially over Donovan Smith. You know, we'll see what happens at center with Ryan Jensen. They are nervous about having to play against, as most teams are. But this game is going to come down to that ability to how many times can you affect this quarterback. And you're gonna get Rhodes is likely going to be the starter out there when they go nickel. You know, that's just how they're going to line up this game. And you got to it's going to be a battle outside. I mean, to me, the fight that happens on the outside, can the Cowboys secondary hold up? Because if they can hold up, then you can get some guys home. And that's where this game to me is going to hinge. That ability to knock that quarterback around will dictate how this thing is going to go.
Man, it's that kind of insight that I'm really looking forward to. Anything specifically y'all want to tease coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. All the top stories out of the gates here. We got Cowboys links galore at 3 o'clock. And Chiafalo will take you into the post-game show coming up at 3:40 with the best of the weekend.
All right, looking forward to that.
Chiafalo's your guy today here.
Just remember,
he's going to hold it down. Yeah.
He is the host.
I'm trying to Barkley this thing for Dak Prescott. I guarantee Dak Prescott throws at least one interception.
Oh, man, that's terrible. That's terrible, man. That is terrible.
Roll home.
All right, let me tell you something, Arnie.
With the G-Bag Nation going into Cowboys pregame, then Cowboys-Bucks playoff right here on 105.3 The Fan, and then the post-game show as well.
Woo!
We got
Victory
everything
party!
covered for you on what hopefully is a victory party. We will see you tomorrow for better or worse, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say happy MLK Day.
Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day, everybody.
Say go Cowboys, Kevin.
Go Cowboys.
All day, every day. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Just over 5 hours from kickoff. Let's do this on a Martin Luther King Jr. wild card weekend. Cowboys Monday game day. We're 2 hours from pregame with Chia Follow and Broadus. That's coming up at 4 o'clock. Jennifer, at your service. Salute to you. Happy Cowboys Monday. Here's Brian Broadus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over here at Master Control, keeping the Gators down. Got Carter Freeman coordinating your video. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia Follow. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Truckwreck.com fan text is open. I know the anticipation is building. The goosebumps are coming in waves now, aren't they?
Yeah.
You can feel the anxiety start to build. Hope you had a good lunch. You know, you might need that strength because as kickoff approaches, man, you get those butterflies in your stomach, and it's just like, wow. You know, this is when you really feel alive as a sports fan, hoping it can be your team's year. So that's what I think we have right now is hope. You get Hankins activated. You get Xavier Rhodes activated. Both are expected to play tonight, but so is Ryan Jensen. The Cowboys are the Buccaneer center. Brian, how you feeling over there, buddy? You still get a little butterflies?
Nah, you get to a point in time where you just, there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing, there's, as a personnel guy, you hope that you got your coaches enough players to go battle with these guys. The matchups, you've worked on it all week. You think, okay, this could go this way or that could go this way. And then it turns out that some guy that, the 47th player that you haven't even thought about makes a play or knocks a ball loose or comes up with some, something to